Why, hello universe. Nice to see you today. Oh my goodness, I am still quite tired. That's okay. We're doing some Ultra Cube on this fine day. Fine enough, you know. Mondays are Mondays, regardless of how you slice it. So where were we? Did I leave notes? Fix nuclear. What was wrong with nuclear? Ah, I see. It doesn't function at all, which is certainly a reason to fix it. Improve the sulfuric acid plus storage, and then metal priority. All right, so let's start with the nuclear because that seems like the simplest and the closest I was over to. I'd like to hopefully make good progress on the next science pack today. I'm hoping to kind of speed up the progression that we've been going through here. Okay, so nuclear is over here. Currently, there's a rule for it to come down here, reading a specific condition, that being the uranium 235 in here reaching a specific amount. So ideally, as an interesting stack I set up, ideally we'll have it so that, ooh, that's a lot of those stored up. Actually, looking at that, did we get CoverX thing or the reprocessing? Maybe we already have reprocessing. We do. It takes 2, 3, 4 to make the fuel refinery, so we need to set up that too. But we need to make it so that there's some logic here, because clearly this inserter is not how it should be, because that should be in there. But we'd like the Joule roll to come down here, basically to fill up this box whenever this box is getting low. So instead, we will plug in this box here and use that as our indicator, because I'm going to assume from here on out we're not going to run out of 235 ever again. I think it's basically impossible. Heck, I really wanted to disconnect a wire, but I disconnected it wrongly. Heck, I did it wrong again. Never lucky. Where are you connected to? Ah, okay, you go to there, and then you over there. I assume this can stay. I don't know. Okay, this is just the original reading, so I'm going to disconnect it because it's not necessary. This was reading how much uranium was available on that belt. So instead, we're going to have it so to read the contents of this, it goes on that green line over there, goes over to here, and it'll check to see how many fuel cells we have stored up instead. And once that drops below a certain point, it'll come down and fill up a bunch. So for now, we'll set it to 50, and we'll change it over to the fuel cell itself. Shouldn't require any fancy schmancy circuitry or anything. It should just be fine. Oh, I probably use it for a few things actually, so fixing this will be good. So if our uranium fuel cell count goes above 50 or is below 50, which is what we want, it'll output that uranium fuel cell signal, which goes over to this splitter here. Nope, I assume it's the cube splitter. There we go. So this checks for uranium 235 to output, which should be now the uranium symbol. Perfect. So now, because that condition is met, it will come down here. We'll travel to this area here, and then we need to fix this one as well, which needs to be the fuel cell. That'll be simple enough to fix the conditioning for it to come down. Once that conditioning has been met, we're in a much better position. Not equal, and then equal. Cool. So if the fuel cell value is not equal to 0, it goes great. We need to go over here and we need to fill up some fuel cells. If it is equal to 0, it's like, we have plenty, don't worry about it. We'll swing by. It will do a couple on its first go around, but there's so much backed up right now that I don't think it matters too much. And again, we have a really solid chunk of 235. I don't think the recipe's changed in this. It's actually just one still. I mean, I guess it takes the rare earth metals in the cube instead, but either way, this is plenty of power. Now, something else we want to do though is to deal with all these uranium fuel cells that have been depleted. So ideally we'll make a fuel thingummy. What for that? Fuel refinery. That's totally what I was going to say. On the tip of my tongue, you gotta believe me. I forget the name of all the modded buildings. It's pretty easy for me to do. There's a lot of them in my defense. So I also want to fix these conditions here, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, because this would break a few times. So currently, the rule is it cycles over here. Actually, there's literally no rule for it. It'll just pick one or the other. So perfect. We need to remake the rule over here anyways. That explains why this was connected to wire. It's all coming together. Everything's coming up Miko. It's just taking a little longer than usual. So we'll change this condition to, honestly, let's use a combinator. It's going to be a lot easier and a lot smarter to just set up a combinator here, and we'll go from there. So decider combinator, we'll make a few of them while we're waiting put this here, and what we'll do is we'll plug in the green back here. So now we'll check for the fuel cell count, which will be this, and then we will also check for how much ore is in this box, because if this box is out of ore, we want to run the machine again. We don't currently have a condition for that yet, so it'll be good to do. So this will normally be rare earth metal, or I guess it's just raw rare earth metals. So if it is, I guess we could do equal to 0. That should be fine. I mean, it might not be able to run extra time if it's equal to 0 actually, so we should probably do a different condition of it. So if that number is less than, we'll say 50, so it'll follow the other condition. Actually, we'll make it even higher. We'll make it 100. So that number is less than 100, so it's going to try and run again, and then we'll check to see that the rare earth metal is greater than 100, we'll say. Whoops, wrong condition. Let's do 250 just to play it safe. So now this is going to output the repeat symbol. We'll just use the fuel cell. I know there's another condition too, which turns like the fluid or whatever, but let's focus on this for now. So this is going to output A1 specifically. Actually, let's pick a different signal because we already have these in the system, so it's just going to get all gunky if the wires connect. It should be fine actually if I use red. That'll be fine. No, it won't be fine. Forget it. We're going to redo it. We're going to pick a new signal. I know I'm a little wishy-washy on it. It's been a long, a long weekend to put it lightly. Ooh, I like the pickaxe. Let's do that. So we'll do pickaxe over to here, and we'll make it the condition that this will enable the table not based on the uranium. Or actually, I guess the uranium's fine. But we could do it instead going over to here. Should I double use this one? This is going to check if we have enough ore and stuff. So yeah, I guess this will be fine. This is going to be a better condition now. So we will change it. So instead of uranium, it's looking specifically at, what is it called? Right, it's the pickaxe. Of course it's the pickaxe. How could I forget? So pickaxe, and we'll make that condition, I guess, not equal to 1. No, I do want equal to 1. Cool. So if it's equal to 1, if both the conditions are met, we got a new tip for Mystery Furnace. When the Mystery Furnace is fueled by Haunted Energy Cell, any item inside can be sacrificed to the spirits for an item in return. The spirits are fickle and hard to please. Those persistent enough might come away with something nice. Alternatively, use it to rid yourself of inconveniences. Okay, so it's an end line for annoying things. Take care, because the spirits will also happily accept Haunted Energy Cell itself. Make sure to always manage your residual tentacles. Oh, I forgot about or tendrils. Cool. Alright, well, that's fine. So this is now checking for that condition. We're going to do the exact same condition over here, I guess. It should keep it simple enough for now. Is that an or or an and? That's an or. We want it to be an and, right? Okay, cool. So because either of these conditions aren't met... Wait, am I being done with this? Hold on. Less than 100, we want to run it again. Enough of that, we also want to run it again. So this is fine because those conditions aren't met. So it'll spit out. If both those conditions are met, it doesn't put out anything, so it'll come down here. I think I have this backwards. My brain is struggling. This says repeat it. So the opposite would say don't repeat it, right? But the issue is that the opposite... I mean, the opposite's ideal, actually. This should be fine. So it says not to repeat anywhere because either of these conditions are not met. Either we have over 100 or we have not enough ore. So this comes down here now. Boom. So now we can set up something over here. So I guess it'll just be like this. Should be fine. Put an inserter here. And then we want that inserter to have similar logic, but I think we're going to base it purely on this box here instead. We don't want it to be the exact logic here because then it'll just go through here over and over again. We don't want that. So we have some green wire coming over here. Let's put it over here, and we'll simply do enable disable based on how much of the metal is available. Rare earth metals raw, and if there's under 250, because we're doing the simple one here, it'll just turn on and then run through the loop again. Now we should set up one more contingency here, probably right here, to be honest, where if these conditions are met, it just goes back in the system, because we will need to repair it afterwards is the issue. So let us bring our other condition over here and attach it to these two, and we'll make it very simple. It'd probably be simpler to go out here and then straight down looking at it right now. So now we will simply copy the conditions that we had before, where if we need more stuff, then it'll go this way, and if we don't need more stuff, it'll go this way. Now, there is a slight issue with this rule and just making it so simple. This isn't going to read the appropriate amount of rare earth metal. Something I would also really like to do is change this recipe. Because currently, the recipe only produces like 250 and it uses a lot of it every time. Maybe it'll be fine as is, but we might want to change this over to the explosive one. The issue is that we don't make explosives over here, but I do think that they're pretty easy to make. Let me look and see if we have them. Explosivo. They are very simple to make, and basically everything's over here. Let's set that up really quick. So we need a chem plant. First of all, we want one of these. Let me go into map mode so it'll be simpler. We definitely want one of these over here for that recipe. And we also want a chem plant to make our own on-site explosives. That way, this is not going to need to run nearly as often. So I'm going to change that over to rare earth metal smelting explosive. And I'm going to just manually take out these and then put them back in because it will take a bunch of ore. But this way, it only need to run once in a blue moon, hopefully, fingers crossed. So make this explosives, and then this requires ethanol, unstable gas, sulfur, conductive wire, and sand. Most of that is basically right around here. The sulfur is right there. The sand is right here, so we can certainly nab some of that sand really quick. Maybe put it on the same belt as the sulfur for simplicity's sake. But everything else, all the fluids should be fairly close, except ethanol, I guess, which I don't think goes to the right. No, totally. Is that ethanol? That's the essential oils. There's the ethanol pipe. It sort of goes to the right. Not very far. So let us go grab ethanol in the meantime. We'll have to move it over to this line here to kind of get it where we want to get it, but should be doable regardless. Cool. So there's some of our ethanol. And we'll also go over and... Right, the conductive wire. The conductive wire is kind of like a self-fulfilling thingy. I don't know how else to describe it. We can make it from the metal that we produce here is the thing. So what I should probably do is have a chunk of it available in a box over here. So what we're going to do is have another splitter down the line here, I think. Doesn't matter what side it's on, really. I just want to grab some of this. Alternatively, I can just, like, change this, which I think is what I'll do. So I'll have this line go over here, and then it'll loop back. It'll look kind of nice coming back around. And then this one... will come around here. And this will just feed into our machine. Very simple on the nose. Of course, it's like one tile off of power. What if we move it over one because I'm a little lazy? Just a tiny bit lazy. Cool. So now we'll have conductive wire. Again, it's pretty simple. We don't need a crazy amount of wire per explosive or anything. This should be sufficient because of how much it will make going forward. So hopefully we won't need to deal with it at all. If I can direct insert the explosives, that's the ideal. So this... very simple on the nose. So we have the explosives done. We need to bring over the sand and the sulfur. The sulfur is right here. I would like to put sulfur and sand on one line and just bring it up around the backside and then plug in everything else, hopefully. Should be simple enough once we find a good spot to yank that sand off. But looks like it's a pretty good spot right there. So let's go ahead and grab it and bring it around, I suppose. Sweet. Not the most eloquent, but eloquent enough. We'll take it. What's our cube status, fellas? We're cubing today. Good to see you, Reaganomicon. It is a truly cubid day for the cube believers. Cube believers kind of goes crazy as a term. Alright, let's filter this for sulfur. I think this is probably the easiest way for us to do it. Cool. So there's our line that we need. We'll just bring it around this machine here, cut it across, and then everything should be basically done. That way we'll have way more of this schmelted every time it swings down here. Plus it gives us like a, I guess, a reason, so to speak, to use that recipe because we set up the other one. It hasn't gone off yet with this explosive smelting. It looks like it's coming down just in time too. It's very convenient for us. I didn't finish the entire thing yet, but it's very close to being done. Flip it vertically. Let's get some piping over. Ooh, perfect lineup for that one there. I guess it wasn't too difficult to get perfect. Ah, whoops, I'm bringing that in the wrong machine. I was like, why isn't that going off? Silly me. I got a little overzealous. I was thinking that went in there. It certainly did not. That's better. Okay, so now we need a little bit of metal to jumpstart the thing. But once it goes off, like the first time, which is 16 explosives, which is admittedly, I think, more metal than I can really afford right now. Honestly, it's going to be kind of close to how much we need. Once it starts, it should be fine, because it'll just feed itself metal in the future. Certainly be worth it. It just takes a little bit of time to jumpstart. Oh, I forgot we got requester chests and whatnot too. Where's a good place to grab some metal? I'm sure it comes somewhere around here. There it is. Couldn't find it. Truly, the earth is so rare, RN. Alright, surely that's a sufficient amount to jumpstart the process. And this should make it so that the cube needs to spend way less time really coming down here ever, hopefully. Unless I mess up wiring, at which point we'll need to fix it, but we'll just assume I didn't mess it up. It's a lot better and easier to live with the assumption that you haven't messed something up constantly. Oh my god, I have explosives on me, never mind. Silly me. I became the entire circus briefly. Really unfortunate. Cool, so this ran, outputs a metric butt ton. I clearly have messed up the wiring because it left. Let me quickly grab it and fix it, hopefully. I don't know what I did wrong there. I'm guessing it's the output. I mean, it had to have been the output. So it ran through the system here. It went through there. Did it run this at all? It must have. Okay, no, I see. It went through here, it saw that we didn't have enough metal, and then immediately looped itself. So that is kind of an issue. Oh, you're looking at the wrong thing. I'm being profoundly silly. There we go. It would have worked maybe fine. Cool. So now it's getting the correct thing, and it's going, you know what? We have plenty of stuff, and we need a bunch of this stuff, so let's make a bunch of fuel cells. Holy guacamole, we actually kind of eat through fuel cells now. I know we doubled it up, but damn. All right, so let's move on to the next thing. We have slugged cells now, which is interesting. It looks like the appeal is you produce way more cells, so it's one of those time-saving things for the cube, so we'll probably want to upgrade to that, but we have to make radioactive sludge first. How do we make sludge? I don't really remember. We'll figure it out, though. Sludge. There we go. It's the Covarex process. It's the redemption one. So this takes a boatload of 234 and 238. 238 is abundant. 234 is becoming abundant, so hopefully that'll be fine. Assuming that it's evenly distributed, there is a high probability of ending up with less 234 than you started. It does output a few 235 and some sludge. I mean, it should be fine. We produce a boatload of 234 now to my memory, right? Yeah, we have so much 234. It's really the 235 that's being used up abundantly, so probably want to fix that up even more now, even though I've done this process. I think it was still fine to do with the other stuff we did, but let's go ahead and move over to the other one so we have access to the sludge, because we want to use the sludge for slugged uranium fuel, which will make it so that the cube produces 4 times as much per crafting action. So instead I need to go through 40 times, like 10 times would be very big. See, there we go. Starting to back up finally though. So everything's looking good on our power. It should be just fine. I'm not going to turn on the full thing quite yet, but it's working, which is better than we were rocking with before. That's for gosh darn sure. So let's look at the few steps for that. So we have slugged uranium fuel cells and then reprocessing that we want to do. So I guess we'll have one more of these even. I think this one's slugged, although the slugged one, we'll probably just repurpose the default one for slugged. This one's easy enough. This is just like toss it in there. I mean, run it through and forget it. I'm guessing it's gonna be very slow. It's slowish. It's actually not bad. 238 and 234 are what we output here. This is our 238 belt. Our 234 one's over there. So simply put, we can just kind of stick them wherever they need to be. Whoops, that's the wrong one. There we go. Boop, boop. I guess where they need to be, not where they not need to be not do go. Go where must go and not go. You get it. You totally get it. 2, 3, 4 will go out this side, and we'll have 2, 3, 8 go out this side. Perfect. So there's our 2, 3, 8 puller. And that way we're not going to back up on these fuel cells because they're, from what I can tell, completely useless. So we may as well do something with them. The easiest way is to get it onto that belt there. So what we're actually going to do is just put them, honestly, forget this whole plan. One belt is, or one inserter is definitely the plan here. No filter, and just send it through here. And then we'll have it so that it just kind of goes on the sorting belt. Much simpler than anything else. Very on the nose. We already have the sorting available to us, so we may as well take advantage of it. No reason not to. There you go. So it'll go through, immediately go on here, go through the sorting belt, and then go into their requisite boxes. Boom. Now we can also start burning through our excess 2, 3, 4, which is surprisingly the most abundant thing we have. As it appears, we're using up a good chunk of 2, 3, 8s in our Covarex process. We're starting to kind of go negative on them. Thankfully, we can process more of them. But in the meantime, we should be very careful to not overstep our boundaries on it. Cool. So this is going to process these. Thankfully, we've already emptied the chest out slowly but surely over time. Certainly process them quicker than we consume them. So that's a positive. I've noticed you're inside of there. Why are you inside of there? Are you running? You don't appear to be. There's something empty here, and that's so harrowing. What could that have possibly been? Was that sulfur? Did I break a sulfur line or something? It's not wood. It's not sand. What's the third thing for tar? Let me see. I lost track of where it is. There it is. That's the coal. Have we stopped processing coal? Oh, nuts. That's actually like really bad. Maybe you're full of coal right now, an abundance of coal. Hell yeah, drop off all the coal. All right, so we're cooked. It's not that bad. We have a good buffer of it right now. I wonder what happened to our coal. I'm guessing we just don't process enough of this because our coal comes from this stuff here. Perhaps the cube just hadn't had a chance to go down. No, we're sitting on a boatload of it. We just have an extreme excess of the deep core earth powder. We clearly need to do something with because we're not getting any coal out of it, which is a problem. We did get the ability to put it in a furnace. Maybe that's the first thing we should be logically looking at. Just to burn through excess. I mean, they're easy enough to make. Let's make a few mystery furnaces, I suppose. For now, we will have to change this recipe over to the old one, which is very unfortunate because this recipe is very, very slow. Oh no, what have I done? Hey Fabian, good to see ya. Welcome, welcome. Ah, heck, that coal problem's gonna be a real problem. I feel like we learned a way to get more coal, but I don't remember. Either way, this is a solution, not an eloquent solution, but a solution. And sometimes you just need a solution, not an eloquent solution to get by, you know? I will put the coal back in this box over here. As well as the stuff in their box as best I can. Deep core powder can be... I guess we're creating excess of it by doing the mineral water distillation. I think we're doing that at least. I don't quite remember if we are. I think we are. I guess I can make more deep core solution, but I don't remember what deep solution is even used for. Probably one of the science packs if I were to guess. Let me think. Wonder if I put a pump on this if it'll empty sooner. I mean, it still makes 16k, which isn't bad, but it's still a lot worse than before. It's really just that stupid deep core powder because we're not processing. Always a problem with Ultra Cube. Always a problem. Really keeps you on your toes. What type of uranium is this? 234. Let's put the 234 over there. Oh yeah, there's plenty of metal here to keep it going. So this process should be fine now. I set up this. Oh, right. I want to change it over to slugged, but maybe that should go on hold for now. Because slugged's going to take a few steps, right? We have to do the slugged uranium fuel cells plus producing the sludge, which is through Covarex, which is probably through a chem plant. Oh no, it's probably through a centrifuge, actually. That makes more sense. I lied, it's not. It did make sense to me, though. How the heck do you do it? I must have missed it in the other one. Kovarex Redemption. It's in an ultra dense furnace. Ah, okay. So that's kind of the annoying part. You're going to need to bring the cube around. It produces 2.4k radioactive sludge. How much sludge is used in each recipe? 1.2k. So you run the cube through the furnace once, and then it produces 80 fuel cells over 4 seconds. It's probably still more time efficient. It's definitely more time efficient. Probably. It's going to be close, though. Interesting. I would have expected it to do more. Cube, 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 cube. Very true, Flip. Very nice to see ya. Truly cube on this qubit day. Okay, let's go figure out what to do with that core powder. I really wish the Factorio video one was on. I swear, like, every single stream I've complained about this before. I live and die by the Factorio PDF, so I'm going to try to, like, remember things this rough. I'm going to change this to sludge eventually, because I didn't fully fix it, but it should be fixed enough for now. Improve the sulfuric acid. I remember the acid was used for one of the sciences, so we should probably start doing research to burn through some of our resources as well. Inserter capacity bonus for the default ones and the extremely long-handed filter inserter. Holy guacamole. Phantom seance extraction. It will give us cerebral substrate out. Peculiar. Clearly that's one of the recipes when it's like tiny and consumed, but it takes euphoria, which is also used for making it bigger. So strange. Never set up sludge processing. It looks questionable right now, being that you only get 2 activations per furnace, but maybe it's not so bad. What is an energy bulk frame? It's just a very, very thick accumulator. A profoundly thick accumulator. I should probably think about accumulators too. I don't know if it matters too much at the moment though. Let's do worker robot speed. We got all the sciences set up, as well as mining productivity to hopefully extend the life of those mines out a little bit. Right, oh, quantum analysis looks like the biggest nightmare of all time. What could these mean? Analyze qubits in pairs to produce research data. The requiring pairing of output qubits type is selected uniformly at random. What does that even mean? Okay, I can probably put it together now. If you put 2 things in a machine that match, right? Then it goes sweet, and then it produces something. And then as soon as you get the 2 that match, it changes it arbitrarily to something else. So it seems that the puzzle, assuming that these are the total... Being that it takes a shell for this one, that's probably not part of it. Now these are just crafted betwixt themselves. I assume that these are the 6 we have out, because we have top, bottom, charm, strange, up, and down. And if we put in the 2 incorrect ones, it just puts out a shell. If we put in the correct ones, it gives us quantum calibration data. So we're going to need to figure out... It's fun, trust me. One of the scariest things I've read. We're going to have to figure out how to successfully suss out what the correct input is every time. But how would we do that? I mean, all right, it depends on what's allowed to be inserted. So unfortunately, it says any 2 qubits can output something bad. So it looks like we are going to have to like actually figure out a way for the inserters to only function when the recipe is appropriate. I suppose if there's a way to read a recipe, it wouldn't be so bad, because then we can have it so that the belt itself is just kind of a sushi belt that holds like a chunk of each of them on there. Trial and error? But if it changes every time, you have to trial and error every time? That's crazy. Okay, let me make a few of those furnaces. I want to try out the mystery furnaces. Genuinely though, that sounds like I haven't even the fuzziest idea how I'd start. I mean, we'll figure it out, or we won't, but we probably will. Okay, so our mystery furnace, I assume it takes fuel of those cells, right? But we're making those cells somewhere. Yeah, haunted energy cell. think we're making them over here, so I'm gonna try and just yoink some of them because I kind of want to see what it outputs from here, or if it just consumes them. If it just consumes them, it'll be fine. I thought when this started like flashing that like everything turned off, but I still get nervous when the cubes turn into 64th versions of themselves. But they're doing fine. So where are our haunted energy cells? Ah, right. I forgot this setup I did down here. There's an empty energy cell maker here. That's part of the mystery for sure. Okay, so you're not getting any sophisticated matter units. Why not? Where doth the sophisticated matter units be? I hope I broke them. I don't think I did, but I hope I broke them. Because there appears to be literally none. Following the line of disappointment back to where the matter units are. Oh, what a fun journey. A journey of spaghetti and other delicious Italian foods. Okay, so we should have gelatinous tar as the thing. So I broke a thing, a very load-bearing thing, many moons ago, and it was never repaired. And that's why we're out of it, which I mean is kind of bittersweet because I was kind of like, sweet, we're not like super struggling on gelatinous tar in spite of our recipe changing, but it turns out we are struggling. I just didn't know we were struggling yet. Okay, this is clearly the gelatinous tar line. Ah, I see. I don't see actually. I do see. I see. It took me a little bit to get there emotionally, but I do in fact see. That should fix it then. How are the cubes doing? I guess we can see them on cube cam. I just want to scroll over anyways. Looks like they're basically all reforming, so this setup does work, which is truly a testament, but I feel like we don't make enough. I know it takes a while to swing around, but I feel like last time we had like basically nothing going through. Oh, did we set up a contingency for it to run again? I think we totally did. Maybe we did. I can't tell. Oh, we totally did. It'd be nicer if we could set up a little bit closer though, huh? I guess it's just the nature of the off-put being here and the load being up here. Alright, well that's something at least. These are running again now with the fuel. We're probably going to be ripping through our gelatinous tar. It's tough to look at production charts per minute because they're not like really telling the whole story. We can look at our consumption of like gelatinous tar. Can you look at fluids? They're probably their own tab. Yeah, they are. Oh my god, we eat so much gelatinous tar. That is a straight up disturbing amount of gelatinous tar per minute. Hate that for me. That's okay. That's fine. To be fair, this was like completely behind for a very long time, so it's got to fix up now. And why are these belts so scrungle-bunked? Ah, okay, because they're not feeding from here anymore. They're just getting the excess. That's fine. The whole base has been kind of slugged for a little bit because of what I did. So let's go back down here and see what we can fix up. Right, improved sulfuric acid was on the list. Maybe I do that. Oh, I wanted to actually test out the thing first. Can we get a few of the batteries really quick? We sure can. They're making them. Because if we can fix that, our tar is going to get better, which is really important. But also, we don't make these super quickly, so I think we need to improve a lot of our back-end production when it comes to matter unit storage and distribution. Okay, so be careful because it will actually consume them. We will put this over here. What do you make? Okay, that making coal is actually like my favorite thing. I don't know of all time because it means I really, really want to do it because this is my exact solution to coal. This is why they didn't put the Factorio PD in. They really, 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 really want you to experiment and find out, but this is actually really good intel. Being able to set this up so that it'll produce coal, which is a very important resource for us, with deep core powder, which is an extremely unimportant resource for us. It's going to be very nice. I mean, it's an important resource, but we currently have too much of it, and the excess of deep core powder is what's causing us to have so many problems. So it's still important. Don't get me wrong to say that deep core powder is not important, but we have so much of it and not so much of coal. But the issue becomes our haunted energy cell production. Did I actually set up automation for those? I did. Sweet. So I'm going to just grab requester chest and we're going to hopefully get our our modules set up because I had not done that before. What do you need? You need spectralite. Probably don't have any spectralite in boxes really. I mean, I might have some excess, but we probably need to set that up. Let's ask for 200 spectralite in there. You need something easy. It's like the engine units or something. I say easy, but the advanced engine units, or motor units, excuse me, have been kind of the bane of my existence for a while. And what do you need? Right, the deep core powder. I mean, that's a good way to rip through deep core powder if nothing else. Alright, cool. So I do need to put spectralite in a box somewhere. It should just be down here anyway, so we can get some. Spectralite schmeltery is over here, so we will just go here and we'll put some in a box. I should probably make a condition where it only takes under certain conditions, but it'll be good to have those efficiency modules anyways if we want to cut back on power consumption. Some of the bigger buildings are really gnarly on it, but I feel like most of them can't take it. Maybe that's just bias though. No, I guess this one can. I probably should have set those in there because it consumes like 50 megawatts per activation. Are the cubes cubing successfully? I feel like they're kind of slow today. They are kind of slow today, but they are cubing successfully. We should set up blue loaders as well. I'm gonna make one more, Noah. Blue, is this work? Blue loader? Oh, okay, I can just put it wherever, cool. Heck, I didn't successfully put it down. Blue loader. Blue loader. Why is it that when I left click it breaks? Do I need to put it on something? How does one... All right, you know, that's fine. I'll just do that. No biggie. That's easy. I want to make blue loaders, which is, I believe, made from the spectralite that we process here, so that'll be a big positive. Now, we're facing an unfortunate situation, which I kind of thought we would at one point, of this setup sucks. It doesn't really suck per se, but look at how many times we need to run through to satisfy how many crystals I want to back up. It is so many crystals that we consume. It has to go through this whole process every time. And then when it starts unloading here, it takes a while to actually unload, which is not ideal. Would be better if we had more of this. I'd honestly like to turn it into a 8x8, having 16 of them. Hey Del, good to see ya. I think having 8 of them 8x8 instead of 2x2 or maybe 4x4 would be sufficient. Nah, 8x8 would be better probably. I mean, that's overkill though. 4x4 is already 16, so it's only 4 activations each, and then have them successfully offload on their own belts would be a lot better. Because currently, like, you know, the cube spends genuinely like 5 minutes here, which is a pretty significant amount of time. Granted, our metal is fine, but here's everything else is quite struggling, as it were. So I'll make a note for that as well. This is the only time I've like ever played Factorio and set pins and stuff. Improve crystallization. I don't know if that's how you spell that. I don't want to commit to it and have someone hit me with the grammar mistake. So I'm going to say improve spectralite. That one's easy enough. So blue light is improve spectralite. Metal priority. I don't know exactly what I want to do for metal priority here. I have an empty decider combinator at the front of them. I'm guessing it's broken. I should have fixed it last time. It's reading these boxes now, which is good. That's what I was thinking I would have done before. It's saying there's under 20k in those boxes and there's plenty of rare earth metals so it can run. Oh, you know what we should try to actually smelt to? We should experiment around for a little bit. If I can get a few more of these, but of course it's going to be a little bit unfortunate. Please eat. There we go. There's some there. I'm going to go take some of these haunted energy cells and I'm going to go take them over to Go smelt the enriched rare earth metals specifically, because if that can also be processed into something, the rare ones, not the processed ones, but if those can be turned into something, that could also help. But again, it's just a big demand for the cube being in spectral and the more kind of stuff we look at. So we don't want to go too crazy on it. I'm quite surprised one of these boxes filled up and the other one didn't. Where is my furnace? There it is. Mystery furnace. It turns them into raw earth metals. I think that I mean, that does kind of track, but that ratio is like great on the nose, isn't it? Turns two of them into one, or just occasionally turns into one. If it turns them into one, then it cuts the materials in half, which is fine, but surely that's not the solution. I feel like just more storage would even be better than that. I do like the idea of using the deep core powder and turning it into more coal. Oh, we can improve the storage over here as well. What is this asking for the deep solution? Let's make this higher just so it burns through more of them. Yeah, that should be fine sitting at 20k probably. Okay, let me bounce over to the sulfuric acid because I feel like that's one of the easiest things I could do. I also want to look at the recipe for those blue loaders and see exactly what they are. Oh, we don't have them yet. Whoops, I guess we'll queue that one up. 100 Ghostfire, easy enough. Advanced engine units, easy enough. Circuits, express transport belts, fast load, very, very easy recipe. We should probably set up automation for normal loaders, then do that. And then I think if we upgrade most of the base with the fast ones, it'll be a lot better. Or the express ones, I should say. It's 1,000 spectral processors at 45 hours in. I am like super daunted by whatever the heck this quantum analysis thing is. That seems really, really complex. Up until now, I feel like I've been able to deal with a lot of the problems that have come forth, but that one scares me, I'll be honest. That one really puts the fear in old Miko. Gonna move a few Sherman tanks down here. I guess create a few Sherman tanks down here so that we can store some of our sulfuric acid a little bit further away in case I decide to double up on the creation of it, which I have considered doing, or at least improve it a little bit. Granted, space is a little bit tight. I remember setting this up because we needed more of it for something. I don't remember what the something was though. But first things first, I want to pump out all the sulfuric acid from here. I'm going to disconnect these pipes briefly just so we can move the storage tanks a little further down. We have a little bit more freedom with this area here. We can always drag these crafters down here or make another set of them behind, which I think we might do. I think we'll double up on it and see if we can get the ore down here. Almost empty. A little bit more. Then we'll get rid of it and remake it. We got to be careful to reconnect pipes, which is always our weakness though, so do be careful. Okay, one going horizontally each direction, and then the vertical should just be over here. Come on, a little bit more. I don't want to waste the rest of it. I know it's only like 20 sulfuric acid, but like, still sulfuric acid. I can be patient. Okay, we'll double this up. Question is, what do I want to do with it? I'm kind of thinking just moving this roboport a little bit, but the roboports are so full of bots every time. I think I made too many bots, which is truly surprising to me that that's even like a possibility. I guess it's not too many bots. We just don't have bots doing much. I'm not someone who really relies on bots. No, don't bring me them to do much in the factory. I mean, they do some stuff, but not nearly that much. You know what? Let's remake the whole thing. Heck, my inventory is so full of garbage still. It's really not that much garbage. Oh, I forgot about the large plastic text plates. We should be doing those too. This weirdly works in a strange way. Except for this pipe specifically, which is very unfortunate. I should be able to swap these around instead, and hopefully it'll be fine. I'm spacing them like this in spite of the fact I'm going to use a substation just because it feels easier in my mind. Perhaps it's not. It looks like it at least works. So I'm going to use one of those modded pipes, the elbow pipes, to yoink this out of here, and then we should be good to go. So we'll just connect it, whoops, like this, and then get rid of the pump, have it come over to, we'll do here, and then it goes over here. Okay, the pipes are getting a little bit less eloquent as time goes on, but it still should be like fine. I do need to set up the water for the other ones as well. In this case, it should be pretty simple. No stress, empty head, good vibes. Certainly my favorite thing to do when playing Factorio is deal with fluids. As everyone knows, I make it very evident and don't complain about fluids in the slightest, so this is great. Either way, this is doubled up in the space that was available to us there. I can always throw some speed modules in there too if it turns out that we do need more of them. I didn't actually plug it in yet. There we go. So now we'll be able to store up these tanks and everything, and hopefully that'll be a better storage system for what we have, and we've doubled what we were producing. So fingers crossed that it'll be fine. I feel like it will be. Are these sufficient to actually keep this running? These produce 5 per second. These consume 2 per second. You're not set up properly, are you? You're not, but that's okay. We'll fix ya. I knew it looked off. I couldn't figure out why. I think one of the acid plates still missing water. The undergrounds don't line up. You're absolutely correct. Yeah, no, we're same wavelength. I looked at it and I was like, this should be symmetrical, shouldn't it? But then I thought maybe it was plugging in there initially. Okay, so good enough. This is improved. If it becomes a problem, we'll do more of it. I guess I'll call for prod mods, which will slow them down a little bit. Whoops, what does this button do? What is reset remote view position? Does it go to the center of the map where you spawn in? Weird. I don't think I've ever clicked that button in my 700 something hours of Factorio. So I'm going to call for some prod mods over to here. And that'll temper them a little bit. It's still going to be a little bit behind, but should be fine enough. I could speed those as well, but I'm not sweating it right now. Kind of just noticed that Cube Cam has the cube chilling in Cube Land, which is kind of bars, admittedly. But what is going on over there? Why have they not returned? I thought that that system was like kind of flawless. I mean, flawless is a weird word. I do see that they're over here, but they're not getting cleaned. What is going on? Oh, we backed up on Besselheim flasks. Really? I didn't expect that to be something that would happen. Oh, this broke at some point, huh? I'm gonna just manually pick some up for now. I know this isn't a great solution, but I need to set this up a little differently because it's looking at only one belt. It needs to be looking at this one. There we go. It was checking to see if this one specifically was empty. It really needs to check for both. It should be self-sufficient now. Checking for this one was to ensure that the output of these ones over here would be fine, but I didn't check for the second one, so these were not able to take their priority insertion over there. But now they should be good. Simple fix. It was just one thing I forgot to set up. So Cube is now on its way. Rockin'. We have a crazy amount of ectoplasm, which is good. I feel like we never have enough ghost crystal, though. Ghost crystal is processed and eaten very, very quickly. To an extraordinary degree. So the issue becomes, these on their own, oh my god, you're running through there again. Fine, whatever. These consume 0.25 of the sophisticated matter units per second. I believe each machine makes 0.5 per second. So I'm going to need a whole separate stack of those, or at least like much more priority on these. The issue is that this is so high in the line that it drains out, and the cube doesn't go back up there for a while. I could make a dedicated setup. I mean, they're really easy to make. They're very, very simple to make. It's just gelatinous tar and matter units, so it's easy to make it down the line. If we're going to have a furnace set up deliberately intentional for processing these, we're going to need to figure that out. End of the day, I'm thinking our solution might be to copy paste the U-Matter setup. The positive of it is we end up with a lot more kind of buffered on the belts in the system, I guess. Might be better to just make more storage boxes too. I wish there was a way that I could figure out to have it go like, do this specific thing like 5 times. Like every 6th time this inserter activates, don't, or like send it a different, I guess not send a different path, but if I could have it so like these would cycle, like this would be like, all right, go back through the system exactly 5 times, and then after the 5th time, leave the system. I'm sure there's some way to figure it out, but my little peanut brain doesn't know. But it would be so helpful to learn at some point. Okay, so you're running back through there. We'd improve spectrally. I'm thinking the best bet is to just have more of these. Can I module these at all? I guess efficiency and speed. Speed would like, oh, that would eat a lot of power. Let me try to manually make some of those loaders. I think that would be a nice start. I guess we can't technically do it yet because we need the express loaders. Should probably also improve our lab setup because clearly it's not quite good enough right now. We have a bunch of science available. Granted, we're about to run out of it. So maybe it's fine for now. Oh, but productivity on the labs does go crazy. Oh, that must mean that the requester chest did fine. Oops, forgot to actually plug that one in, but other than that, it looks like it's doing fine. We appear to not have deep core powder in a box, so I mean, that's a nice thing to start at. It's a shame that there's not like a requester version of this or a storage version of that. That's no big deal. We'll put it over here for now because it'll drop from the source, and hopefully that'll help rip through some more of it. I really just want to waste deep core powder. It's kind of my vibe right now. Generally, I don't want to waste things in Factorio, but deep core powder and me are on a run. I was gonna say we're on thin ice, but I don't know if that's a good way to put it. It's just so abundant, which sucks because I need everything else from the crystals, but not the deep core powder. Okay, so I think another issue is, and we're going to check the production chart for this one. We produce less ghost crystal than we consume, so I think that while running science, this literally like never leaves. Which is a problem on a few levels, I guess. First thought is like, maybe we're overproducing science, but I don't feel that we are. I feel like we're quite far behind on science, in fact. Could be that we didn't have any for a while, so it's buffering. I mean, it's really easy to make ghost crystal. If nothing else, ghost crystal is effectively a free resource. But this is taking a long time to get through, so clearly we need to improve this. We don't have a ton of space to do it here, which is really unfortunate. I was thinking 4 would be good. Then again, maybe just these loaders being better will be sufficient, because it's cutting the speed from 45 to 30, which is pretty significant. Hopefully express loaders pops out pretty quick. Looks like it'll take about 18 minutes at the current rate. It's ramping up a little bit, so cool. It'll be probably like 10 minutes. I think that's what we'll do, is just try to replace it with blue loaders and hope that that fixes it. I also want to set up automation for loaders, so let's see if we can get that mauled up pretty soon. Honestly, it might just be a requester chest kind of situation and just set it up in the mall and forget about it, right? Now that I have requester chest, I think most of our mall building is going to be boiling down to requester chest. It just seems like the most logical thing for us to do. The only thing is we have to make sure that these are actually available in boxes somewhere, which I think most things are. Let's go check our logistics system. 2000 electronic circuits looks good. That was the one I was mostly concerned about. I guess transport belts too. Those might not be in a box anymore. They sure don't appear to be, so we're going to go ahead and put those in a box as well. Give the bot something to do. We have a pretty ridiculous amount of them. I guess ridiculous is a bit crazy, but 9,000 logistics bots and 4,500 construction bots for a base this size should be fine for them to be able to do some bot mauling. Cool, so we're now automating loaders, and I think we'll skip straight to the fancy schmancy loaders. What else do those need? It is ghost wire, advanced engine units, advanced circuits, express transport belt, and fast loader. So it's pretty simple. We just need some ghost wire, and thankfully ghost wire is pretty heckin' abundant. I think what I'll do is something like this. I guess that doesn't technically work, but this will be fine. It'll pull from both sides and then store a bunch of it in here. Granted, ghost wire stacks, I want to say to 100, maybe it stacks to 200. It stacks to 200, so there's not many loaders worth of ghost wire here. I'm surprised the left side is always running, but the right side isn't. Why is that? Oh, it's just because it backed up? Wait a minute. Uh-oh. It's because that side's never been running. Heck. I hate that for me. That's really unfortunate. That explains why this side is always stressed and why our ghost wire... I mean, the ghost wire itself is fine, but why our processor's never backed up. Because I overbuilt the processors kind of deliberately. Okay, that's better. We will need a roboport down here. So we'll stick one right in the middle. Never mind, it doesn't fit. That over there is just fine. Okay, so that's going to make it so we can get all the things required for blue loaders. I'm sure we have red circuits in a box, right? Heck yeah, we do. Not a crazy amount of them. We also don't need a crazy amount of loaders at any given moment. Cool, so that'll bot maul itself. I'll also put one of these over here. Okay, Cube, I need you to, like, pull yourself together and go around this time. Why are they all sitting on a belt over there? I really thought I'd fix this setup to be a lot better. I guess fix is a strong word. It's backed up on flasks again? I guess we're not producing any euphoria. Out of consciousness because you weren't able to swing around for a while. Is that what it is? The substrate. Okay, cool. Cool. I see. So that's another condition we should just check for. I think that might be the eloquent solution. It's not doing anything wrong right now. It's just been in this loop for so long. So let's do a substrate check to make sure that, or I guess a substrate check is weird because it's not technically necessary for this process. I guess I could check to make sure there's not too many flasks, but that'd be a dumb reason to not come down here. Yeah, but it's just going to keep repeating right now. All right, for now, I'm going to just send it back through the base because the base desperately needs the cube. Because, like, the conditions I set are, you know, accurate for what I wanted at the time, which is I want it to produce a bunch of things before it leaves. Like, that makes complete sense to me. But we just eat it so fast that it's not actually, like, worth it, kind of. I mean, it's worth it, probably. Like, look at this. It has a crazy amount of ghost crystal consumption. Plus, when it gets stuck down there, maybe it'll just be fine once we actually get, like, things going. Okay, yeah, it goes right up to the substrate because we are clearly very, very out of substrate. What does substrate run with? Is it able to run on its own without any trouble? Yeah, we have a bunch of gel. Cool. So that should be fine now. I'm really hoping this just kind of fixes itself, but we might just need another condition I haven't figured out yet. I don't think it's that unlikely that there's just some simple solution that we haven't gleaned yet. But, you know, well, we'll stew on it for a little bit. So blue loaders are basically done. I do think we're running out of science, but it boils down to the science being really reliant on... I mean, matter units are really the basis of everything. So once we have the matter units going, it should be looking a lot better. But what am I going to do about them? Let's brainstorm for a minute. It's always been kind of a thorn in my side, but a lot of it boils down to the cube gets stuck somewhere. Something I'm kind of considering now that we've built farther outwards, like let's think about this really pragmatically here for a moment. We have our setup over here. We have our furnace stack over here. So we have two things on the outer edge over here. We have the gelatinous tower, which is kind of on the outer edge out there. We have this system. So currently a lot of our like major cube stops are on the outer side. I'm beginning to play with the idea of getting rid of the cube line, so to speak. There are some conditions though, like this being set up over here means that being on the cube belt could be important, but maybe I'll make the cube belt more centralized and just do this central area, because when it goes over here, I guess it technically does this too. I almost want to strip the whole base and make a new one. The belt time is really starting to add up. Like, I didn't think it was that bad before, but I do think it's that bad now. On the other hand, we can at least improve the belts. I believe they're pretty easy to make ultra fast transport belts. We should probably change that up in the meantime. It's going to be our 60 item per second one. Do I need to assemble the space to make a new one? It's true, and we could just copy a lot of the things. Because, like, think about it. If we're much closer to, like, the deep core ultra drill and stuff, too, it would be really convenient. There's two of them over here. What do you need? You need resplendent plates, which I'm sure I make somewhere, express transport belts, and lubricant. Very similar to the express belts themselves. I think those also need lubricant. They do. So let us go ahead and yoink some of that lubricant. I don't know where I want to put this. I guess I'll just put them over here. Express splitters take spectral processors, which is still not that bad. The more of these things I set up, though, the more things we're eating over time, material-wise, so... Bittersweet, bittersweet. But maybe it's a good thing. Maybe using these resplendent plates is good, because these take deep core, and that'll make it so that we need to consume more deep core. I'm seeing it all as a positive for now. Best way to look at things, because if not, I'll just be stressed out by Ultra Cube. And we don't want to be stressed out by Ultra Cube. Ultra Cube is like a vacation for the brain. Assuming that you're like really okay with Ultra Cube breaking your spirit a little bit from time to time. And if you are down with that, then great. I'm being a little bit dramatic. It's not breaking my spirit per se. Maybe saying breaking my spirit is a lot dramatic, actually. I'm having fun with Ultra Cube. That's the important thing. But gosh, if it's not like, here you go, you need to figure out like the most confusing thing ever. We're going to call it quantum something, which makes it even more scary somehow. Can I make this go over there? I totes can. Awesome. Very, very nice. Let us set up the lubricant over here. And again, I think I'm going to just like do what I was saying before. It's just going to be requesters for setting up things in the mall from now on. It's going to be a lot less belts, and we kind of like, I don't want to say we earned it, but it's nice to have requester chests. Usually they're a big pain to get. Let us put down a substation over here. And then we'll accumulate these passively. I do think these will be a lot slower than normal, but we can always do the original design we had where we just want the cube belt to be quicker before anything else. Whoops, should probably actually finish plugging in the lubricant as well, huh? Could be an idea. Well, everything can still pull. Should be the lubricant going through now. And there we go. Ultra fast transport belts. Shame we can't productivity module them. Oh, it produces 4, which is nice. I guess it's 4 to 4, so it makes sense. It's not like you're getting extra out of it or something like that. Ironically, it's executed by the inserter being a little bit slow. I don't mind it too much, though. But, like, look, this specific scenario here, it's sitting in this one right here simply because the ore coming out of this box is too slow. That simple. All right, we don't have the loader research done yet. Wait, what? There are normal loaders as well? I don't think that's true, is it? It's not. It's so bizarre. I guess we don't have normal belts either, do we? We just started with red belts. I'm kind of grateful for that. And by kinda, I mean extremely grateful. Because, holy goodness. Alright, so we're slowly starting to process out these new belts and whatnot. I don't think I put spectral processors in a box, did I? No, I totally did. Right? I feel like I remember doing it, like, over here. That's going to be a solid no, I did not. So let's do that really quick. We'll use a filter. We'll call this spectral processors, and then that should be easy to just kind of set and forget. But like, there's situations like now where I would love to just have it so there's like an extreme request, you know, like a request priority where it goes, you know what, we are completely out of matter units. That does need to be fixed right now. Which I guess train interrupts would be the most like simple way from my understanding of trains to make it function. Heck, why did we run out of science? Because of the new science packs need the cube really badly. Cool. We'll finish up the rest of that blue loader thing later. We'll leave it as a note, even though it's on the wrong spot technically, but I'm gonna go rescue the cube if I can. So we clearly have like an okay amount of metal. I mean, it's not great, and I think it's gonna back up again sooner than later. But I would really like it if the cube started doing the matter replication like right now. I accidentally put it in the wrong one to begin. I was thinking that was the first one. It's fine. I end up using the priority of train stops and enabling, disabling when they need the cube. That's what I'm like thinking is a good idea. The one thing that always gets me is just how obnoxious it's going to be to restructure the base if I commit to that. I mean, inherently it's not so bad, right? It becomes the cube no longer goes on a belt anymore. That's like the name of the game. And you can have a double-sided train with the cube loading into the thing and just slides down here, unloads, goes in here, goes back up, boom, goes somewhere else. Should be dramatically quicker than belts. I don't want to railroad you into playing the same way I did, though. I do like that, and I appreciate the sentiment, but it's fine. I appreciate the advice, because I'm gonna be honest with you, Ultra Cube kind of make my brain hurt a little bit. There we go, that's better. You matter for the record. Okay, cool. So now we're getting a bunch of matter coming through, which should enable this to run again, but we're out of gelatinous tar, because of course we're out of gelatinous tar. I think it's time to restructure the whole base. I was really like optimistic that I'd be able to keep this running for a while, but we need to face the music eventually, and I think the music is currently playing pretty loudly, unfortunately. I can't be running around just to micro the cube. I mean, granted, there's a lot of small things to fix right now. One of which is that we don't use enough deep core powder. I was really hoping that if we just like have it all running at once, then we'll produce enough deep core powder where it just kind of, we'll use it, we'll produce it, more coal will come out, so it'll just kind of work, you know? It's probably better-ish now that it's not stuck in that loop, but it's just going to go back in that loop forever. I guess not literally forever, but basically forever. Figuratively forever. But at least we have some matter units going to the base. We should get some more science done. There's not that many places the cube actually needs to be. That's what I need to convince myself. In the current cube structure, it's just like a circle that goes around here, I guess an oval, and then opts to go down here for the train itself. We'll go around here and then like go up here. So it's like kind of a big circle already. So it's not going to be that bad, probably. I mean, it's certainly not going to be that bad. It's going to be much, much, much quicker. The question is, how much do I want to take apart? Because there's things like this in the middle of the base, which probably want to be moved to the outer edge of it, which should not be bad to do. Currently, the reason this is over here is just because it's feeding downwind here. So I can just move things like this towards like even right up here and just have a train line go around the edge of the base for now. Could also have it go through the center, which would save a little more time, but I think the time save there would be minuscule and that would take a lot of like ripping up stuff, which I don't really want to do. Also, I think the coal train is funky, right? Maybe not. I thought the coal train was running on its own. You do have an inactivity. Why is your... okay, you're just not leaving because you're getting a little bit of coal. Honestly, fine, just fill up. You have a 30 seconds of inactivity, that's fine. Could be worse, could be better. I'm not going to complain about it. At least we're getting coal. Like, that's something. It's better than nothing. Okay, so grand plans. I want to start producing dramatically more of those, whatever they're called, the phantom batteries. There was another building, too, that consumed phantom batteries, but I think the function of it was power, if I remember correctly. Stygian Energy Lab, being that it's with all the other stuff, it's called an Energy Lab. I assume... Yeah, it says drive turbines with wind from beyond the void. Does that mean backup turbines, specifically, or... Oh, it's probably heavy turbines, actually. So this is an alternative option to nuclear. Which is fine. I just don't get exactly what it does. Ah, okay. Oh yes, it makes void wind. Of course it makes void wind. That was silly of me to assume otherwise, as well as tendrils. See, the issue seems to be the more things we do with like messing with the occult, right? We get a bunch of tendrils, which is unfortunate. I don't think I've ever seen a heat capacity on something before. Very peculiar. So you can use void wind to power turbines instead of steam, I assume, based on the temperatures. Huh. Maybe I would have considered that before. Maybe I could still consider it. Either way, I think it's time for us to restructure a lot of stuff. I think the best way to approach it is probably a sweeping from the top and then make our way down. Alternatively... I never fix whatever this middle priority thing is. It's not going to matter anymore. Alternatively, I could start moving just the things from the center out towards the edge. This mod offers a few options for generating power. It's up to you to which one you use. That's very cool. I really love that they do that. I kind of like the idea of trying to deal with tendrils too, but we already have to deal with a bunch of them. Speaking of, how are we processing them so far? Oh, we just haven't made that many. Oh, this is so sad. The haunted energy cells. Okay, all right. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start moving things that are in the center of the base out of the base. We're going to try to have everything basically, I know this is kind of anti-cube, but we're gonna want a big circle around the base that kind of encompasses a big circular train line where it can go and then branch off that. I mean, maybe it'll be a square. A square will be easier to branch off than a big circle, I suppose. Honestly, it should be about the same. Either way, we'll make a big shape and then the train will go and then follow along and go, okay, I need to go here and then branch off of it to its specific locale and then go back on that main line. Now the question remains, how big should we make the main line? Or should we just make it variable? I'm thinking we want to just do a big box to start because we can always like branch inwards and then it has like a structure for us to build out towards. Are elevated rails a thing in this? I feel like they are. I feel like someone said they were. Elevate rail. Okay, cool. Ramp rail, rail ramp, and then rail supports everything. They do take sophisticated matter units, but we certainly want to start setting up the production of these because that is the next natural evolution. It's going to be a really painful process. Like, not like super duper painful, but it's gonna not be the best for sure to get it going, but it's necessary and we must do it, so we must suck it up. Is there a way that I can take these and like spin it back up there? I guess we just use them quick anyways, it doesn't matter too much. You have been making gelatinous tar for so long, like a really disappointingly large amount of time. Like, I get it, but ugh, I missed the call. So much to think about, so much to think about. All right, let's take it step by step. First things first, I want to move this out of the center. When we move anything like this, we need to take into account, you know, what's connected to it. This machine particularly has 2 fluid inputs and 3 fluid outputs. So this is a fun one. This said, it'll be fine probably. We can leave like the tanks and stuff where they are. Maybe that'll even be simpler for our logic, but we need to keep in mind that we want the matter units and stuff to be able to feed pretty far away. So I'm going to pick this up and we're going to stick it up here for now. In the meantime, when we do stuff like this, we will be required to kind of retroactively fix things on the go, which is not my favorite thing to have to do, but it's also not that big of a deal. This one in particular requires the matter input. As well as the cube coming around at some point, but I just want to set it back here. Let's also line it up a little bit better. There we go. We can also have the luxury of doing something like this just to make it so that this feeds in. Because if this whole line feeds back to that storage tank down there, which I'm pretty sure it does, sure heckin' does, we don't need to worry about like connecting that. That's just connected. There are some conveniences. Even like this here is probably fine to just plug in here and call it a day, to be honest. Granted, we need an output and an input, but we'll move this out. This is step 1. Having it alongside this is good anyways, because what I was thinking about is if we copy this and then put another one like here, we can keep this like in the middle and then it could fuel it either way. I don't mind paving over the water to use it up. I try not to get rid of the first pond, but I don't think it's gonna be that important for us. We have a bunch of water. It's abundant. You are still making gelatinous tar. You're such a hardworking Ultra Cube. Can we speed this up? Honest to goodness. Yeah, we heckin' should. Speed module the living goodness out of this thing. I don't know what I was thinking. Speed 2s are like really easy to make. Oh, that's so annoying. Making speed 2s, or I assume 2 of any module, has a 15% chance of the improved one, a 45% chance of the one that you put in, a 25% chance of the thing that makes the one you put in, and a 15% chance of a burnt out one, which I'm guessing is useless, but maybe there's some use to it. Either way, for now, let's put 3 speed modules in there. It's not a crazy amount of speed up per each one, but it should be sizable enough to hopefully spend less time here. Oh my goodness, we've run out of wood. I guess it makes sense if you're making that much tar at once, but you should be about done. Thankfully, we still produce a good chunk of wood. Yeah, the speed module energy consumption doesn't really matter, does it? The cube has plenty to run the process. Cool. We'll have to consider more of these. I was thinking that speed modules on furnaces would actually be quite bad for us because of the cost, but the cube has plenty to run it in a single instance, so I guess it doesn't really matter in practice. All right, cool. So in the meantime too, I want to set up the automation for our rails and whatnot. I'm gonna just add them to our little mall over here. I think we have rails automated. We don't have rail ramps and rail supports. So rail ramp we'll say, and then rail support we'll say. Whoops, that is a rail signal, which you probably need too. Honestly, when I like picked up Ultra Cube, I was like, this is going to be a fun cube related experience. And it has been a fun cube related experience, but my goodness, it was dramatically more complex than I gave it credit for. Which is good, I guess. I mean, it's been interesting. It's been humbling, I guess, in a way. Not that I thought that I was like, you know, I didn't think I was like her or anything. I thought I was just like, I show up to the factory, I swipe my time card, I do my job, and I get out, you know? Okay, so you require sand, stone, brick, calcium, water. You need refined rare earth metals, stone, brick, calcium, concrete. Obviously, the concrete is right there. Calcium is also needed, which is good because I'm looking for a way to burn through more calcium. I think we make mineral water somewhere. I don't know what we use it for. That's somewhere around here, right? It distills excess mineral water. That's really rough that that's necessary for that. Because we certainly don't really have any. I need to change this. I'm going to set up a pump here. I put it on the wrong side, I think. I did put it on the wrong side. That's okay. These are empty now. We can move them. Even better, we'll just put a Sherman tank there. Actually, let's make the other tank. Just for the sake of it. I haven't made any of them yet. Mighty tank. Oh, this one's kind of cute, though. I like Mighty tank. It also probably fits a little nicer for us. So we'll put a pump here and we'll set the condition so that we're only outputting when necessary. We'll use it to, again, get rid of it, but I didn't realize it would actually have a use before. It makes sense that it would have a use, but Miko had not put that together at that exact time, that exact junction. So we'll set up a condition here and we'll just have it so this outputs. This goes to what, 50k? Great. Enable disable over 40k, we'll say. Mineral water, 40,000. It's greater, it turns on. If not, it does not. And that way we can now actually use that mineral water to make some refined concrete, which is going to be all the way over here. So hopefully we can bring it over without too much headache. This is necessary for our cube expansion, so it is not negotiable as something we must figure out how to solve. I guess technically we'd change our whole plan up, but that doesn't really sound like a good plan. Alright, so that's a good position for that to be. We can now bring it over here ever so slightly. I was really confident in that too. I'm glad it panned out. And then we can just plug in the mineral water over here and that looks pretty good. I mean, it could look better, but it's good enough for now, right? This makes 10 refined concrete every 8 seconds. It's fine. We're not going to be covering the base with it or nothing. Now, the remaining things, refined rare earth metals are an interesting one, as well as stone bricks. We don't have set up right now, but I think I'm going to just bring those in with a requester chest because I just can't help myself at this point. I become addicted to it. Okay, cool. So I'm going to get rid of that and that as request. We're going to put the refined rare earth metals. I guess we'll rip from this side because this side always seems to pull more. So we'll put some in a box over here. That'll be available for the concrete, which I have not lost because it is further down. There it is. And now we need stone bricks, but I think we have stone bricks in one already. I think our stone brick maker stores it over there. Why doth the cube stuck? Why doth? What the heck is a liquid symbol? Ah, okay, it's checking for heart. What the heck is heart? Why did I make these so complex? Clearly it shouldn't be there. There's not enough fluid to run it, so I don't know why I would have tried to run again. We actually ripped through substrate. Now it's funny because when we got the recipe for substrate, I was like, okay, well we make a bunch of it. It's really expensive, but we don't really use it for anything, so it's fine. But now it's very, very necessary. So let's figure out what happened here. You're reading heart specifically. I'm guessing heart's coming from further down. Oh, maybe heart's on the left over there, right? Yeah, for sure. So that condition is fine. We don't need any more of that. So why are you actually in here? Oh, because I just set this up backward. Assuming the crystal condition is what I think it is. It's certainly not. I think I had it backwards though, because this outputs heart. Where is it? There it is. This puts out heart, meaning we don't need it. So I had these wrong. It needs to be like this. If it's equal to heart, we don't need it. So it should just come out here. If it's... Why is the crystal relevant? Ah, okay. It's which side it comes out of. Maybe? I think I set this up weird. Heart means go again. Great. Let's just rescue you now. Thank goodness the bot brought that to me. So liquid is, we're good on fluid. That's outputting liquid now. But why? This input is we're good on ghost crystals or we're good on that. That shouldn't even be like that, right? Oh, that's putting it back in the system. I see. And this one is we're good on both. Perfect. So this should be fine. So this one needs its conditions changed. This one's checking to make sure that we can successfully do this, and then it'll go back through the system again. If we can't successfully do it, it spits out. This needs to be not equal to 1 to go in. That's where the condition issue was that it was not equal to 1. So now, if we have it so that this one says we have enough fluid and we have enough ghost crystals, is the ideal for spitting out back into the base. But it's saying ghost crystal. I said some of these conditions like way backwards in my head. For example, heart says we have enough, but ghost crystal says we don't have enough, which is fine. Okay, so now you go back into the base if there's plenty of it. You go here. How did you even work before? If heart is equal to 1, so we have enough fluid and we need ghost crystals, you'll output here. That makes sense. This says if heart is equal to 1, so we have enough fluid and we have enough ghost crystals, you go back through the base. Perfect. And you only go back in when we need more fluid. I don't even know if I end up changing anything, but it's really confusing me. Oh, hello, T. Good to see ya. Nice to see you in Twitch chat. So I do have YouTube chat open for the record. So if you were there, I would be able to say I'm not ignoring YouTube chat. And I will say once more, I'm not ignoring YouTube chat. All right, so we clearly need cerebral substrate. So I guess we'll just start up here. Oh, this is not able to run anymore. Where it's because of what I've changed. That's not able to run anymore. Okay, let's just get matter units because that's the most important thing right now. A lot of the base is going to be broken for a while. Today's going to be the fixing stream. But every time we do this, it like makes the base so much better. It just takes a little bit to like get to that point. But it'll be the fixing stream like I said. Cool, so it should run a few times, get us the materials, hopefully get us some of those matter units coming down. In the meantime, I should absolutely move these up as well. How is this looking? We didn't do the output for this stuff yet, but we can get there really quickly. Should be easy peasy lemon squeezy to set up too. Which will be really nice because there's so much work to do. And I'm sure, like, I'm not disiluding myself right now. Stuff's gonna break. Like, this is not going to be like an okay solution for now. I mean, it'll be okay for now, but we'll have to fix a lot of stuff. Let's not pretend that that's not going to be the case. Keep ourselves confident with the fact that everything is going to be a little bit skunked for a little bit. But you know what? That's life sometimes. Sometimes things are skunked for a while, and then maybe they'll unskrunk after a bit, which is pretty cool. So currently, this was going down there. So this is where we want to connect it. It should be fine. Pump outward if there's excess, pump in if we need more. That should be the water that was going to that all fixed up. We can probably bring more stuff up now. This machine needs to be brought up, and it might also need to be changed. We got the option to make it in the ghost realm. We're going to stick a pin in that for now. I don't know if we will. I'm kind of leaning against it right now. Ghost realm, question mark. We'll have to move it anyways. This needs to move up the substrate specifically. Wise Wolf, I appreciate the sub so much. Good to see you as well. Thanks so much for stopping in. How are you today? Hopefully, you're just stellar. I can't help myself sometimes. Okay, let's move this up here. So the substrate machine specifically, it needs to be consumed every time. So I feel like the logical place is to have it over here. I wish we had like an on-demand destruction of it, you know? I guess technically speaking, we could always have it so this machine always needs to run by destroying excess fluid somehow. Either way, I want to move that up here. Here's going to be our substrate maker from now on. The input's right here, and then the substrate can just go down. Doesn't have to be anywhere else. Currently, we have 2 makers for our joy and despair, and I think we're going to bring it down to 1. Having a stellar day. I love that for you. Just remove the exhaust header from my car. Need some welding tomorrow. Sounds fancy. Good luck. I helped my roommate change her headlight once, and that was a real ordeal, to put it lightly. But we pulled through. Honestly, why not have these just kind of... Oh, no, I was going to say why not have these smooch. I figured out a good reason why they shouldn't smooch. They need a little space between them. Okay, so this is going to be our substrate maker. We need to bring a pipe down. It's that simple. We can have one super long pipe coming down with our substrate. But for now, we're going to pick this up. Now, we're going to need to make a lot of logic here, too. I guess what I'll do for now is copy this combinator up here, but these combinators are kind of going to not matter as much anymore. Oh, God, they're still going to matter a little bit, though. What a headache. An old 2003 Focus certified chip box, nothing fancy being done. Yeah, but it's still nice to do maintenance on things. Always satisfying when things pan out. All right, so our substrate maker is now going to be... Oh my gosh, the cube has reached a destination that I didn't think it would, but that's okay. Substrate maker is being moved. In the meantime, we will need to have this repair thing move up with it as well, which will move up here. And then we'll just start piping the substrate down. Most of the stuff here does have the luxury of just being able to kind of like stay as is. So the more of that we can take advantage of, the easier it's going to be to do the transition for us. So fingers crossed that we can keep it kind of simple. Granted, there will be spots like this where it's just not simple at all. Let me go rescue the cube because I want to run through the system more. I think how much stuff we store is also not quite what we want for up there. So probably going to have to change the condition as well. What is my current rule for you to run again? You're checking for that, which is right here. Greater than 2,000. What are you reading? Oh, no, you're looking at less than right now. So that's why you're outputting a 1. All right, that's not going. It needs to be way higher than 2,000. I don't know what I was thinking. Let's make that 10,000. I mean, it's not that much better, but it'll keep it running a bit more. We're going to need a lot of those materials. Speaking of, have we produced any rail ramps and stuff yet? So no, because the refined concrete hasn't kicked on yet is the seeming answer. Plus, I didn't put an output for them, which is fine. I'm going to limit how many of these supports we actually want more of. But the ramps specifically, I'm going to try to keep to a minimum. They're pretty expensive. It'll probably be fine. First time I try to maintain a car, I normally just drive cheap cars to the ground and buy a new one. Honestly, like, if it'll last longer, it'll save you some money. It's totally worth it. Plus, it's a useful skill to have. Never want to get stuck somewhere with a car and then, you know, can't actually, like, leave because some problem and you can't fix it on the road. Granted, I'm sure the ideal is just to not have to fix it on the road at all and instead have it so that your car doesn't have problems. But, you know, cars are made to have problems, I think. That's my headcanon. I want to move this tank if I can. This tank's in a really inconvenient spot, and we have kind of like some new spaces for these tanks anyways. So if we can, I'm going to set up a pump over here. It's an underground temporarily. It looks like it should be fine to do this. Granted, we're going to have to plug things in. A lot of things are going to end up unplugged and gunked, unfortunately. We should be able to get most of it out. Not all of it, but most of it. We're not making matter replication gel right now, so we want to make it last a little bit. Oh, hi, Lily. I just want you to know I got an ad tuning in for live action CGI unicorn marrying a guy with a horse head. That sounds so dope. Hold on. Hi, streamer. Hi, Lily. Good to see ya. How are you doing today? It's nice to see you. think I'm gonna just dump the rest of the gel for the sake of moving things right now. Can I fit 2 of these here? I sure heckin' can. Can I make Sherman tanks? I can. How do I unsub? I want crazy ads too. Oh no. It's true, they do sound kind of entertaining. I should have a stream where we just watch Twitch ads for a stream. And then I'll make like approximately 35 cents. If that. It's probably more like 8 cents. Alright, cool. So let us go ahead and... Those are getting set up now. So I'm going to just pump all the stuff into the new tanks. We're going to store the fluid down here. I mean, we could store it higher too, but it's kind of easier. Where are we? There we are. If we store it close to the source of where everything's going, because we can just plug it into the tank and then the tank works as kind of like what we had before. This will be kind of our storage bay for fluids though. It's going to be a little bit tight, but it should be fine overall. So let us work on, whoops, getting that set up. Cool. So we'll grab another pump, put it over here, and then we'll just pump all this down. And there should be plenty of space for these. The cool thing is we already have this fluid coming down here. Whoops, let's disconnect that for now. We can plug it right in, it'll be fine. It's not worth sitting through them, trust. I don't know, there might be some cool ones. That was always my favorite part of the Super Bowl growing up. I mean, it's probably like a typical thing. Because like I understood football and everything because you know, my uncle, I guess, is really into it. We would always go to like a Super Bowl party and stuff, my mom and I, usually at my aunt's place. And watching the commercials was a lot more entertaining when I was young than watching the Super Bowl itself, which is probably typical for a lot of kids. A lot of people even. Although I've heard in recent years, the Super Bowl has gotten a lot less entertaining when it comes to commercials. I haven't watched it too much recently. I also didn't catch like any of the World Cup at all. I was like, I'll watch a little bit of it, but I just feel like I've been so busy. Cube, stop going over there. I know that you're doing it because I haven't fixed it, but stop. Let's set up a contingency where the cube will not end up over here. I'm also going to run the cube through this once more, even though I just let it run through because we just need so much matter units. It's crazy. So currently this comes down here and then goes to refill its juice, and that's why it's happening here. What a peculiar inserter. I see. Normally it was forced to come through here. We can just bring it around now. Let's deconstruct these and then bring it over here. And this will be like the same condition basically. We may need to like fix it up later, but now this is the cube going through. We don't need the repair anymore over here because we're moving this all out. It'll just go over here. Nothing for the cube to do here. Simply, this will just be a dead end for the cube for now, or just like a go back through the system. Should be fine overall. The cube immediately got stuck like 8 seconds later. That's crazy. Is that really a cube line? Ah, no, I see. It's to the substrate that we desperately need. I guess I'll get rid of the substrate line as well. Oh my gosh, everything's gonna be so broken. Dismantling the base is like... I kind of should have just like Alt-D'd and then dragged over the whole thing and just deconstructed the base and started from scratch. Nah, this will be certainly a better idea. It's just taking a little bit of time for it to be good. I'm surprised we don't have an extra synthesizer laying around. Are you just out of Roboport range? Is that the shtick? That's totally the shtick. So let's look at Roboports. Yeah, wait, are you... You look like you should be in range, right? You're not asking for a synthesizer. Or a recovery bay. I thought the green range is where... Oh, no, maybe the green range isn't the building range and I'm being dumb. Oof. Something about playing a game for enough hours where you suddenly forget how the game works is really rough, but it's so real. It's good enough for now. Something I wanted to do too is to move this stuff out, because currently we have a bunch of matter stuff here, and I want to move it out of this box instead of just leaving it in the box. Whoops, I wish I didn't do that one. There we go. And we'll just do input priority on the right side. Then hopefully this will empty out sooner than later. Do I have an extra loader sitting around? I don't. Now I do. Alright, so you don't have any something. That's why you're stuck in there. Matter replication gel. Are you just disconnected from the source? You're disconnected from the source. Perfect. So these are now empty entirely. So I'm going to go ahead and plug in the matter replication gel. We do have some right now. We're not going to be completely out for the time being, at least, but it's not going to be the most pretty. Actually, undo those removals because those are just fine for now. Cool. So we can plug that in. That should plug in mostly everything, actually. This part might not be necessary. Perfect. There we go. So now we can dismantle these over here. We've moved the matter replication gel to be stored a little further in the base. Nothing else that gives us more space. We can move them later if we want to. It's very easy with a pump. But for now, they go here, and that means we can much more easily... Let's also deconstruct that because that's not necessary anymore. Bring this cerebral substrate up here. Too far to reach. Unfork knife, certainly. Hopefully... Oh good, express splitters are done too. Hopefully that was not too far. Okay, it's these boxes here that we need to get rid of. That's fine. Right, now we can bring the fluid all the way up, which is what I was hoping for. And there's our substrate. So we can now change where we're making our substrate. Hello, 10 million bots. So nice to see you. Okay, so now the substrate maker exists, which is something. Oh, is the synthesizer on me? That's what the problem is. I was just staying too close to it. Either way, it's probably good to have an extra roboport here because we're going to want to expand outward. How is our train stuff looking? Have we started producing anything yet? A whopping no, which means the refined concrete never kicked on ever. Alright, I see the problem there. So every path that this currently takes actually goes through a repair bay, which we don't need anymore because it's not being consumed down here. I think this path circumvents it. That path explicitly goes downward. So for now, we're going to dismantle this path as it is, and we'll just have it be... So this is the only path, and it'll just return right here to the cube line. This does warrant the problem. You know, I'll just arbitrarily have it go down there for now. We'll have to fix this line. This line's not going to be used eventually, so it'll be fine for now. We're really like just kind of making things work for a moment. Really breaking out the duct tape and sticking it together. Yeah, we use way too much of this. I mean, it's not too much. We just need the stuff, but I'm thinking we want to double this and give it to the next person. So let's grab another storage tank over here. A mausoleum will be sufficient. I say sufficient, like it's not the biggest storage tank available. And then we'll set up loaders here. Hopefully we have 2 loaders sitting around or can find 2 at some point. I also wanted to set up the second loader maker because now we have access to express loaders. And I forgot to set up this box's requests, but there we go. So now we should make at least some, okay, probably don't want to place that, some express loaders, which is good. There's a few notable choke points where they want to go, and here is the first set of them. So I'm going to set up some express loaders, just 2 on the edges of these ones, because they should make it so that they offload much quicker. Granted, it will still be kind of barred by how quickly it loads, but in Cubetopia, the land of the cube, it shouldn't really matter as long as it queues it up in the meantime, then it unloads very quickly. Wait, placing a ghost machine on a belt creates an underground belt? If you do it and then hold shift and control, make an angry one. As long as your ghost is angry, it'll do an underground one. Otherwise, it just does this, and if you try to shift click, it won't work, but shift control will do it. It's very useful. I quite like it, at least. Alright, cool. So there's our express loaders. Our first batch of them came out. I'm going to change this up to 2,000 of them stored instead of 250, because clearly 250 is not quite enough. These belts look identical, but they must not be. Yeah, no, there's 6 instead of 8. So it's a pretty sizable upgrade of how many resources we're putting through. Oh no, there's an absurd amount to learn about Factorio. I still don't know nearly anything that I was gonna say that I should, but that's not quite right. There's just so much to learn. Okay, cool. So cube will need to repair there. We can fix that later. The cube is doing its best right now, which is all we could truly ask for on this cube a day. But how are these looking? I'm hoping this makes a big enough difference. I know that it's only like 45 to 60, so it's like a very finite improvement. I was really hoping it's going to be enough to get it through. I really wish they didn't do this one last. There we go. Sweet. If nothing else, the cube hasn't really paused yet, but it might pause going through the next time. We're definitely unloading the box quicker than loading it, which makes sense. All right, let's see. This is normally where it starts to get stuck. Oh no, they're loading just fine now. This one was the latest one to load, but I think they're doing much, much better. So this was the improvement that I was hoping for, which is good. Either way, now that that is taken care of, we must put our focus towards the fact that we consume so much matter, and that really matters. I think a lot of the issue, or at least part of the issue, is that this shows up after our secondary buffer, and currently our primary buffer doesn't really meaningfully get filled all that much. So this just starts running out, and it's a very big backbone of our base. So ideally, we'll fix the line to kind of work with that. If we do double this, obviously we can star more, so that'll be good as well. But there's just quite a bit to think about. This does seem to be fixed though, which is good, because I was really hoping that it would be as simple as a loader. What else do we need to fix? We brought the cerebral substrate up here, but we don't have a way for the cube to get here successfully. We also haven't made any matter replication gel here yet either, which is simple enough to do. Cannot production module either of these. We can speed them. Probably worth speeding anytime we use the cube as a resource, right? So in anything like this, I don't see a reason to not run speed modules, because the cube is not going to run out of power, it seems, going through these. So being that these are all cube powered, I'm going to start speed modulating basically every furnace, because I don't see a reason to not to, unless it can take productivity modules, but it doesn't appear that they can. Either way, that's a good start over there. What did we need to work on next? We did... This is plugged in up there, but we don't have a way to actually get it up there. Let's set up a brief contingency for it. So if it comes up here and runs through, I'm going to have it so that it has an output priority here. This is where it'd be returning to the base. And I'm going to just have it come up here temporarily. It's not perfect. It's going to be replaced later on, certainly. This will give us a way to get cerebral substrate again, though, which is really important, because we're like super duper out of it right now. And I'd rather not be out of cerebral substrate, because that stuff is pretty useful. I don't exactly know, if I'm being honest with you, what the word substrate like even means. So I don't know if it's like something weird we're working with, or if it's just like totally normal. It feels weird because we're doing cerebral, which is like brain stuff or something. But I'm going to just trust it. It's not bonus weird. So I'm going to just put output priority right here. So it'll, or left here, I should say. So it'll just always come out here and run. It'll only run once, but I think it's better than running not at all. Although maybe we should just have it run a couple times. I don't have a great way to check it now without seeing the tanks. I guess that's a positive to having a nearby tank. Although there's no issue to have just like a different tank. Like I could just have this tank plugged in over here and it should function exactly how I want, right? just to be like effectively a read for the other tank. If I plug this here, boom, that now has 14k in it. It's indicative of how high the other tank is, because they perfectly balance out to their like capacity. So I should be able to set this up pretty simply. Again, this is just like temporarily jerry-rigging it. We'll check for the capacity of that tank. We'll look at the matter in that tank, and we see if it's below 25k, 23k, it'll snag it and it'll run again really quick through the system. Granted, this is also going to make an excess of substrate, which I do identify as kind of a problem, but currently we need a lot of substrate, so it's fine. We have completely run out of ore somehow, some way. Why is only one side oring successfully? Because we backed up on stone? Is that possible? I guess it must be possible. We had a contingency for crushing sand before, which was how we were getting rid of that, but I turned it off. It's still here, but it can totally run now. What were you checking for? Either way, you need to get rid of that sand, because that is a real problem for us. Thankfully, we have it set up. I just turned it off because I was thinking it would be a problem. We'll make the number a lot higher, though. Make it 20k. Goodness, everything. When it rains, it pours, right? Everything just broke. I do need to go rescue the cube really quick. Oh, no, it got enough to run. Hopefully it sees that it should leave. And somehow it absolutely does see that it should leave, maybe? Okay, no. Cool. So we want to change this condition just so it'll come out of the loop on its own really quick. Having not processed anything for a while, it's really rough. I'm gonna just go over there and grab it myself. Oh, this is so rough. I'm really just bouncing between grabbing it, sticking it in this machine, sticking it in this machine, and praying that we don't run out of gelatinous tar in the meantime. Ugh. It's so unfortunate when you fall behind on stuff. It's not the end of the world, but it's very unfortunate. All right, let me fix that condition, because that's going to come back to bite me later on if I don't fix it. So enable, disable, and then change this to not equal to 1. Or I suppose I or information. Keep everything else flowing. Okay, so matter is good. Now it'll come make some more cerebral substrate because it's up here. I don't have a rule for how much you should make. I should really have it run a few times, admittedly. So it's going to run a few times because it's going to be like, we need matter replication gel. It's going to output the matter replication gel. It's going to run through here, and then it's going to be like, we need gel. So it's going to run a few times at least. Probably more times than we'd actually like right now, but it's fine. Just let it go. Surely, oh no, we could use a crazy amount of substrate. It's not going to fill up. Back to what we were working on. This is now superfluous. We can get rid of it. We're going to have to move this up because the cube needs to be used for this recipe. I don't know if we're going to make it a ghost realm one or not yet. We might. I'm toying with the idea of not reforming the cube instantly. I guess that's part of the problem with our design, or a major one, is I have them all come back here. But if I could reset this up or redesign it a little bit so that rather than go straight back into reforming 64 phantom cube constituents into the cube itself, what if we have it so that we have splitters and stuff, or I guess splitters with circuits that go, you know what, we actually could do more while we're still 64th cubes, because this takes a lot of power to run. In addition to that, it once it goes through, it has to go and then break down again. So we can save a lot of time in this process by just leaving them as mini cubes, which is kind of obvious in retrospect, but I didn't think about it at the time. So we're probably going to redesign a good chunk of this. Maybe what we'll do is we'll copy paste it and just throw it down here and make it on like the outer side of the big rail track thing we're gonna make. Like on paper, in my head, I'm like, this is gonna be so much worse because of the distance it needs to travel, but there's no chance it's gonna be worse. Please tell me we started producing these. Boy howdy, you know it to be true. We've actually started making some of them. Not many, but some of them. My idea is that we can use rail ramps and stuff to just transport the cube above the ground so we won't have to interfere with anything else. I want to say Flip did something similar and had mentioned that. So I'm not gonna steal it per se, but I am going to gently retrofit it. I really like the idea. It's clever. So the question remains, like right here too, these cubes go here and then go back around. I could literally just have them go back through here. There's a very, 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 very simple, just put the cubes back thing I could do here. So why don't we do that in the meantime? I mean, it might not be a good idea actually as well. We don't need to filter this or anything. But in theory, it should be easy enough to just kind of bring it back around over here. And we'll make a condition. I mean, I guess we can use a condition here, right? This outputs if we have enough crystals, so it's simple enough to plug it in. It's kind of a wasted combinator, just outputting one ghost crystal instead of 12,000 or whatever it'd be, but it's fine. No big deal. I'll just have it come down along here. Whoops. And then we'll have it so that on the output side, we'll have it run again through here. Or ghost crystals, which are an item in the game, I promise. You have to believe me. They're just in the one tab I didn't expect. So if ghost crystal is equal to 1, it's saying that we have excess of it and it can move on to the second part of the process. If it's not equal to 1... Whoops, I said it's 0 instead of 1. Cool. Then it'll run through again a few times. Hopefully this works in theory. It seems like it should. Nothing else, it'll reconstitute itself, go on this belt, and then sweep back around. This should save some time. I'm guessing we are full on matter gel. Ah, we've run out of the stupid matter stuff already. Oh, this is rough. I'm hurting right now. You know what, Cube, just be free into the night. Let's pretend we don't need a crazy amount of replication. How much do we use per minute now? I guess we should probably look at the hourly because everything is so gunked. 2.4 thousand per minute. 18,000 matter units per minute produced and 2,000 per minute consumed. Oh, that's ghost crystal. Wait. Let me go with deselect ghost crystal. Oh my gosh, that's absurd. Like, we can actually consume like 5,000 of those per minute. That's crazy town. Like, I know that each of these machines makes 1,000, so it's not like that bad, but like following that logic, we'd want these machines to run once every minute and a half, 2 minutes in our setup. Like, I guess every 2.5 minutes, but still, like, that's crazy. Clearly we need more of them, or for it to run a few more times, but we consume so much. It's good to know. We're getting knowledge with it. I was kind of struggling mentally with how much things we would need, but I think it's starting to come together a little bit more now. Is there also a minute for baby cubes? I hope so. Right, matter. So a phantom constituent in a synthesizer and 40 replication gel. So its ratio is equal with the difference of not needing steam, right? Yeah. No, kind of. I mean, it is, because it's 164. It's actually much better. It's dramatically better. I couldn't run math before. That's crazy. I was thinking, yeah, I mean, it's 1 to 10, but you also have 64 cubes, which I didn't really take into account. Heck, that's dramatically better. All right, so we need to change over to that as well, which changes the everything that I'm thinking about right now quite a bit. Because we do that on the opposite side of the base. We need a boatload of synthesizers. I mean, I guess we won't technically need a boatload of synthesizers, but we should. I keep thinking that for every synthesizer we have, we're going to need a cube, but they shouldn't need a cube because they have the mini cube. It doesn't need a big cube because we wouldn't have a big cube. I think we'll do something divisible by 64. I was thinking initially let's have 64 of them, but I think that's a little bit dumb. We have a setup for 16 up here. I think that that's probably sufficient. And it gets rid of the need for steam, which is one less thing it needs steam. Not that we're really hurting on steam. But we could probably just retrofit this and then use it down there. Now, when it goes through, does it get burned? Let me check that. It doesn't. Okay, that's good. I mean, it makes sense since we're not using it as a fuel. But we really should do more than 16, right? 32 maybe? I was gonna go 32 anyways, but I don't know. It should be really quick. The big difference too is that we're running, okay, no, 16 will be fine because we can run 16 at once instead of running 1 and then 1 and then 1 and then 1. So we'll run 16 at once 4 times in a row. Like, that is pretty significant and dramatically quicker. But then the issue kind of stems to the fact that this is all the way over here. I could put the mini cubes on a train, but I don't think that's a good idea. You're out of... How are you out of deep core powder? Are we out of deep core powder? That's unbelievable. Genuinely shook right now. I assume you're not leaving because there's no deep core powder here. There's a crazy amount. Oh, you're just on manual. I see. Perhaps I never fixed your stuff. Yeah, because you have this thing. I just never fixed you before. You're on manual. We have plenty of stuff still. There's no interrupt for going here now? Oh, I guess I don't need interrupts anymore. Right. No. I was going off of interrupts because they're not necessary. That's what it was. I was like, what happened here? So we're gonna look at the DCO pickup and then the DCO drop off, and we're just gonna set up normal conditions for him. I just never did this before. Whoops, I did them twice. We'll fix that around pickup over there, and we'll go for full cargo and then empty cargo. Alternatively, we will put a condition here for inactivity for, we'll just say 5 seconds. That's fine, just so it's not sitting at that stop. Cool, that's better. Hey, Lucario's out. Nice to see ya. May the cube keep building up to something super space cool. I love that. Good vibes right there. I'm gonna just let the cube chill there for a little bit. It deserves a vacation while I'm destroying the base. Okay, so we're gonna switch this recipe over to altered matter unit, which means we're not gonna have matter unit for a little bit, which is a little bit unfortunate. We do have some in boxes, but the nice thing is that this should be easy. Can we do... Can you run this furnace with a small cube? It looks like a no. I'm guessing because it's an ultra dense furnace, so it needs an ultra dense cube. But there's a recipe to make gel as well as a tiny one, or no? No, it looks like just here, potentially. Unless I'm missing something, which is possible. Oh, don't we have something that spits out gel with the tiny cubes? We do. No, we don't. Okay. Okay, so the downside of this is we're going to need to route all of the matter units back through the base if we change it around. It's not going to be that bad, but like this is our core part right here, and getting it there is going to be kind of a pain. Alternatively, I could just make it there and train it over. That's probably a lot smarter. Oh no, that's so unfortunate. It's so good. I didn't put together how good it was before. I think I want to move up basically all of this setup down here though. Which is not my favorite thing, to be honest. It's not that bad. I'm being a little bit dramatic. I'm going to move the entire setup down because we need dramatically more space. So what's going down here? I mean, honestly, this could probably stay here, but it depends on where the train goes. We're not going to use this train line. Yeah, we'll move the whole thing. Heck. I was so proud of myself for grabbing it in here. I'm going to just copy a bigger area than it actually is. And then we're going to put it over here, and then we are going to take off parts that aren't super necessary. What does that belt do? What is your purpose, belt? It's really weird to look at when there's nothing on it. It's really throwing me off. All right, so... that's the cube line right there. That's why it looks weird, I assume. Ah, okay. This right here is just fuel. So that's completely unnecessary. So I'm gonna get rid of that so it stops tripping me up. Because I'm looking at this line, I'm like, that must be the cube line. It's just fuel. I keep trying to zoom in the blueprint and it doesn't work. Alright, so this whole line is completely removable. I'm being so cautious with my mouse to not just blow up everything else. So is the rail line. We're gonna have to remake a chunk of it, but I want to at least have like a general idea. That can all go to, as can that stuff over there. So that's probably just stone that goes through here. The cube line itself can go as well. But I just want like a general structure. We'll probably remake a few chunks of it. This is way in a bad spot. I have like very mixed feelings about this part of the game for me. Because like on paper, it's not that big of a deal. But also there's a lot of work to effectively just move Bikini Bottom somewhere else. This does take a crazy amount of space, so I think it's right to do it. Let's put it even farther away. Let's put it down here. I'm probably going to still move stuff around, but I'm going to just place it for now and start getting roboports down there. Because it'll take a little bit to get all the belts and stuff down. Where's my blueprint? There we go. I should have turned on like snap to grid or whatever on this one. That would have been so smart. My brain would have been so heckin' big. Alright, cool. So those will move down there over time. I haven't dismantled the other one yet, but I want to just start getting the structure for it. That way we have a ton of extra space. If we want to do a big ol' stack of the ghost crystal or of the matter units, of anything, we have space to do it. But let's think about now that we have the space and we have less limitation on it, do we want to consider that mini cube recipe? And I'm thinking the answer is probably yes for this stuff, the n-dimensional widgets. Let's go see where that recipe is. N-dimensional. All right, I'm in that menu, so I can't see it. N-dimensional widget. Nope, I just can't see it at all. Weird. I thought it must be a different name for it. That's what it is. Let's just go look for it manually. I guess I can't do it by hand, so it might not show up too. I thought the recipe itself would, though. That wasn't the one. I really missed the Factorio page. This is the one. Cool. Altered components. So this one should, in theory, be really good for us making, I guess, both contemplation cards and n-dimensional widgets. I saw these recipes and I was like, no chance I'm doing any of these. These are way too annoying. But it turns out the joke was on me, and I am, in fact, going to do them, and they are annoying. This set, I guess it's nice if we use a similar ratio of the widgets and the basic contemplation cards, because this recipe outputs them evenly. Again, the nice thing is if I set up the synthesizers for these, even if we set up, we'll say, only 4 of them, it should be able to produce them really, really quickly. The cube won't have to travel between them. We'll do 4 every single time if we set up the splitters right, and then it'll just output and be good to go, hopefully. This being said, ugh, what a pain. I'm wondering if I should bother training the matter units up. Like, it's not gonna be that bad to get 4 lines of belts through here. If I can get them out here, it's just like free effectively, but it's also just 4 really long lines of belts. I should probably just train them. The current train lines aren't super conducive to such action, though. A lot to think about with this build. A lot of headache, but it'll be better when it's done. We have to accept the fact that while it's painful right now, it'll be much less painful later on. And once we move this down here again, I'm not going to keep this like this. We're going to improve this so that more ghost crystals go through and have a little bit better rules on that. But the idea is to start moving things out. Looks like the train should be slowly filling this machine now. I didn't see them before, but now they're coming through. So hopefully the cube can be on its way to do some more things. Let's think about this pragmatically. So if we're going to be doing, I'm going to assume this stack moves down here. So I'm going to copy this stack for now. We're going to move it. Oh, it's actually like really tiny in the grand scheme of things. Well, should we set up 2 of them? Let's set up 2 of them. I mean, we don't really need 2 of them though. because with the cubes being tiny, right, if we're feeding in the tiny cubes, we are going to need to change the design of this altogether, though. So we'll set up over here for now. The issue is that currently we have like one cube just passing between all of these machines, right, which is fine in theory. It looks cool, but we're going to have to change it up so that we have a bunch of smaller cubes that can successfully feed in through them. So while this design is nice, did I dismantle that or did I just copy it? I just copied it. Good, because I didn't want to dismantle it quite yet. I think we just need to kind of redo this from the ground up, to be honest. As much as I'd like to say that this design is cool, it is cool. We can keep some of the similar energy of the offloading, but there's no really good way for us in its current design to load on more things. Plus the power poles are kind of gunked, so maybe this is a sign. You know what? I'm sorry. We're going to redesign the whole thing. So let's start by designing our new setup. So the idea is that we're going to have 4 lines of belts coming to any of these setups. This is going to hopefully be reusable for other designs as well, because we're going to have the cubes coming through on 4 lines. If I make everything divisible by 4, then it should be logical to work like that, right? So we'll say we have our 4 lines here. Let me move those over a little bit for the sake of having it be a little bit more symmetrical. Okay, so let's say we have these being our primary cube lines. And we'll have a recipe set up for... I put the wrong machines down here. I see. I was like, that should be fine. Nope. I was like, those look really big, and they sure heckin' did. Certainly don't need that many machines to reform the cube, as it takes 64 of the mini cubes to reform the cube. So I imagine we're probably good on that one. Cool. So we'll have a 4th line go down here. So we have our 4 lines. We have recipe number 1, which is going to be altered matter unit. Right? We need an input of matter replication gel. The cube comes down the line, gets put into a machine, and then goes through. How many machines do we want? Well, we're a little bit limited by belt speed to an extent, kind of. Not massively, but these are not 2-way, so we're going to make sure that there's some space between them. And like that. So something else we need to take into account is offloading, obviously. Offloading means we probably want even more space between them, so let's start spacing them even more. I think this is going to be the logical way. We can always switch to doing something like undergrounds as well, but if we can have belts going through, it's going to be the ideal. I could do 2 dedicated belts each. Unfortunately, we don't have... Oh, no, I can make them go together. We don't have the ability to like choose where they're going to offload exactly. But if we use loaders to take them out, it's going to be a lot comfier material-wise. Now, granted, 1 loader feeds 1 belt, right? This only makes 100 each time, so it shouldn't be that much to load through. Also becomes a little bit awkward loading in when we have this spacing, so we might want to make it a little bit bigger if we're going to go with loaders. We're just kind of sketching a design for now. This is the fun part. Something we can do always is if we have it like this, we can do an underground, and then that just combines over to here into a single belt. Could do this, then bring it through. Would it be Pika P? I do like that one. It reminds me of how when I was young, I got a Nintendo 64 for Christmas. It was like a sort of Christmas. I went out shopping with my gram, and there was like an N64 on clearance, I guess. I don't know if it was clearance or just sale, because I think it was like Black Friday or whatever, and we grabbed it, and it had... It looks like Pikachu. It has Pikachu... The Pikachu's foot is the reset button, but it did not have Hey You Pikachu, which I really wanted, which wasn't like that big of a deal, but I did want Hey You Pikachu. So I thought that game was so cool. And then I heard later on that that game does not actually work that well. But you know, it was ahead of its time. Now, here's a question for us. Do we want it to be that all of these feed out here? Because what I could do is have it so that all of these kind of lead to the same 4 belts. Currently, we have 4 machines that output 100 basic matter units. Each activation, being that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16 machines, theoretically each machine would run 4 times. I don't think it will. I'm actually starting to think we might want to scale this down to just 8, right? Because if we have 8 of them, it's 8 times, so it takes us 8 seconds to get through this process. This will cut it in half, but it takes a lot more space and a lot more belt throughput. Granted, we may run into an issue of putting too much on that belt, but we're limited to 64 cubes, period. That's it. I bet that console will be worth a few grand nowadays. I doubt it. It could be, but I would be surprised. Oops, I didn't set this up properly. So let's think. I mean, it's 8 seconds. 8 seconds isn't that long to run 8 of these. We're gonna probably want to run them a few times, though. They're also not consumed when they're run. Okay, now I have an idea. Why don't we do what we have here? We'll copy this stack up, but the cubes will always output upward. Right? So, okay, hold on. I think I'm cooking something here. I think I'm cooking something magnificent. If we have it so that the cubes always have this upward line that they go down, right? It'll go down the first machine. The cubes are not turned into gunk when they go through, right? So we should, in theory, be able to just continue this line upward and just keep outputting. This will make it so some machines, I mean, every machine will be used multiple times. It will spend a lot of time coming through this system, but I actually quite like this. I hadn't considered this. So simple. It's very, very simple. The cube goes through here and then repeats the process. Each one will spit out, and then we can have the belts coalesce into a box later on. Very simple to the point. It'll make it so all of these get used rather than just going, because I was thinking, we'll have them go through this cycle once, then go upward, or we'll have a bunch of splitters. But this should just be a very, very simple way to bring in. I guess we can do it more vertically. No, it should be 4 lines of cube. That does follow our design. I like this though. This is good in theory. Let us take down this stuff for now. Also, we can get rid of this because this is kind of our base for what we're doing right now. And I want this to be layered upward. Again, we want to keep the space between them, but these ones in particular don't need that much space since they should be loading like that. I might be feeling a little bit deranged right now because I'm tempted to just make like a big cube of it, right? No, that's crazy. Scientists will look at that and go, what the heck happened here? But what if we did hypothetically? No, Miko, don't do it, please. It's way too much work and it's going to be way too much stuff for like way too little output, but it's going to look so cool. I don't know if it'll look that cool, actually. I'm not totally sold on the design yet. I am playing with it conceptually, though. It's kind of like my reactor setup, right? No, yeah, I'm just making a bigger version of my reactor setup. Okay, that might be the coolest thing ever, though. It's also going to take a lot of cube time, but it'll make a lot of matter each time it goes through. Oh, this is so dumb. I don't know why I think this is a good idea. Oh, but it's so cool. I really like it. But it's such a bad idea. It's really how I live my life, to be honest with you. I go, this is such a bad idea. I'm not going to do this. And then I do it anyways. And I turn surprise Pikachu face every time. Oh, but this is so cool. I mean, it's not really time efficient, but if we have it like load in down here and then load out on the other side, right? It should just be fine. Cube go up through here. Cube go around. We make a big square. Like, Ultra Cube would want us to be happy and full of cube, right? That's what they don't tell you. Like, I know the base is like burning right now, but this is kind of crazy and I quite like it. So where are you stuck right now? You're not even being picked up, so there's some circuit broken somewhere for sure. Hopefully, right, because you... Actually, wait, no. Why would you be inserting specifically a damaged one? That doesn't make any sense. Target full, because there's water here, which I'm guessing does not get offloaded anymore? Okay, no, it's just too much water. I thought we were burning enough of it. I guess we're just not using that much power. which is shocking. Cube demands more cubeness is a very accurate way to put this entire thing. I like this design, but man, that's kind of like overboard. Oh, but it's so cool looking, and it's a big old cube with mini cubes. We have to do it. I don't want to, and I don't think I have the strength to do it, but I think we have to do it, unfortunately. It's also probably not going to be that time efficient because we're cube belting again. But like one trip through this is going to make a pretty solid amount of stuff. I guess I can always tone it down the line. This is such a bad idea, but it's going to be so heckin' cool. You have no idea. It's always my problem. I'm a very visual person. As soon as I think there's something that could be like visually cool, I'll commit to it. It does kind of look like a circuit board. Oh, it's so cool. This is my magnum opus. I'm just dropping out of the cube game after this, I think. It's not going to get any better from here. I'm kidding. There's always more improvements to be made. Okay, so this is the new design. I don't know if it's like cooking or have been cooked, but it's got some personality, which I think is important. I don't want to put down these belts. You know, actually, it'll be easier to just do it like this. Then we'll call for a deconstruction of these belts. So this will be our on-ramp of belts over here. And this will be our off-ramp, which I'll just have go right adjacent to it. Now, this isn't going to perfectly run. Also, I was planning on doing 4 lines of them instead of 2. It'll be fine. It'll probably be cool. I really meant to do 4 lines of cube instead of 2. I guess I could make 2 of them. What if I copied this entire thing and made a second one right underneath it? That's going to take so much cube time. That's so excess. Let's not do that. This is already kind of overboard, to be honest with you, but I got an idea that I stuck with it, which was once more a grave mistake, but we can do some cool designs, hopefully, with getting it set up. Fingers crossed that it'll function how I want to. It should function how I want to. This is going to be a pretty dramatic upgrade from what we had before. Also, our substations don't quite reach, but they get pretty close, so hopefully we can fix it. That should be fine there. We'll just stick one right there in the middle so that it balances out. And I think that's everything with power. Let's turn on our wiring to see. Alright, they don't exist yet. So it makes sense that there's no power yet. I missed one. Cool, so that looks good. That one has 3, that one has 3, that one has 3. Cool. Now they should all have power eventually. And then we will have 4, 8, 16, 32 lines of this stuff going out. Which is certainly something. Certainly something. This might be a terrible idea. Maybe I should scale this down, but now that I've made it, like, I feel like I've committed to the idea. Why? Oh, I put that on the wrong side. I was like, why does that look so strange? No, wait, that is on the right side. I put that one so strange. Oh, I really like it. It's going to be a little bit annoying bringing all these belts together. But if I make one side, I can just copy paste all of them, right? I should have made it a little bit further away as well, because I don't necessarily want it exactly here. Oh, I guess I could just move the other part. The other part's also almost fully down. What is this? Oh, that's just tendril expulsion. I don't care about that. I'm going to just cut part of it and not get the Roboport, ideally. And just move it over here, and then we'll cut the other part and just reattach it. Nice surgical precision. There we go. I missed a corner, which is fine. Missed a few belts as well. That way we have a lot more space to work with. In the meantime as well, I'm going to go ahead and have the bots. Well, you know what? I'm going to rotate the whole thing too. Get rid of that because we don't need that. Probably. I don't know if we'll be tendril expulsioning here. I want to rotate it so that the output is up here as well. There we go. That's better. Cool. I like it. I like it. Kind of a big ask of the base, to be honest with you. But, you know, well, we'll make it work. It's fine. Bossman brought us McDonald's for lunch. We get 2.15 today instead of a single 10-minute break because of the heat. Oh, that's nice. Cool of your bossman to do that. I don't remember the last time I had McDonald's. It's been a while. Oh no, this is such a dumb thing for me to do. I don't know why I'm committing to something like this. It's such a big build. I think the most important thing for us right now is to get this working. We can do the processing for the other stuff later, probably. I mean, I said I was going to kind of retrofit this design too, because we could theoretically just copy this whole thing and reuse it for the other ones. What am I doing? I mean, it'll be good, probably. It might not be, but it has a chance of being good, which is kind of cool. But we are in a timer of running out of matter replication gel and whatnot, so I really need to get it going. The biggest issue is going to be, I guess, the belts too, because we just don't make enough matter. I guess I could just manually have it go into the matter over and over again for a long time, because that's really what's hurting us the worst. Could also turn off science temporarily, but I don't think that's going to be a satisfying solution. I really wish they put 4x4 storages. That's really what gets me. Mausoleums being 3x3 is like an affront to everything I believe in. Okay. So let's start handcrafting. Honestly, maybe I should set up automation for synthesizers. That's probably a better idea. Just quickly set up a mall thing for it with a... whatever they're called. Those things with the people and the stuff. You know the ones. We need a bunch of synthesizers for this. I don't think they're that expensive in theory. Yeah, no, they're fairly cheap, other than the basic matter units, which are, you know, in short supply everywhere right now. We've run out of something. Probably, no, there's no way it's gel. I don't know why you're in there, actually. We'll figure that out in a moment. Ah, it's steam. We've run out of steam, which is shocking in itself that was a problem. This move was a terrible decision. I mean, it'll be not terrible eventually, but for now, it's a terrible decision. These should all be in boxes, so hopefully we'll be able to stock up on some of those synthesizers we need. How much do they stack up to? 10? We'll look for 20 of them for now. Alright, Cube, what happened? Oh, I see. No. You're fine. I'm dumb. It was on a different recipe. Cool. So that's better. So now these are on the correct recipe. They faded in through here. We just need the cube to be small to go through here. So normally, I don't have to do this over here at all. I'm being so dumb. I don't know why I'm thinking like this. I thought I should have the cube separating stuff all in one spot. No, of course not. Absolutely not. I can just separate the cube when it arrives somewhere. This is super dumb. Absolutely, we're putting this back up here. Okay, we're bringing it back now. The brain was struggling. It's still not totally there, but we're moving our big old chakram thing up here. Let's call for destroying some trees so we can see a little bit better. This makes way more sense. We already have this stuff up here as well. We could just turn it into a 64 cube. I was thinking that was going to be like a specific one corner of the base thing. Absolutely not. We can do that wherever we want. It's our cube. Who's to say that we can't break it when we want to? Okay, good. I'm feeling good about this now. I felt really limited by that corner, which was super, like, not appropriate to be limited by, or feel limited by, I should say. Because we can just separate it, and we can just put it back together right down here. No reason why we can't. So we have a input and an output of cube here. We can literally just have the train show up next to this spot here. Is this the one that breaks them down? Yeah. They break down, they go onto the line. Honestly, it's just as simple as setting up 2 loaders, right? 2 loaders off-put it. Oh, that's unfortunate that they can't be like kind of adjacent. It's not that big of a deal. I do want loaders still though, so let's move it over. And then we'll just have it load. I guess we'll move it over one more and we'll have it load off the side. Wait, is that right? Okay, no, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I was looking at it wrong. I thought they couldn't be adjacent. It's just a gap between us throwing me off. We can cube when we want to. We can leave your friends behind. It's very true. Have a good stream. Thanks for stopping in, Q. Take care. I'm absolutely in the cube mindset. I'm lost in the cube. Okay, so this works though. This just simply works. In fact, I'm going to move it over. Doesn't matter where I move it. Just leave it here for now. We can now fold and unfold our cube on demand. Don't let the world tell us we can't fold our cube. This takes a pretty generous amount of power, so let's throw some efficiency modules in these. Anytime we're folding the cube, we want efficiency modules. We could run speed, but I'm going to be looking at efficiency down the line. Now, this specific process as well does not turn the cube into a material. So this should be super easy just to like get it good to go. We're making some synthesizers now, it looks like, which is quite surprising to me. You are stuck in here because you're out of steam, which is, again, quite surprising. It does appear that our steam reservoirs are gone, which is incorrect, actually. Because we have steam over here. Our backup steam reservoirs are definitely gone, which is a tremendous amount of the steam for our base, but this steam itself is absolutely not gone. So how does steam get up there normally? Looks like this line right here. Then it plugs in. I'm sure there was a reason I didn't have this set up before. I don't remember what the reason was, but I'm pretty sure there was one. This being said, I'm going to temporarily plug this in so that can run a little bit more. This steam is isolated. This is steam that is pumped into, but never out of, it looks like. Traditionally. I mean, it goes into the base, but it takes steam from there to successfully run. Okay, let's handcraft a few of these folding engines, because I don't have those, and I think they're fairly expensive. Folding engine, it really just does n-dimensional widgets. Do we have any of those in a box? Let me make a request for 100 of them. We should, right? They might have all been used up, though, so it wouldn't surprise me either. Cool. There's some in storage, which is good enough for me. 100 is good for now. Please look forward to me releasing my first album, which is just remixes of hit songs with Cube in the lyrics instead. It's not going to be great, but it will be Cube-tastic, which is really all we need. Okay, so we also need advanced circuits and batteries as well. So I'm going to make a request for advanced circuits. We'll look for 100 of those, then some batteries, which we should have batteries available pretty easily. I don't know if they're in a box, though. They certainly are. Cool. So the bots will bring us some of the stuff we need. We're making some more synthesizers. Those are popping out. I'm honestly tempted to just rip this down right now. Oh, we need to also move the U matter, which is kind of important. It rotates so good. Oh, Ratam Ui. So true. I'm gonna just copy it like this and then flip it. There we go. Oh, see, this is good. That one's not quite as good. Maybe I should have left it like that. The motivation is now fourfold. Cube karaoke. I'd be down for some cube karaoke. I'll just boot up a cube stream one day and you'll be ready for it. Alright, so this is... we don't need steam anymore. I mean, that's another big positive here is we cut out steam, which we clearly just ran out of. So it's one less burn on the base. I think I'm going to just deconstruct it. I really want to do this right now. No, yes, kind of, a lot. Sort of, kind of a crazy amount, yeah. I just want to kick on the other one. I kind of want to see it work. This is such a bad idea. All right, I'm doing it. Let's just commit to it at this point. Give me my cube. We're now totally blown up on water as well. Cannot put away car. Put car on ground. I'm going to dump the water because, again, we have an excess of it. How is the sand doing? I haven't checked on that in a while. Cool. It appears we're not backed up on rocks anymore, which is nice to see. Some coal has made it over, I trust. Some, but not nearly enough. There's a few activations here. Like, it's an okay amount, but I still want to build up more coal. Ah, look at it. It's so cool. I really like it. So we get to kind of be a little less stingent, I guess, or stringent. I don't know the word for it. We get to be a little more relaxed on our resources coming up here since it's just that matter replication gel. So it's one less set of pipes to deal with, one less headache. And wouldn't you know, we make the gel effectively on site right here. So why don't we move this over here, and then we'll cut this as well as this. It will bring our gel upward. Please fit around the machine. You heckin' don't. That machine is absolutely thick out of its mind right now, and it's super unfortunate for someone such as myself. Because I wanted to sneak around it, but we will go, I guess, through it, but we'll go around it now. This will be our matter replication gel. Cool, so now there's gel going through here. Now all the belts aren't done yet, admittedly, but there should be more belts available to us as time goes on. Speaking of, why are we not stockpiling belts anymore? Oh, because we don't have any matter. Yeah, I get it. Good point, good point. Something I'll do is we'll limit it so that only this part really runs for now. So we're only going to be doing this first section. I just want to see it run. I always get this thing in my head where I'm like, yeah, but what if we like completely go off of what's more efficient just to do something cool or see something potentially cool? The potential of something cool is enough to allure me, which is a real problem. It looks like I didn't set up the offload on these ones either, which I'm guessing is going to be a problem on all of them. Sure is. We're going to have to fix these that we copy pasted. Looks like it's just the outer ones that have the problem. Good to see, though. That we caught it early. Something we can also do is start storing loaders that aren't the fancy schmancy loaders. I didn't think we'd run out of spectrolite, to be honest with you. Kind of a surprise to me. Ultra Cube always has these wonderful surprises where you just run out of really important materials and then have to fix it. Truly Ultra Cube's charm point. Alright, so power should be basically good now. We just need to connect out of there. For now, we have 8 lines, so I'm going to simply have it so go that they connect 1-to-1 down here. It's not like perfect or anything, but we have the lines anyway, so we may as well just start with these ones. We can upgrade it later as time goes on. I absolutely did that backwards, at least for part of it, but we fixed it, which is good. I'm going to just copy this here, and then we're going to just drag it downward. Then copy this section here, and then drag it up. There's a lot of belt demand. I identify that. Hopefully it's not too much belt demand, but it might be. Okay, so one of these is made. Can I make the other one? I just need to make sure we can refold it. We have no sophisticated matter units. Is it because we're not in network range? We absolutely 100% are in network range. This is a real sticky problem, and I should not have picked that all up ahead of time. Wait. We have an extra one down there. Hold on. Hold on. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to replace it after it takes it and puts it up there instead. This is the smartest thing I've ever done. Jokes aside, though, that is way more belts than we have available by a pretty dramatic margin. I don't know what to do about that other than to kind of handcraft belts or make them on site. Surely we'll get belts kind of quickly once we get this set up again. But for the time being... surely a bot should be bringing it over about now. I don't know how their priority works. I didn't want them to place that one first. I want them to come over to this one for sure. I can start dismantling belts that are meant to move the cube. If nothing else, we can start using some of those since they are not going to have a function anymore. We're going to have to redesign the cube offloading as well, but we need a lot of belts right now. So might as well start getting the main part of the base going. Thankfully, they're bringing them to me because that's exactly where they need to be. Oh my gosh, we're like deconstructing the cube belt. I should have done this in a more eloquent way, but it doesn't matter too much if the base turns off. We don't have like that normal pressure that kind of comes from it where it's like, well, the base is fully off, jump starting, it's going to be a pain to do. And even more so, like enemies are still progressing while we're not progressing, which is always scary. I just can't believe we're going to evolve from the cube belt to anything else. Like I thought the cube belt was the only option in life, to be honest. Okay, I've noticed they didn't put down the engine, which is troubling. Did they put it down at the bottom one? They didn't put it anywhere. Where doth the engine go? What if I make a request for it myself? Oh, I know where it went. It went to the far south, I bet. Because that one had priority. Yep, there it is. Okay, if I make a request for it, it should give it to me instead of putting it over there. That's smarter. There we go. Now it's on the way. Okay, so I'm going to put the cube through here and just have it start going through just as a proof of concept to see what it looks like. Honestly, I love it. I thought we had a bunch of loaders set, but for now, let's just put them out by hand. Why doesn't that one have gel? Do we have so minimal gel to run it? Oh, those are only one-way gels. I don't know why I was thinking they were two ways. That's fine. We can fix that pretty easily. But that's good to know in the design. Heck. Thankfully, we can just kind of copy-paste our design over. It's a good way to do this side. One-way gel is such a bummer. Truly a buzzkill. I could make them all off-center by one. It would be really easy to set up. Jokes aside, it should be pretty simple regardless. Oh, it's going to make the pipes look worse, though, which is kind of like an enormous aura loss for us. Yikes. Honestly, having the undergrounds go like this is probably the play. We have so much more space to move the piping through there now. Honestly, it might be easier to do... Nah, it should be fine. I was going to say it'd be easier to do the piping in the middle, like if we rotated it instead. Certainly be easier in a lot of senses. I also didn't filter these, which is fine. This is why we do a test run. So we can see everything that goes wrong. But also I really wanted some matter gel. Okay, actually don't do what you're doing right now. Do not place them up there. I beg of you. I appreciate your excitement, your eagerness to impress, truly. However, do not do that, please, because that's a real problem for me right now. Heck, why wouldn't they make it double-sided? Like, it's not that big of a deal, but it would have saved me so much headache. Maybe it's tough to actually, like, set up and I'm giving it too much credit. Or too little credit. Either way, we can change this now. and have it so that these little ones here are going to be feeding in to this main area, and that should be super easy to just set this up on the corners. It'll probably look kind of nice too once we set it up. Oops, want to rotate that though. Appreciate the hydrate redeem, Wise Wolf. I'll stay hydrated. Make sure you're staying hydrated as well. Very much appreciate it. It's kind of warm today. I should probably turn on more than just this fan, but I haven't got around to it yet. Okay, I actually love this design. Hold on. I was a little bit discouraged. I was dispirited. That's a good way to put it. But I think that this might just be it. I might have made it. Because I really like how this is coming out so far. Cool, and then we can just copy this over each time. Sweet. Very much keeps the cubey design of it. Doesn't look meaningfully different. I guess we can have two offloads as well to maximize the space we have available to us. This way so it's fully symmetrical. Alright, sweet. So, I'm gonna go ahead and rescue these cubes. Stick them down in these machines, so hopefully they can run in a little bit. I thought all of them have made it through, but you know, it makes sense that they wouldn't have. I also need to get rid of this matter. Cubes to a good home. Let's stop it here for now. Cool. So now they'll at least run eventually, trademark. Let's make it so that these have the proper setups for inserting and removing, and then we'll set these up as well with the same filter rules. Then we'll copy paste this around and make sure the pipes go all the way around, but this should be a fine solution for the moment at least. This should be able to just smack right on to what we had before. Honestly, I should just do the whole quadrant itself. I guess it's not really a quadrant, it's like an octant. Would that be a quadrant that is also a square? Or not a square, an octagon. That was a rough one. I was like guessing what shape I wanted there, and square came out, and I was like, brutal. Really not beating the dumb McIdiot head allegations on this blessed day. Alright, so we'll have this come through here, and then this through here. And then we should be able to just copy this as it is, hopefully. That looks good enough, right? These aren't necessary. Thanks for the pet, D'Amico. I appreciate it. I've been waiting to see if this one actually works. I really like it. Octant sounds right, an eighth of a total. That's what I was thinking. Good old sentient floating hand. I have more of these cubes on me. I was happy with one cube, but now that I have 64 of them, I'm starting to feel a little stressed out. Well, I need to remove some of these. This is ultra gunked, right? There's no way that's intended. No, that is intended, and I'm a genius. Never mind. See, that's just how it goes sometimes. Sometimes everything is perfect, and you just haven't realized it yet. I do have a little rainbow pudding for me too. I'm glad these are getting used. What was I supposed to do here? Something skrunked. Is it this? It's this. Okay, cool. Yeah, I got a lot of fun stuff you can put on my head. I guess not everything's on my head. I think one of them's just like a clown nose. That one just made me laugh when I was setting up the rest of them. Yeah, the pudding's cute, right? I haven't decided like how long I want them to be hanging around and stuff, so if y'all have any suggestions for like how long it pops on or disappears, or I could just make it stay too. It doesn't really make too big of a difference. I was just playing around with it at one point and it was fun. Okay, so I really need to manifest some belts here. Can we handcraft belts? Short answer, no. Long answer, do we have any red belts in the logistics system? Wait a minute. The solution was obvious. It's just an upgrade planner that doesn't upgrade. Upgrade planner, blue belt to red belt. This is not great. I identify this like full stop, but this will fix our intermediate problem pretty handily. We have plenty of red belts. This will get the machine running again and we can do something. This is good. This is brilliant. So something I need to do in the meantime, though, is to have it so these little cubes go return to the base at some point or loop around again. For now, I'm going to just manually make my own little loop at the end because we are not prepared to have the whole thing be good. We're going to switch back to red belts. That's how desperate we are right now. But we have them, you know, may as well use them. Cool. So this is at least enough to get the machine running, which is very comforting. I've noticed that I didn't set up the other machine. But we can easily set it up now. Okay, so that's at least some matter going to our base again. This is 1/4 of what we're going to be setting up later on. These are already like struggling to offload because it's backwards. So let's go ahead and fix that since those don't offload right now. Should just be those two. Yeah, cool. So those are offloading. We have some matter units. They're on red belts. It's kind of like a downgrade to an extent. How is it that this still has not been placed yet is my question, because I made a request for one of these and I thought I would take priority, but I'm guessing it is in fact down here, and it is in fact down there. All right, you know what? You've lost your privilege for your dimensional folding units down there. I should probably have paid attention to the bot that took it. This hasn't lit up, so I assume it's going to bring it to me next, I hope. Nice to see that most of the synthesizers have gone up too. Need to make more large plastic text plates too. There we go. Okay, so apparently some matter got on here. I'm guessing this is just like an old remnant that I didn't see from somewhere. Cool. We can obviously load this better later on. It will be loaded better because it has these over here normally. There's certainly some cubes still being cubified. Did I not set up the gel properly? No, we're just like out of gel. We have used up our gel stock supply. Yes, there is no gel. In regards to gel, we have no gel? No, incorrect. The gel simply does not connect anymore. It connects here, but not to the actual gel thingummy what? The place that gels. The gel locale, as it's known by truly... What's a good word for saying you're well-spoken? I was going to say truly well-spoken scientists, but I feel like saying well-spoken isn't quite what we wanted there. Okay, so now these are running. We have at least a little bit of cubosity. I think what I'm going to do for now, actually, is just have it run a few times, I guess. Eloquent, that's the one we were looking for. That's a lot fancy schmancier than what I was going for initially. Very succinct. Oh, I know my inventory is full, believe you me. You think I'm not living my current life right now? Because I sure heckin' am. Okay. So I'm going to start putting these through just so we can have a good amount of matter units like flowing. Their base hasn't had them for a while. I'm sure there's a lot of other things in the base that have broken while we were setting this up, but this is like good in theory. I've tried to distribute them evenly. Hopefully that was like a satisfactory amount. Cool. So now we're just gonna make a bunch of matter. I'm at 77% to nukes and haven't left the planet. Honestly, that's fair. I only fired a nuke, I think, like once for an achievement. Okay, but look, there's matter going through. This is big. This is what we needed. This is the surge. We have plenty of matter replication gel. I want to see... We make 7.4k per minute. Beforehand, we were making much more. I guess it's... Wait, no, is it not? Wait, that's actually crazy. I guess it's kind of tough to tell with how much it turns off. It looks like on average we're making much, much less, potentially. Oh, 26-month rev. That's crazy. Thank you so much for the sub, though. I super appreciate you. Time flies. Crazy. Absolutely absurd. Hopefully you've been good. Appreciate you popping in per norm. So I think my plan here is genius, though. I think that once this is all down, we'll be good. Genius enough. It could use a little bit of workshopping, admittedly, but it's fine. The important thing now is, look, we have matter going into the base for the first time in a long time, which is pretty cool. Piers were completely out of gelatinous tar, which is a problem in itself, but not one that's too surprising. That one we kind of all saw coming. Not quite the M. Night Shyamalan twist that we were anticipating. Or, I guess we were anticipating the M. Night Shyamalan twist. That's got to be rough, though, being like a director or something, and then having it be like, everyone's like, yeah, you're the person that does the twist at the end of the movie, right? Like, kind of ruins the fun, right? You got to either stop doing twists, which then I guess becomes a twist. I don't know. I don't really watch movies. I almost went to the movies this weekend, but there wasn't anything good to go watch, so we didn't bother going out. I should say nothing that particularly jumped out. I'm sure there was actually good stuff. I don't want to throw flack at things that probably don't deserve flack being thrown at them. I am stuck. I am free. Let's set up some splitters here. Yeah, they need to be over here, not over there. There we go. And then we'll just copy this design up here so that it can successfully cover both sides of the belt. Yeah, being the twist kind of be a hard niche. It must be. It really must be. Because, like, if you don't do one, people might be disappointed. But if you do one, people are going to be like, yeah, obviously there was a twist. It's a kind of a lose-lose situation. Loaders will fix this later on, but again, we're just having it work right now. We can turn on the whole machine pretty soon, too. I think that's going to be the goal, is that once we can turn on the whole thing, which I think what we're going to do right now is just set that downgrade planner over to this whole thing so that it can turn on. That should be plenty of belts to turn it on. I just want it to run successfully through once, because all of these synthesizers are now up. Can I, like, make a heart in the middle or something? Maybe I should make a cube. A cube would be a lot less exciting than a heart, though. I guess a lot easier to make, but it is very thematic. Maybe I'll put a heart in a cube. What's a good block for doing map art? I feel like I've done belts before. We don't have a flat center, it's even, which makes sense. This is gonna be really thick. We don't pull it out a lot. How much space do we have? We're gonna have to redo this like a few times to make it look nice. I don't think I've ever done a heart with belts before. Definitely needs to be longer on the top so far. Oh no, it's so scuffed. Wait. I mean, it's kind of cube-like, but it's not. It looks more like a trophy, I feel like. It kind of looks like the achievement symbol more than a heart. What if we bring it down a little bit closer? I like that a little bit more, but it's still not quite what I'm looking for. We just had so much free real estate in the middle. We gotta do something with it. I don't know if I'm gonna commit to the hard idea or not. I made a really nice one at one point. I just don't remember exactly how I made it. I mean, that one's not bad. Oh, okay. Actually, I love that on the map. Never mind. I really like that. Let's move it up a little bit, put it in a box, and then we'll have this area good to go. We should try to find a nice middle ground between these blocks here. That looks good. We'll start our box here, and then we'll, whoops, make it like this. Again, bring it to the edge of that one, the edge of this one, and then you can just combine it up here. There we go. I mean, that's good enough. Could be better, but it's basically a companion cube. I like it. It's cute. We should probably set up lights and stuff too, but I never automated lights. Lamps are they called? I always loved setting up lamps for stuff. Something I thought could be potentially fun, which I saw someone a long time ago had set up, is if we had a bunch of lamps right here, we can have them read, actually I think it was the load screen of this game. We can have them read like this part of the belt here hypothetically, and as long as this is full of white, then this will turn on to like determine how much we have. It was a really cool concept, but I don't know if I'll do it yet or not. For now, the important thing is we have a healthy and consistent flow of matter units to our base, which was previously starving, which is nice. Also, the base does seem to be completely functional now, or this section seems to be completely functional. Mostly functional. It looks like we're missing a few things still. We need to fix the piping as well. So let's finish this build before moving on. Some of the piping is outdated now because these don't go outwards, so it's not going to be relevant. But we will need to figure out a corner. And once we have that corner, we should be able to copy paste the entire section here. So we have our pipes coming up here. Wonderful. Good job, pipe. Proud of you. How do we get pipe across where we want to get it across? Well, step one is to bring pipe up here. I guess we'll bend it on the corner. Should be simple enough to set up that part. Oh, it's like it's meant to be. Oh, right. No, we want to feed on the outer side. That's still not bad. I think keeping it on the corner will keep it looking nice. And I think with this, it should be fine for us to copy paste most of the rest. There might be a little bit more we need to change. But with this corner existing, it should be easy enough to copy paste and then bend the whole thing. Fingers crossed. I'm going to now set it up. So I guess we'll leave it for now. No, I need to straighten the belt. I'm going to get rid of 2 of these belts just so I can straighten them and so I can copy paste it. And then get rid of this belt as well, because this is hopefully never going to be used again, these belts. These were a very temporary fixture. Thank goodness we had a gorillion red belts sitting around from like our previous design. Very fortuitous for us at this exact moment, because goodness they got some use while we were changing everything around here. There's really no reason to even use, do we have red undergrounds as well? Underground. Not many. 235 is probably enough for this build, I would wager. So I'm going to change this over to undergrounds as well. Whoops, I set them up backwards. Oh, you can't drag it over? That's a shame. Blue to red. Cool. And yeah, it's 120 of them, it looks like. Which is fine. We'll have those all change over. I thought with like this design, something that we can do, like going forward. Because for now, I'm going to have them all feed into the base itself. I think that's like the smartest thing we can do. But going forward, we can change it in our design. Honestly, I'm going to just bring these down to 2 even. Where if we want to start building like upward, this can be the core of our factory. This can be the literal heart of our factory, right? If we want to build upwards, we want to build to the right or whatever, this one section can theoretically output those ways. Now, that becomes tougher because, you know, obviously the more things you have to pull on one side will unbalance the other side, so it's not the most ideal, but it'll be good enough for now. Really long belts do produce really big buffers, so it's Gonna be good. And again, the cubes are only gonna run like once or twice through each of these areas. Hopefully this design will be fine. Maybe it will be awful. You know what? That's just how life goes. But I'm hoping it'll be fine. I can live with fine. I could also live with awful, but we can fix it later. I really just want it to be able to run for now. This was a very big change to our basis design. This also might not be the best idea to just have it go through a straight line. But I like it conceptually, it looks really cool. Appears we need more cubosity, or not cubosity, roboportosity over here, which I had thought about before, but I hadn't actually set up. Get that over there. And then, how do we combine these? It's only going to be 4 belts, which turns into 8, so it might be easier to just combine 2 here and 2 there. That's probably the better plan. I'm going to take 2 of these and then, whoops, bring them over here. And the other 2, actually I should bring it even further to the side. Aiming for, whoops, I kind of want to cut those instead. There we go. Aiming for this side so they can slot in a little bit easier is going to be a little bit easier for us than the alternative. Thank goodness for red belts. Truly a savior. We're going to run out of them pretty soon though. Why is there a... what? Why is there a train stop missing? That's got me a little confused. Oh, I never put in that extra tank over there too. I see there's a train stop missing. It must be part of the other design we had set up. Did I make that other tank, that smaller tank? I did. All right, let's just get that over there in the meantime. All right, cool. So now we should be good to copy paste this, hopefully. I'm going to do the corners separately. Let's just start here. It should be easy enough. This will bring the piping as well. Is that right? That is right. Cool, 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 cool. So we'll also replace the demand that we had for, whatever the heck they're called. Is this right? That is right. We need to get rid of these though. It'll get rid of the demand we had for loaders because we initially had those set up on all these, but now it's not going to want loaders anymore, which is good. I will need to go manually remove these because these ones weren't being replaced by blocks, so they remain there, but it should be quick enough to get rid of. And I can remove the upgrade planner from those because those aren't necessary, but it was just copied from the other side. Cool, 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 cool. So now it should be easy enough to just plug it in, right? That should be hopefully fluid getting all the way across. Here's that I missed a pipe somewhere though. Maybe. This one can go, that's not necessary anymore. It goes around there, that looks good. I see. I have extra ones over here. Let's get rid of these ones. Which means I'll have to do it on each side, but it's fine. I was wondering why it looked so strange to me. The answer was because it's a little bit strange. But strange isn't inherently bad. Strange is often a good thing. So we'll rotate this over to here. And this should give us the pipes we want. In addition, we'll get rid of the weird part here that kind of like tries to load in that inner corner that I didn't deal with before. That's not going to be there anymore. In addition, we want to make sure that it doesn't load on the upper or lower sides. That might have just been a relic of that side, it looks like. We got Gleba music. We made it. This line is now superfluous as well, so we can bring that back. So it's superfluous here as well. And now I think everything's fed. It looks like everything's fed. These all connect when I mouse over it. So it should be fine to turn on everything. We haven't finished this part quite yet, but we will do so post-hastedly. Quick underground here as well. Should have done that to the side more. It's a solid oopsie on my part. We'll move it over. The cubes are now moving through the system. I think that this system is not as good as it could be, which is kind of eating away at me. I feel like design-wise it could have been better, but I started getting really attached to the concept of some of the things I was doing, which I think does not lead to a necessarily better system. Also, we're out of matter units, so I don't think many of them are actually going to run. I'm going to go gather them. That's fine. We'll deal with it. We're not out of matter units, but matter juice, gel. There's a word for it. It's certainly gel. Did we really run out, though? I feel like we had a gorillion of it, so I don't actually know if I believe that we ran out or not. Regardless, let's fix up this part first. We'll flip it horizontally. I guess we'll slot it in right here. Might as well keep the symmetry of the build. Cool. And then we'll copy this, we'll bring it up, and that should be not quite what I wanted. That was a real slip of the finger, and that was a unfortunate one, to be sure. Holy guacamole, I accidentally tapped A and it was just like over. My life just ended in that moment. Crazy. All right, a little bit dramatic, but we're good now. That goes down there, that goes down there. Cool. And those will slot in and they'll just feed into the sidelines, and it turns out that I did this wrong by one tile, which is fine. Now it should be right. Nothing else should really matter in practice. I guess the belts are technically off now as well, so I'll move those over one, but it's not that big of a deal. There. Now it's better. Everything is saved. Other than the fact that we might not have any matter gel. Okay, so this time we do not, in fact, have any matter gel. Which means I'm going to have to go rescue the cubes from all of the flashing machines, but it looks cool, right? So that's cool. I've got that going for me. We will need to go manually fill this, which I kind of expected to happen. It's a shame I can't just control click the cubes out, but it's because they're not in the output. Shouldn't take us too long. Let's actually get rid of some of the garbage in our inventory in the meantime. Speaking of, are we not in logistics range? I'm surprised that our stuff hasn't been taken yet. Can put those into this book here to save some space as well. I certainly don't need 100 undergrounds on me anymore. 50 is probably fine, but even then we're doing so much building from above now that it really doesn't matter in practice. Heck those ghost crystals, that's basically everything. I'm guessing this spot is slightly out of Roboport range, but we're also never going to be standing here unless we have to like do this again, which hopefully won't be often. Granted, I did turn on the system and actively put them in, but I thought it would be cool and I kind of forgot that I forgot. Really, at the end of the day, I forgot. And if that makes me a bad person, so be it. You gotta face the music eventually. Sometimes you forget, and when you forget, it's not great. And I don't think that I should be held accountable for my past actions because Are you familiar with the ship of Theseus? Is that what it's called? The one that's like been rebuilt so many times? I'm a different person than when I actually just made that bad decision earlier. So I don't think I can be held accountable. Or maybe I could. Either way, let's make some matter gel now. Okay, so that'll build up a good chunk now. It will also go back into the system on its own. We don't currently have a way for the cube to come up here, and also we've like burned through all of the matter we made, or at least a good chunk of it. Not all of it, but a good chunk of it. The crimes are past Miko's crimes. Exactly. I didn't actually connect this part in yet. As a solid, certified whoopsie of my own as well. But that's fine. I think what we'll do here is similar to what we did before. Just keep it simple. Make it work for now. I'm going to have it so that one of these feeds into this line and one of them feeds into that line. That simple. Just to get it running, because at this point, this was a gargantuan effort. I think it's going to be worth it in the long run. If nothing else, it saves us on Steam and stuff, so it's one less thing to worry about. And it should theoretically be able to produce a bunch of it. Now, I think making a really big one where they have to move a bunch is kind of dumb. But look, it was fun in theory. Thankfully, this got like an okay storage of the stuff in the meantime, too. So, have we really built up that much matter replication gel? There's no way these are connected. I actually don't believe it. They're not connected. Oh, dagnabbit. I thought they connected. That's why we ran out. We didn't actually run out. I just never connected this new tank up here. Silly me. Well, I got some good news. The base is a lot less cunked than I thought it was. Bad news, I said dagnabbit, which is really not hip in today's day and age. Alright, now it should be plugged in. So our cubes go through the system. Let's watch it in cube cam in real time. They'll get picked up by some of the machines. Some of them will just turn on. Some of them will slip through. When they are done, they get put back out onto the belt. They'll go through. They'll all be processed. Some are sitting in machines, they've been picked up, and they just need to like drop the stuff off. It'll be less of an issue as time goes on. This process kind of takes forever. However, it's kind of cool. I don't know if it was worth letting it take a huge carousel ride. With faster belts, it'll obviously be much better. But I'm really starting to think that just one of them would have been fine. But also, this gives us a very distinct amount. The value of this design is that we will produce a very specific amount of matter units every single time it cycles. They've started coming to the final area. The belts are slowly filling. Those internal belts are going to be struggling a lot more because they don't have the luxury of buffering from the other belts. So I'm going to set that up so they can all kind of go towards the center because there's going to be way more on the sides for this current setup for the output. And then the cubes go back into here when they're done. That simple. They get output, they move on through the system, hopefully making a bunch by the end. Obviously none of it's draining right now, so it's taking a little bit longer to get through. There we go. And then we end up with a semi-balanced throughput. This one's going to be drier just because it went way longer ago. You have 8 belts out for left side and 2 belts for each other side. For the moment, yeah, I definitely want to have more of them. I was just trying to make it so that it could function and have it go back through the system. But you are 100% correct. That is not the ideal right now. We will absolutely output more belts going forward. But I just wanted some matter in the system. Yes, these are actually draining way slower than I expected as well. But look, matter units are matter units. Let's start, I guess, upgrading that. My thought was, how do we want it all to come together? I'm thinking maybe what we'll do is rely on our corners again, right? So we'll have these 2 corners and these 2 corners kind of combined together to do their offloading, and then maybe have them all go down here. Oh, I forgot that I still have only 4 belts going in the base in the end. How are we doing on our belt production? We literally have 0 ultra-fast transporter belts because we ran out of... I forgot to limit the box. No, that's the saddest thing that's ever happened to me. All right, maybe not the saddest thing. Oh no, we have so much. We actually made a crazy amount. That's why we had no blue inserters. I forgot I did that. Well, nuts. Good news is we have a bunch of purple related things. Bad news, we don't have the ones that I kind of want right now. We're definitely gonna need to fix up this, but for now it's like okay enough. It'll cascade through, make a good amount of matter. It'll hopefully store up a good amount in the meantime as well, and the base will have some. We definitely need the cube to go elsewhere, but I want to start setting up, since I think we have some of it now, the actual line to get the cube out of here, which I want to be kind of close, but not extremely close. Feeding it down here is the right idea, but I'm thinking that if we're going to have another 8 lanes coming down here, I might want to move it a little bit. It is going through slowly but surely. Not really quick though. Heck, that's so slow. I guess I can upgrade, upgrading the belts will make a world of difference, but we also need the better splitters. I'm sure we have better splitters here, not that it matters too much. Maybe putting those in the outer too will help them kind of like drain through a little bit quicker. Oh, it doesn't make any sense that it really would meaningfully. Yeah, of course not. Okay, fine. So that'll run, that'll come through here. Let's work on the train line really quick. We should have access to the elevated rails and the ramp rails. The train will come down here, unload, go through the system, and then recombine and then go back on the train. It should be very simple. So rail-wise, we really only want the rail. I guess we need the rail to reach over there, which is a little bit inconvenient. I have the rail go up and through the base too, but I'm thinking about keeping on the outer side for now. This substation's got to move. It is very much in the way. Yeah, the design for... Is that me over there? No, cool. All right. The design for the actual, like, unloading is not final. This is just temporary. It's really not good. It will be fixed. So let's set up rails. I'm guessing Cube Train's really only going to need, like, a little bit of space, right? The ideal is that the Cube Train will load and unload at the same spot, right? For the sake of space. Can we have it so that a cargo wagon can fit, like, right here in a stop and then load both sides? Because that'd be crazy. I would love that. Also have to move that substation, though, which is not that big of a deal. But if we could do this and have like the train stop at the end and have a double-headed train, I think that'd be perfect for transporting it, which is kind of ideal because I am like, whew, I feel like I'm back on square one with Ultra Cube today, let me tell you. Hopefully that's exactly where I want. It looks like it should be. Okay, that's actually like one tile off of where I need it to be. That's rough. It's where I want it to go, too. I mean, we can always move the piping. That's what we should do, for sure. It's a simple solution. Great, excellent. Then we can move these down to compensate. I guess we'll get rid of this. Move these down. Ooh, don't move them right now, though. This will be temporary. We'll have to move them later. Because the cubes are like currently filling this, and each one of those takes an inventory spot, so we don't want to go too crazy on that. We'll go for a locomotive. I almost called it a railroad, which is not quite what we were looking for. But this should be the start of something great, I hope. I think what we'll do is, if the cube is going on, I want it to have a cube symbol on it somewhere. So maybe we'll start changing our design for it, and we'll have cube at the beginning, so the cube ones will be sorted together, and then we'll have basic matter unit here. The name might change over time. Seems like they could let us build ghost trains on ghost rails, right? It's very... kind of messed up, to be honest. All right, so train Wait, that is fine. No, okay. Train. We need to make sure that this is filtered. It shouldn't matter in theory, but just in case. I need to make sure that there's like a wait condition for this stop for like a few seconds so it starts unloading. I guess it won't even take that long. As long as it needs like 1 second so that the train will be able to pull the cube off. But this should be good. Can we make any locomotives right now? Probably not. We can make our cargo wagon, glass, and advanced engine units. Let's make a request for those really quick. Advanced engine units, 50 of them, and some glass as well. My inventory will be so full of garbage. Again, I know this is very slow, but it's just for the moment. It'll get better, I promise. Oh, it's kind of like a rad smiley face right there. So let's think. I have 4 belts of matter going through the base right now. I think an obvious solution would be a really big storage bay right here. That way I can have these go down, go across or whatever, or I can have them all loop around here. Maybe I'll make the storage bay up here. It's kind of convenient. We have the space for it. 4 lanes come out of each of these. They load into the storage bay here. The storage bay is what we read for how much we have available. Everything feeds into there. Then the storage bay outputs into the base. That's, I think, going to be the play for now. That way we have plenty of space to make it up here because we're a little bit tight on space. I should have made it a little bit further out, but I didn't expect it to be this big, to be honest with you. So let us do our locomotive crafting, because we can do those now really quick. And we'll do... What about that car? I feel like we haven't broken any cars in a while because calcium's been tight. But then again, the base has just kind of like been off forever, so... Whoops. Let us do our rails now. So we have... this one here, and then from there I think you could just drag them across. Yeah, I haven't done too much of this other than on Fulgora, which was a bit, but I don't think I really did it. I guess I did a little bit on Volcanus as well. I don't have that much experience with the rails, but it should be fine. So where do we want to bring this is the question. We have our 1 stop. We have another cube stop down here, but everything else is not currently cube adjacent, so we should start setting up stations for everything else relevant. This was like the major one we had to rework, but I think from here we have a lot more freedom. In fact, why don't we do it 2 ways, right? Is this a good idea? Let me think. Yes, right? This should be fine. Can I make it more concise? Sweet, I actually really like that spot. So now... we can have it go this way and then have a station over here. It's omnidirectional, right? The train itself is, so it should be able to go wherever at any time. Let's make it a little bit tighter. Oh, we have like a little bridge over our matter. I love this. This is a little bit excessive right now. Obviously, there'll be more use of it later on. For now, it's going to be a little bit excessive while we're getting it all figured out. And then we can have a train stop here somewhere. Although it's kind of tight on space because of this specific setup I have. I can always move it. Although maybe it'll be fine. We should be able to unload the cube at an angle, so it shouldn't matter in theory. But it's going to be a little bit more annoying to actually pull it out of here. Alright, so let's put a train stop here as well. Alright, the train stop has to be like on a proper line. Right, next to rails. Right, one more. My mistake. So train stop here. These 2 are very, very close, so this should be simple. And I can always bring it back across and just kind of like recombine it into the line over there. But these are like the 2 major things. 1, smelting metal. 2, making matter units. The core backbone of our base, things we clearly need to improve. Another major one is going to be over here in regards to making gelatinous tar. I do think we've probably built up more now. We certainly have. So we're going to go ahead and change that recipe back over to the fancier one. Hopefully we can maintain it for a long time because it is a real heckin' pain in really everywhere. It's just not fun to make it so infrequently. It looks like we don't have any train stops available to us, so let's handcraft 5 train stops and we'll get rid of them. I thought I just made a bunch of them. I guess not, though. Alright, sweet. We're also going to need fuel for this train, but that should be easy enough to fit in anywhere. There's plenty of places, like right here, where a bunch of fuel for trains go through. So we can easily have just a train fueling stop. We can't use the cube for fuel. I mean, I guess technically we could use the cube for fuel. Oh, that's an idea in itself. If I make it so that... No, we won't be able to remove it. I was going to say if the cube was fuel for the train and we could pull out the cube manually, but I don't think we can. I think once it becomes a fuel bar, it has to be like the train has to be picked up. So this is a better idea. So we'll make this one over as... we'll use the cube icon to denotate them again. And we'll do cube, and then we'll make this metal. And we'll do our refined rare earth metal icon. Now we have our metal stop. Did the other stop get made? It did. So we have matter and we have metal. This one would offload here, which is fine. We should be able to offload it and unload it still. And this part's easy. Like we had to do this like whole intricate setup before. Now it should be as simple as cube go down, cube load in where cube normally loads in, which in this case is actually right here, and then just goes through the system and comes back. Now, I hope that we don't miss anything important because this is going to break a lot of rules and stuff moving this around. But surely it'll be fine. Smile. And if it's not fine, we go oops, and then it's future Miko's problem, and future Miko loves dealing with past Miko's problems. That's the beautiful thing about having different states of yourself. They all have different preferences, and future Miko loves headaches. So now this does this whole process. Where do you normally unload? You go up through here. How do you unload? Is it possible? Ah, this line here. So then this line we can have, instead of going into the base, is just going to unload here. Kind of funny that I've gone back to red belts, but it's actually a little bit useful in a weird way. Because we can always just do an upgrade planner for red belts for important cube related things, interestingly enough. Future Miko loves headaches. Oh yeah, for sure. Future Miko's gonna love hearing that later on. I guess dealing with that thought. Either way, alright, let's bring this down a little bit to here. We'll just switch where these are. There we go. Now, boom, and boom. And this should be sufficient enough to just like have this run. Let us go across the breach once more. Oh no, we can't. Why can't we? Surely this is a perfect circle, is it not? Why is that so weird? Is that not weird? I guess it's not weird. It looked weird. Heck, I really wanted this cute little bridge again. But we need that one extra one there. I guess we can do the cute little bridge again. We simply just have to move it over a little bit. So let's quickly do that. I really like this cute little bridge. Alright, cool. That's good enough to move it like that. We can put those where they need to go later. But the important thing is the cute little bridge must be returned. Heck yeah, we have saved our cute little bridge. This will need to move over a little bit more, it looks like. Oh my gosh, that can go even farther. Great, perfect. I might not have had it set up properly before. This should be good though. Okay, so this is our stop. It kept its name. There's the metal stop. Wonderful. I love this. This is great. Oh, no. I mean, it's fine. We can just move the pipes. The pipes are, like, the easiest thing to move. I don't know why I'm, like, pack it up, go home. No, wait, what? Surely I can just, like, build it like this and then remove it. All right, it doesn't need it. Even better. Awesome. So, we probably don't want to actually bring it down here either. Now that I'm thinking about it, just keep it above for the time being. Really? You need them that close together? That's crazy. I definitely undervalued how many of those we were going to need in practice. Either way, this is the start of something beautiful. And the start of something that requires a lot more concrete than I'm really emotionally ready for, but that's just how life goes. Sometimes you need a crazy amount of concrete that you're not emotionally ready for. Life will sometimes, like, unironically, like, we're gonna take not a learning moment, but like a real talk moment here. Life will absolutely just like shove you into a position that you are not ready to be in emotionally. But sometimes you just gotta do it. Which is not ideal in any way, shape, or form, but like Ultra Cube kind of does the same thing. This being said, let's reform our cube and... Gosh, we're gonna have to figure out all this stuff, right? Initially, I had it so that it only got onto a train at the very beginning when was necessary. I think it's lying about how close these need to be. I think these are a little rough in how close they place them. We could probably get more space, but now we need the cube to get on the train everywhere, which is an important thing. You can hide in a cave, though. It's true. You can absolutely hide in a cave, and that will work out for a solid chunk of time. I find that oftentimes you won't be able to hide in the cave forever. But sometimes hiding in the cave is just like what you need. That is just how it goes. Hide in the cave for a little bit. Take a breath. Reassess the situation. Okay, so back to the thing. Let's figure out exactly where we need the cube. We have a ghost realm build for widget replication, which we're probably gonna have to build outside. I feel like every time I do this, I'm like, we're gonna boot up cube today. We're going to we're gonna do a new science pack. We're gonna figure out this new thing. And then I'm like, what if we rebuild the whole base? But this time I feel like it's actually quite necessary. This is gonna help our cube movement dramatically. And rails are fairly inexpensive, though the supports are not cheap. So hopefully we won't need too many of them. Or I've made a good chunk of them. Where are they? Was I looking at them and I'm just being dumb? Okay, that's some. It makes sense since we're not making this anymore. So I guess the next thing we should do is the gelatinous tar. So let us bring a rail line over to the gelatinous tar. Now this is a double-sided train, so in theory it shouldn't really matter. And I should just bring these together now, because it can go either way here. It doesn't necessarily need to go to a specific way. To reach this train stop over here, it will go around this way, but this is going to be the only train on the rail. This is the dedicated train for the cube. This is now the cube train. Actually, we should probably recolor it so that it can live out its best life as a cube train. Surely it's got to be blue, right? Our cube is blue. Can we get like a teal color? That's good. So 182, 253 looks good enough for me. We'll make that over there as well. 182 and then 253, and then we'll set that down to 0, and boom, there's our color. I actually really like the color it was before too, but this will be our cube train. Where's the cube right now? I assume it's stuck in a few machines. Ah, it's just that one. Cool. This is good. I mean, obviously this offloading needs a lot of work, but this is a proof of concept mostly. So let's get this over to our ultra dense furnace down here. I'm kind of considering moving it out a little bit because of how tight it is, but because it's double-sided, we might actually not need to. Interestingly enough, it's probably going to be pretty easy to load. I didn't realize how convenient these rail ramps and whatnot are. Oh, heck, because all the piping, it might be kind of stinky though. This would be easy to move. It has a bunch of garbage in it right now, but we've already done it a few times. I think we probably want to move it, but we're storing it here. You can also just move a handful of pipes to make it easier too, but that's probably not the play. I think moving is the best plan. Regrettable, but let's do it. It's a little bit inconvenient to get it rehooked up again. I do think this is our best bet by a lot. This is the time where we're doing big work on the base, and I think that the only way that we're going to be able to really like flourish in this is by making big strides, you know? Let's put this here for now, move this over one. That way the train can come down a lot easier. In fact, let's put it on, actually that side's probably fine. The wood can go here. We will need to bring up the mausoleum of sand. For now, we will just hopefully reverse these belts. And then boop that, and then the excess will just feed upwards for now. Because there is a good chunk of wood that's just kind of waiting here. Oh, it looks like the cube successfully cubed, finally. Good job, cube, proud of you. I say finally, but I'm proud of the cube. Even if it takes a long time to cube, the important thing is that it tried to cube and successfully cubed eventually. But even if you don't succeed to cube, I still think you should be commended. It's not easy cubing. Alright, let's grab one of these thingies that I forgot the name of. What else do we need? We need our sand, we need our steam as well. So we want to turn this so that it can load over there. We want to also set up a mausoleum here. And bring our sand up. Again, this is the cube line, so we're just going to dismantle this now because it's not going to be used anymore. I really hope when this all like plugs in and stuff, it's just going to like be great. It's going to be awesome. Everything is going to be fantastic, and we're going to be like pogging off. I think that it's not going to be, and there's going to be a lot of flaws and stuff we still need to fix, but hopefully in theory this is a good thing for us regardless. It's just hard to tell in the moment by a pretty substantial degree. So how much does this need? It's 400 coal and 200 sand, which is dramatically more than we need of the wood, as it were. This said, we will set these up over here, move that so it's appropriately close, and then we'll bring up, for now I'm going to just try and bring up one belt of each of them, I suppose. Dismantle that for now. This is stuff that we can absolutely fix as time goes on. I think getting the furnace working in the new area is probably the first step to our solution. We should have a good chunk of blue belts sitting around now, at least a chunk of them. Apparently not a very good chunk because we've already run out, it seems. Cutting off our supply of blue belts was a decision for sure. Probably not my finest moment in regards to decision making. Hopefully not, I would say, actually, because if that was my finest moment, then wow, I peaked early. That's for gosh darn sure. I thought I had a lot more. Thought we'd be having good decisions for the rest of our like existence, but apparently not. All right, so let's bring up this other one. Again, this is just going to be spaghetti belt for now. Heck, I keep wanting to grab red belt. There we go. Hopefully we have an extra blue belt laying around. I think we do. If not, I know we certainly have purple belts lying around. Bring it up over here. Thank goodness red belts exist. We have to be running out of them though, surely. No chance we're not getting like to that point. Okay. The tar is over here again. I know that we're still gonna have to bring the train down to like this lower area here, but now we have a very condensed upper area, which is probably good. She says, desperately trying to convince herself that this isn't a terrible idea. Apparently we've run out of logistics space. Let's go ahead and set a few more of those down as well. If nothing else, this will get the cube to like 3 very major points. Whoops, there's going to be a storage chest we're going to use here. My goodness, our storage area is beautiful and not completely horrible. I love it. These literally have no way of actually pouring out now that I'm looking at what I did here. I mean, I guess they kind of do it. It's just like an issue of belt sides. Whoops. Let's do that. Okay, we also want to fix that all together. So now I'm going to take the cube out. We now have the cube. Let's move this down a teensy bit so that it can load and unload successfully. In addition to that, let's move this down as well so they can be put on and removed from the cube. We're going to need to redo like all of our conditions that existed before that. So it's, you know, strap in for... I guess it's just going to be radars. It wouldn't even be that bad, theoretically. We did get that other tech. I don't know if we did it yet or not. It was like signal transmission or something. What's the point of this? It says, any circuit signals passed in will be broadcast to the chosen channel. What does that mean? Do I just need one of them? Surely not. I see. So if we have a transmitter down somewhere, we can put down receivers elsewhere. Why would this be a better solution than just radars? I don't quite understand. All right, so... No, please. All right. That's really awkward. I mean, that's fine. We can redo it. Oof. All right. That was like, that genuinely put the fear in me. Let's... No. Please don't. I don't want a cube again. I don't want a cube again. No. Come back. Come back, please. I really don't want a cube again. I'm so desperate. All right, that's fine. We probably needed that meta unit anyways. Okay, so I wanted to put it on the train and set some train rolls so we can hopefully get some fluid because we really need to go get fluid. Please come back. Come home. 64 cubes are so much harder to raise than 1 cube. Unbelievable. All right, well, those 4 can have fun really quick. I'm sure they'll empty eventually, probably. Let me make sure this side can actually empty unironically, though. They should come through the system without too much of a headache. So this comes down here. Are we loading the new thingy yet? Where is the new thingy? There it is. We need a few mausoleums, it looks like. So let's make a few mausoleums. We cannot make any mausoleums because we don't have any sophisticated meta units. That's less than ideal. But we should be able to get some. Don't we have a request for them? We do. How do we not have any? We ran out of fuel. Okay, that makes sense. What do we do in the interim? I guess we don't necessarily need anything in the interim. I could go manually feed it a couple times. That should get me some. All right, let's finish up this railing in the meantime. Oh, what a mess today has been. Oof. Oh my god, holding shift makes it like max length instead of wasting a bunch. Fantastic, good to know. Yeah, let's dismantle that. We'll have it come down here now. We'll have it go. Oh my god, holding shift makes it so much better. Fantastic. Well, that's good news. Then we'll have our one that comes down here. I think that's actually too close. We probably want to do it here instead with some undergrounds. Let's do our rail. What is it called? It says not research. It does say not research for a rail ramp. That's so interesting. We've certainly researched rail ramp. Should be no doubt there. Hopefully this is a good enough spot for it. I think it will be. I think we're going to have just enough space. So we'd be able to do the train station, which I almost put in trail station, which is not quite what we were looking for. And we can have a load on and a load off. So far, there's still quite a few places the cube will need to reach, but for now, it'll be an okay spot. Fingers crossed. In fact, you know what? I'll even use purple belts here. Oh, actually, we shouldn't have any purple belts yet. I'll go back to red belts. Oh, I'm so sad we have to use red belts all the time. This sucks. Like, it's not that bad, but I am going to complain about it. Because it is actually that bad. Well, so we are pulling from it the proper way now. Cube goes in there. So we need to obviously do a repair sequence as well. Recovery bay, I think it's called. And we'll do what we did before, where we just have the logic of like, this is how many times it's going to run through based on how much of the actual thing we need. We might still have the logic sitting around here. No, I destroyed it when I got rid of this stuff, it looks like. We can remake the logic. it's a green wire that comes over to here to read this specifically. Do I have a combinator? Really? I would have expected myself to have a combinator over here, but I don't see one. I look for red wire because I generally use red wire as an outpost for a combinator. But I think that's this combinator here to see if it should come down here, which is, again, now a moot point since we're going to be going in lieu of it. So I guess we will remake it ourselves. We have some green wire going over here. We can bring the green wire. We'll bring it on a separate line over here because it looks like we probably don't want to cross those green lines. There we go. So now that we have a separated one, it's not going to combine with that other green line because I think there was an issue with it. There might not have been. We can combine it here and we can do a condition across these to see when to go, basically. So it's very simple. It's just gelatinous tar. We don't have a circuit, so we can just use gelatinous tar. We'll set it as gelatinous tar for all 4 of these, and we'll have it be... I think those are 200k or 250k. Are they 250k or 200? They're 200k. So we'll set it at 180,000. Keep it simple. 180k, and then that one actually shouldn't matter. Thinking about it. These are the two that actually matter. So I guess I'll just remove this one and make it back to the default one. So this one will output when we have more than 800k. This one will output when we have less than 800k. Now, is this perfect? Technically, no, for a number of reasons, but one of the main ones is we don't know if we're going to have enough resources to really sustain that. But in theory, it should be okay. All right, so the cube is like almost reconstructed now, so hopefully it'll be good in a teensy bit of time. I'm going to go wander over there really quick. I did turn this, so it shouldn't be able to go reinsert itself. But I'm guessing it's just stuck because that one left side is so over dense with how many resources go into it. So let's meander over here. Actually, do we even need to? I guess not. Oh, right. I need to get some mausoleums over there. I didn't quite figure out what I was going to do for that. I could dismantle the other mausoleums. Logically, that's an easy-ish solution. The downside, of course, becomes that I have to manually transport everything. And the first one's going to be the toughest because I need to actually store everything in the first mausoleum. We do have a spare mausoleum doing literally nothing right now. So that's our solution. Boom. Okay, I've noticed we're really low on fuel cells. Obviously, it makes sense because the cube hasn't come back here. So here's another stop we can potentially set up where the cube goes over there as well. We can just have it extend out and then go down there. So this is good. This is good. I should have done this differently, as I should have picked up the wood in the first place rather than not doing that, but it should be fine anyways because a bunch of wood has to load in here regardless. This will free up another mausoleum for us, so we can place another one of them and slowly start transferring them over. Kind of a manual process, but when everything's at like a standstill like this, it's very... You go back to when you've made your first burner miner drill and try to figure out how to get the coal to go back into it. At least that's how my brain's feeling right now. I forgot we got ghost furnaces. That'll be really fun. Sweet. Now we can dismantle this, and then it'll be only feeding from the upper side, which is, you know, an improvement, I guess. Now these can feed in whenever they want. We have coal coming next, so we'll go grab a bunch of coal. The coal's going to be a little bit more complex, but not super more complex, but a little bit. We just need to do the line itself that we hadn't done last time. Let's also go ahead and put some storage tanks and whatnot into storage for now as well. I guess we'll keep the widgets. Never mind, it's fine. Just so we have some more inventory space, we have to do it in quite as many attempts or clicks. I should really, do the research that... Did I just put even more garbage in there? I did. I should do the research that enables us to have more tool belt space. Maybe that one's not expensive. Heck yeah, we're doing science. It's been a little bit since we've done science in a science game, which is unfortunate. My micro is really not on point. I feel like my brain's turned into mush trying to redesign all this. I do think it'll be positive in the end. It's just getting there is real heckin' headache, as it were. So now, simply put, we just plug this back in, and now this should be fine-ish. Obviously, we're loading it much slower than before. But for now, our priority is just trying to get everything fixed up, hopefully, fingers crossed. So let's do sand next, and we'll grab those loaders. I appreciate the hydrate redeem. Let me say hydrate. Maybe that's why my brain's all mushed out, because I'm just dying of dehydration. It is quite warm. Make sure you're staying hydrated as well. I very much appreciate it. I think the mysterious shoulder pain that I started having a few weeks ago is starting to kind of ebb. I can do more stuff with it than I could before, which is nice. Is ebb the right word for that? I was thinking like ebb and flow, but I don't know if ebb would be cool. I felt really smart when I said it, but then I realized it might just be kind of pretentious and sound totally wrong. Either way, getting mysterious pain is so obnoxious because you're like, I don't know what caused this. I don't know how to prevent it. And then you just kind of have to deal with the fact that you're just going to be miserable for a while. Let's plug this in. Brain made of water. Brain likes water. Honestly, I can't argue with that math right there. Okay, so again, these inputs are going to be dramatically worse than before. 1 gazillion%. In fact, let's just do that to keep it simple. We will need to put loaders on here. But we'll just stick it to 1 belt, because apparently we have 1 belt full right now anyways. The cube is still really stuck. I figured it'd be done by now. Let's just finish the piping here, and then we should be good to kind of get the base running again. See, you know what? This reminds me a lot of Gleba, actually. Thinking about it. The cube and Gleba are intertwined in my mind. Because, like, the cube keeps everything running. It's your mutagel, or whatever it's called. It's not called mutagel, but I always call it mutagel. Bioflux. Your nutrients and stuff, right? And as soon as that stops running, like, the whole thing shuts down. You gotta fix it. You gotta make sure that it's efficient enough. I guess the parallels are pretty obvious when you think about it for a little bit, but still. Okay, so now we should be able to produce this. Oh, right, steam. We need steam as well. Where doth the steam come from? Where doth the steam go is the question of the day. I don't actually see steam here, which is a surprise. What? Where the heck was the steam? This has to be... okay, we're out of steam. That's what it is. Cool. So at least steam's going to be pretty easy to plug in. Granted, we are out of it right now, which is less than ideal. But it should be easy to plug in practice. Just needs a little bit of time to have the base function again. There's another thing we need to plug in. So there's another train stop. Oh my gosh, this is such an undertaking. I finished the science. I was like, what was that redeem? We got tool belt extension 1. It's literally 2 slots. I'm actually like really disappointed. I will do it again. But I did not think it'd be 2. I thought it'd be like 5 or 10. I mean, it's better than nothing, right? We'll do 4 more of them so we can get a full extra line. Okay, so we also need a stop for the steam itself. The nice thing about this is we can move this basically wherever. In fact, we're going to move it basically wherever because now the cube line is being defunct. So we can take this and we can put it like up here. And as long as the steam comes out of it, it's fine. So we have a lot of freedom for our design changing. All the steam is still connected. All the water is still connected. And we can go steam in, water out, and then we're good to go. Hopefully. I mean, this works in theory in my head. I don't see why it wouldn't work. The reason being, we can drag it off here a lot easier to have it go to like a quick train stop. We want to make it though that if we yoink off here rather than at an end, it can easily like loop back around if it needs to. I guess it'll be really quick, so it shouldn't really matter in theory either way. Either way, let us introduce another train stop to the system. Guess we'll do it over here. This one's going to be a little bit tight to load and unload, I feel, with this space. Maybe I'm undervaluing it or undergauging it, but it feels like it's going to be tight. So if we look at the rail ramp, oh no, it's going to be way too tight to fit over here. These have to be vertical is their rule. We can certainly do it over here instead, so we'll do it over here. So let's get rid of that. Looks like the cube is actually moving, which is, I guess, a little comforting. I'd say a lot comforting, actually. I was kind of underplaying it. The cube has been very stressful today, but that's the thing about being a cube parent. Like, you're just kind of stressed all the time, but it's worth it. Okay, so let us remove some more of the foliage here for some space as well so we can see a little bit better. Get one more train stop set up. Awesome. This looks basically good. I hope this is fine. We will move this over to this side here. In fact, you can have it right here, so it'll basically plug right into where we need it. We can remove this part of the steam. Just a quick underground. It should be sufficient for us to get that set up. Hopefully. This water should also be superfluous now. We could technically set up a few of these. Whoops, let's move that over one. We could technically set up a few of these, but I don't think there's much of a reason to. It generally makes steam, like, it's not going to move faster. We have a bunch of them, unless we could break down the cube. We might be making excess steam with something else, but for now, I just kind of want it to, like, run effectively. Okay, so we're going to want a recovery bay here, because this one uses it as fuel to produce steam. This is also slightly off of where I want it. So here's my thought. We can have it so the recovery bay doubles as an onloader here too. So if we unload here, it'll go through the recovery bay and then it'll make the decision to load back in or to unload. Should be simple, to the point, pretty concise. Move this over one as well, and then we can just use belts here. Probably just want a substation. I was gonna go put another medium, but honestly just put a substation there. Remove the whole thing. Much better. We can use a condition, I'm sure we have somewhere, of, I guess it's just this line here that connects to a radar. So we already have the radar connected to steam, which is good. I probably want to set up another radar over by the rail line since it's already available there. So we'll put a radar here because we're going to need to put this, like, logistics information into here so that the trains can read it. So basically every train stop's going to need a radar, I think. Oh, good. The train's on a stop now. And it has some fuel as well. So let's start setting up some of its stations, I suppose. Now, I'm shocked that it can't see the station that it's at. That's concerning. I noticed before that that station didn't read. Why is that? The station is gone. There is no station. Where did the train station go? What? Where'd it go? Wasn't it like here? Am I crazy? Wasn't this like perfect? Oh, we had to move it. Oh, nuts. I see. Okay, well, we can still technically do it. We just need to do it like this, which is hopefully still good enough. Yikes, that's unfortunate. I didn't realize what the problem was. So this one will be the cube one. Right, we're going to rename it. We're going to name it cube and then matter. Whoops, I definitely don't want to rename that one. Let's do cube and then matter and then cube. Honestly, I can probably just remove the word altogether to keep it simple. I like that naming convention a lot more than our old ones. I'm going to remove the metal. Hopefully the station works the same. It looks like it should. So fingers crossed, but it looks like it should. So now that shows up. Perfect. It's inaccessible from current position. Why is that? Oh my goodness, you're so fast. Okay. Is it accessible now? Was it because you were slightly ahead of it? Yeah, okay, cool. So now it's totally accessible. Plus you can't like loop around properly anymore. These are now going different ways, so we definitely have to make sure that you can go to and from, which should be fine for now, hopefully. I'm hoping it just read that poorly because it was slightly past it. it would technically, to reach that stop from that position, it would need to go park here and then come back, which I don't think the train knows how to do. So we might need to consider like fixing something like that. It should be easy enough to just like make a rounded rail like this. Actually, that should fix everything. Let's do that really quick. If the train ever ends up here and needs to go back around, it should be able to. Not that I think it ever will, but it's probably a good idea to have these intersections anyways, just in case. Great, so let's set up our other stops. We want one over here. We're going to name it, we'll just do the cube and then the gelatinous tar. And then we'll do cube and steam. Very easy. Cube, steam. Another tool belt up for us. I did it wrong, unfortunately, so we'll have to redo it really quickly. Steam. Boom. So now we look at cube train. And for now, we're just going to add the conditions. Cube and steam, cube and gelatinous tar. So I'm going to go cube and gelatinous tar. It rips right over to it. It's going to leave instantly without the cube. Okay, it didn't even give it a chance. It's really just having fun right now. Oh, it actually took the cube on that one, which is a huge surprise to me. It makes me think we've messed up the gelatinous tar. I don't think this needs to run right now, but that's fine. We need to set up some things either way. Okay, so let's add weight condition, and it's going to be time pass, we'll say 5 seconds. It should be simple enough for like this. And then item count, cube is equal to 1. This will not leave a stop unless it has a cube and 5 seconds have passed. This condition should on its own be fine. That means that there's no inactivity check. It doesn't have to go, oh, you know what? Do I have the cube? Do I not have the cube? It's just going to say cube equal to 1. Good. 5 seconds have passed since I arrived here. Good. Leave. It's not going to take any extra time. Item count, cube is equal to 1. This is going to be a very basic setup. Right now, there's no specific condition for it coming. I'm not setting up any interrupts yet, but we can certainly do that as push comes to shove. But for now, it should be fine. So time count, 5 seconds have passed, and then if cube is equal to 1. I'm surprised you can't leave this spot. It feels like you should be able to. I don't have any rail signals set up, so I'm very, very surprised. We'll have to suss out why that is, because I am kind of stumped right now trying to think about it. For now, too, we can just have the cube kind of going around willy-nilly and just have a few things running. As long as we have the condition so that it won't get pulled off, it should be fine. Okay, so we have the basic foundation. Why can't it make it to the gelatinous tar stop? Ah, I see, because it physically can't without going away. That makes complete sense. Let us make it so that it can go to the gelatinous tar stop. It will obviously gunk a little bit of our mining operation here, but I think it's fine. This one doesn't run super often anyways. Okay, so that works. For now, it's just going to go in a circle, which is not ideal, but it at least gets things running a little bit. Let's make a few radars and spread them around. I imagine our best bet's going to be doing interrupts, but I don't know if that's actually the case or not, but I'm guessing it will be. I really just want the trains to start running again for now. That's all. I want things to function. So now that it's at this stop specifically, it's not going to leave until it has the cube. I still have the logic here where it's going to keep trying to feed the cube around in a circle until this logic is met. Is this logic now broken is the question, though. This is only looking to see, do we have enough ore to justify it? Which, while fine in theory, we're currently not using enough to really function like that. So for now, I'm going to just have it so that this one is not equal and this one is equal. We have an excess of ore. We're not processing it right now. That's fine. I just want the cube to be able to go do stuff for the time being. This condition will work, but it's going to work more when we've actually used some metal because the base is functioning again. It's honestly functioning okay. Outside of the tar, everything is fine. That's just because there's no tar, so we're using a lot less. So we have the condition come down here. I would like to change this over so that there are loaders. I believe we just made express loaders. I think this is going to be where we first start to utilize them. Ideally, we'll upgrade these belts at some point as well, but we have some loaders available. I'm hoping that's enough. Looks like it's not, so let's do hopefully normal loaders instead. I can craft those ones, so those ones get a pass. So we'll quickly make 3 normal loaders, or fast loaders, I should say, and then toss them. What are we missing still? That obviously needs some power as well to get on that stop. I don't know where most of those are. Ah, okay, it's from that specific setup there. I'm going to just remove this stuff for now. This is really just a placeholder of what we're going to rebuild. What are we still missing? That radar is fine to keep around. The combinator can go. Honestly, this whole setup can just kind of go right now, to be honest. It disgusts me, and I don't want to have to remake basically all of it. I really just wanted to stop flashing at me because it's kind of irritating. Like, we can always copy paste it from a different spot, so this will reclaim a bunch of loaders that are currently not being used for anything, which is a boon as well. Cool, that's much better. So the loaders I was making was apparently going down there, which is not ideal. Okay, so you're stuck there because we're not using enough metal, which is totally fine and totally valid. And Cube, you're doing just amazing, and I'm very proud of you. However, we really need gelatinous tar. So let's go pick up the cube, and then we'll deliberately send it over to the tar place. Once it's like actually working, it's going to be so good. It's not totally working yet, but it's getting really close to what we want. I'm quite surprised. Ah, it's cargo is equal to 1. I see. No, wait. No. Okay, cool. That's fine. This had the wrong rule. It immediately should have gone elsewhere. So let's change this to cargo equal to 1. I think I just got ground into a paste, if I were to guess. Yep, nope, there I am. Killed the first character. We did it. 49 hours, 16. We did it. We killed the first character. That's rough. That is a very clown co moment. I can't even argue with that one. I got the nose going on. That's rough. That's a real tough sell. Brutal. Hey, at least we kept the cube, which is nice, which means the train's not gone. Wait, how did we keep the cube? That's crazy. Choo Choo Splat is unfortunately very accurate. Heck, the trains always get me. So let's go, I guess, waddle over to where the train is, which is over there. I'm going to put the cube in, and it should make steam now. I didn't set up the condition for this, so we'll probably only do steam once or twice. I think what I'm going to do is... Okay, I actually didn't plug in the water yet, so even better. Or the steam? The water is plugged in, the steam is not outputted. But I thought it was. Is it not? Ah, cool, it's not. Perfect. So we have a few seconds here to fix this. I want to use the logic for this over here and have it continue to produce more over time. So we'll do this over to here. I think my 2 deaths in my Space Age playthrough... It'll be those 2. My 2 deaths in my Space Age playthrough are both trains. I also think they're clipped on the channel, too. '07, my hardcore status on my engineer. It's very unlucky. So we're going to be looking at Steam here. We're going to make it a condition where I think those are 200k, so we'll say 150k. Whoops. 150k Steam. We'll make it go this way, and then we'll copy the condition over here, where if we have more than 100k Steam, it'll go onto the train again. So now we can remove this, and then it'll kick on, and it'll start rapidly making it. We can put modules in this. So wait. I didn't know you could module the recovery bays. That's actually huge. I ran over today to build some shields and they saved me a minute later. That's smart. I usually just kind of tank the train hit. I didn't think about like making myself more train resistant. I just figured it's gonna happen one way or another. Sweet, that's very good. How's our power looking? Oh, right. You know what we also have to do really quick is make it so that we can do this again. So let's make another train stop while we're just kind of goofing around here. It's very convenient that many of our stops just kind of lead out here. This is good. Very, very convenient setup so far. And again, we can just have the train come here. We'll have it unload with one of the unloaders, and then boom. Our cube has a renewed lease on life. And a lot more free time to do stuff, which is probably quite appealing for a cube. It's not the best loading spot, but it's good enough. We'll do a train stop here, and then load it on this side. Can't tell which one. I think this is the proper one. You'll have this one be cube, and then uranium fuel cell. Boom. We can always move these and stuff too. We can add more, but this line should be dramatically quicker than having the cube go around. And if we set up the conditions with this stuff, it should be much, 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 much better for making it go where it needs to in appropriate pace instead of just being stuck like up here when it needs to go all the way over here. That kind of defuncts this spot as well, which was the cube pickup. So we can get rid of this train. This train is no longer going to have a use. We'll reclaim this train stop as well. Can also pick up those belts. We're not sweating right now. So we're remaking a bunch of steam. There's another way to make steam, right? Ah, yes, we have the actual creation here. Probably want to move this up there, but for now, just manually making some steam isn't so bad. The time it takes is very, very low. Now, the downside, of course, is that if this isn't been run, then we don't have a buffer of it, so to speak. It just gets used up, and there's no, like, boxes. This being said, I think these 3 boxes weren't quite cutting it anyways, so let's make a pin in this for now, and we'll have this be called Remake Near Steam Train. Boom. We're not going to do this second. This is fine for the moment. I want to just get the factory rolling. Hopefully it won't take that much time here either. Normally it should just stop by, but even then, this is a pretty short stop, all things considered. This can now successfully go to its next stop, which it couldn't before, which is the gelatinous tar. So let's go set up the gelatinous tar now and see if it's working. I did not put this over here yet, so now we need to do something similar, which I think we've already done, which is the tar setup. Cool, looks good. Going to switch over to an express loader here, especially because this one's kind of tight on how quickly it can load. Should be about done. I think I said 180k. What are we at for our storage? Ooh, it's only 143. Never mind. I mean, it only produces like a small amount per each one because it's just the one machine. Thankfully, it repairs really, really quick though. Has this landed? It has in fact landed. It looks like we have plenty of space to go out here. So we will have our cube off and our cube on over here. And then I guess we'll just have them go down here. Currently the cube comes through here. So we need to do a few things here, I suppose. We need to check for the metal, which is one solution or one problem, I should say, as well as checking for over here. This outputs we can have go up here. We're also going to do sludge at some point, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. That is a future Miko problem. What is this offload? Weird. I guess I just placed a new one there, probably. This is where the cube would normally input, so we'll repurpose this as our cube input. And we'll also repurpose this one as our cube output. And we'll have it so that the cube comes down here. I guess we'll swap them. The cube goes up here. We can just move this to the side one to save ourselves some undergrounds. I guess the cube can go around. I mean, we can move the combinator. It's fine to move it a little bit. It's got plenty of space. Great. So the cube goes in this way. It runs. It outputs. It's not a fuel, so it can just run multiple times in theory. I do have some logic for this already, so I'm going to readopt that logic. This logic is a pickaxe symbol, and I really don't remember doing that, but I imagine that's one of these around here. Interesting that I have it through green as well. Is this the pickaxe? It is, and it's outputting red, so this literally would have never worked. Oh no, there's a red there actually. It would have. Whoops, never mind. Plug that in there, and we'll just do pickaxe equal to 0. So it'll release it once the satisfactory amount of fuel cells has been created. I have a condition here which is backwards. Oh, I just connected it to the wrong thing. Silly me. That should not be connected at all. So let's turn off the enable disable. Then do it like that and then reverse it. There we go. Now it's working. And so we're getting the gelatinous tar flowing again, which is good to see. I need 2 of those. That's a really unfortunate blunder. I completely forgot that's how it works. That is an ultra foregore moment. The easiest solution for us right now is to move it up 1, which is a little unfortunate. Shouldn't matter too much in practice, but it's a little bit unfortunate because there's a bunch of garbage in there right now. We will move the garbage out, and then we'll have to line up the steam once more as well. I always forget that. I always assume loaders can just kind of do it. They brought me the cube, so we're set on that front at least. Can it still offload once it moves? It cannot, so we'll have to move those up as well, which is thankfully pretty easy to do. What a headache this rebuild has been. Okay, so now the tar can go out. So now I can call for a loader here and a loader there. Obviously, if we can have it be a blue one here. Red should be fine, actually. Cool, loads up with stuff. I was loading it quicker before. Yes, I might adjust it so that it loads quicker again, but it might just be fine with better loaders, maybe. Okay, maybe we do want those to be blue and I was wrong. Not laders, you silly. Loaders. There we go. Okay, this is loading at a decent enough pace. It's not perfect, but it's better, which is good. I think we have a blue loader lying around, right? Apparently not. These are running again, which is good, so we should get another blue loader eventually. I will use Divine Intervention and manually load some coal into here so that we can get everything going again. But in theory, this should get the base kind of like started for the first time in a while, which is good. Now, we do need to start figuring out how we are going to design our logic for this. So interrupts jump to mind as like the most clever solution or simple solution. We set up an interrupt. The interrupt goes, check for how much of this material is required. If we require a huge deal of it, then, well, go there. If not, don't go there. The interrupts will all need to be made with has cube as like a condition for it to go to another one, though, which should be fine. We already have a little bit of experience learning it, which is good enough, I suppose. I'm surprised I still don't have meta units. Am I not in Roboport range? I saw that we were making them. Maybe I never put them in a box. I could have sworn I did, though. I don't see one, so it's possible that it got destroyed at one point. I was going to say, why have you stalled out? But you have not stalled out. You're just at a very big tar deficit. Whoops, I accidentally didn't load any wood either, so that is another pretty sizable blunder. It's crazy how everything needs to be fixed, but this is going to be good. It's going to be worth it. It's going to be way more efficient than what we were doing before by a dramatic margin. It just needs a little bit of time to finish cooking. And again, this is going to be very, what's the word I'm looking for? Modular? I think modular is the one. Because I can very easily just make more rails. This is only the top side. We're still going to need to bring it down to here as well, which is fine. We can just make a dedicated area for unloading it as well. So there's plenty of stuff to do. We're also going to need to bring it down to this setup, but the cube is very, 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 very quick on a train. Much quicker than a belt. We don't need to worry about it being stuck. Like in our old setup, it had to load down here. Where was it? Here. So anytime it went over to the core mine, it had to go to the core mine, then come back here, and then go up a belt, and then go all the way up and then around to get to anything. This will be good. It's just growing pains, unfortunately.
Dennis Bloodknock, thanks for following.
Dennis, I appreciate the follow, my friend. Hopefully you're doing just stellar on this quite warm Monday. I'm surprised. I thought it was supposed to cool off this week. It looks like torrential downpours and thunderstorms tonight. That'll do it, probably. Still on the cube, I see. I am, in fact, on the cube. Yeah, 26 is already kind of pushing it for me. Anytime it's over 30 Celsius, I'm like falling apart as a person. But I can live with, like, honestly, 24 is probably ideal. Surely we're getting our things now, right? How are we not getting Matters? Oh, our requester chest is taking it over us. That's what's happening. Are you done yet? You're almost done. We're very behind on wood. We have a really solid chunk of gelatinous tar now, though. So I'm going to yoink the cube now and just have it go on its trip and do other things. Wait, what? Are you a manual? I'm surprised. I thought that this condition with 5 seconds in the cargo would have been better. Because, like, surely with 5 seconds in cargo it goes, but I guess in a single frame it doesn't work. Maybe if it gets inserted it works. It does, okay. It's just when I manually do it. Very strange. Alright, so now it'll run through different systems and stuff while I'm not paying attention. Ideally it'll just do matter for a while, but I don't mind if it wants to do the metal ones. But I do think we're kind of abundant on metal. Let me change the ruling so it'll only go through metal a single time. That seems like the plan, at least for the moment. I already did that. Perfect. That's what the ruling there was for. What are we going to fix? I lost my train of thought. Where was it? Right, we're not doing any spectralite at all right now. We should set that up too. Oh, I didn't add this stop to the train's logic. We wanted to be able to go and do that as well. Maybe I should just set the interrupts up now. Really, as soon as we get some of those sophisticated matter units, will be good. We'll just add that stop and then I guess the same conditions as before. 5-second wait condition and then cargo count. It will not leave without the cube. Its life is the cube. Without cube, it is. I wouldn't say it's nothing. It's still something. It's doing its best. I'm proud of what it's done, but it really needs the cube to flourish, you know? I think we're going to just try and yoink some sophisticated matter units ourselves. Now that I know where they're going, there we go. Getting these radars set up will mean that we won't have the cube just kind of... Okay, I've noticed that the train is not there, which is a problem, but that's fine. Got a bunch of these now, cool. Plenty of radars to start. Where doth the train go? So I'm going to tell the train to go over to pick up the cube here. And then I'm going to quickly send it over to the power, because I think we could run out of power theoretically. Why does that work only sometimes? No, please, please, please don't go through the metal again. That's like the most annoying thing possible. Ugh, I'm not going to catch it. It's fine. I don't get it. Like, it seemed to have worked sometimes, but not all the time. I guess maybe the game's checking for a specific frame, and if it hits that frame, it goes through, and if not, it doesn't. Very weird. I thought that condition would be fine. I guess we can change it up somehow. Inactivity wouldn't do it. What's a good way to do it? I guess the radar itself would be fine. The train also left, so maybe I just set the conditions wrong. Oh, it's cargo equal to 0. How did that happen? I could have sworn I fixed that. I'm about to get smushed now. We're good. Thought I was absolutely going to be smushed. Okay, so now it should work because it has the cargo equal to 1, hopefully. You know what? We need matter units. You could probably run here, but for now I want to go do that first. Go here. I'm going to move this at the end of the line, I suppose. Alright, I notice now that it's not actually going to pull off there, so we can fix that really quick. Ah, my cube cam. Zooming out a little bit more. There we go. Okay, where do you load? What makes you load? Some of these are incorrect. This one should be loading out. This one should be loading in. Which means this should be going up all the way and that should be going down all the way. That looks good. That's better. Cool. So now I can have it go to this stop and it should just stop immediately. It's like, where's my cube? I can't leave. The cube will go through here and it will repeat a few times to replenish our fuel because again, we're getting very, very low. We still had some going through here, admittedly. What could have caused this to happen? What the heck? Oh, I never turned that one, so it's just been putting them on the ground and it spreads them out because it's on something like that? Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense either. How have you run? Do you just you just shoot them out randomly when you're depleted? I didn't know that'd be a thing. That's incredible. I'll just leave them on the ground then. No, that's really bizarre. That's not how I expected that to function. Some sort of inventory spill trap, something like that for sure. Very bizarre. I'm guessing it's because it's like a weird recipe or something where it just like fills up and then ends up on the ground. Apparently there was no train here. We were lacking train, as it were. Which explains why I was struggling to get around so much. I guess I'll go clean it up because it's a little weird to look at. That's different. It is different. It's a mod that makes stuff fall off the ends of belts, but I've not seen that before. I would love that mod. That would be such a problem. I've certainly never seen it kind of pop out like that at the end. Okay, sorry, I was just taking a few notes. Okay, so you should be running fine. Let's go clean that stuff up, and then we'll just put it on the belt, and we'll be good with that one. Can you do a deconstruction planner for that specifically? Yeah, but that's going to end up in a box. We should just be good and clean it. Should be easy enough to do. What a peculiar issue. Next time I do a randomizer, maybe I'll turn on that mod that makes things spill off the end. Some of the things I had to do for science packs in my last randomizer were diabolical, though. I feel like, I don't know, I must have set like the settings wrong or something, but our science packs were all like 9 items, and it was really annoying. Thank goodness we can walk through here. Alright, sweet, so the train is working at least. It's doing something. It will arrive at stops that don't need it currently, which is a problem. It also just left a stop instantly. Alright, because that one, I don't have the matter stop working. But it's doing the seam stop, which is fine. Science recipes were wild. They were very wacky. It was an odd experience making some of my science in centrifuges as well. Very fun though. Very enjoyable time. I got the trouble at first it's mounting. They just make a loop and it's tedious. Yeah, that's fair. I could see it being kind of repetitive with a loop. Didn't I clean all this up already? I guess I didn't. Surely I didn't, because if I did, then there would be none more. I'm missing 5 of them, so I'm going to... Oh, I could have just deconstruction planner, actually, thinking about that. Whoops. So if I do a deconstruction planner, specifically whitelisting the spent uranium fuel cells. What the heck are they called? Depleted. Let's give ourselves a few more inventory spots too, really quick. Deplete. You can't look for it because it's not an entity. Really? How peculiar. I guess that makes sense. Never mind. We would have to manually pick it up. I guess we'll just run around and hope we see it because I don't actually see it. We can kind of cheese it out. There's 2 in here somewhere. Looks like I got them. Where are the remaining ones? They're upwards somewhere. One's over here. Probably like tucked under a belt. Oh, thanks for the autosave. Very kind of you. I think I got both. Cool. I got all of them. Huh. All right, so let's go. Let's go put that over there. We can probably turn on the other reactors pretty soon too. I think we're producing plenty of stuff to keep going. We're really just putting cubes in random spots of the map and calling it cube. And it really is cube. No one can take that from us. Heck, I was really hoping this box would be empty. It's in the gelatinous tar, but it seems like there's not enough wood. Potentially? No, it seems like there's plenty of wood, actually. Maybe? Is it running? It probably is running. I can't really tell on those belts over there on the left if there's wood. Yeah, no, it's just running. Alright, we made those radars. Let's set up those conditions, I think. That way the cube will only go where it's needed to. Hopefully. This is the confusing part. Not that the rest of it wasn't confusing, but this is certainly a confusing part. So I want to set up a radar at all of the train stations to start. From there, we can start plugging in other stuff and decide what we want it to read. Radar. I should have placed them all first. All right, so that's 1, 2, 3, and then the 4th one. Isn't there a 5th one somewhere? Maybe I already set that one up. I did. Perfect. They need power as well. I forgot about that. Behold power. They'll also consume a little bit of power, but that's like the least of our worries, to be honest. Okay, so our radars are now getting powered. We're going to have the radars transmit specific signals depending on really what we want to send to see if it needs to come over here. So let's start with this one, because this one is one that I really don't want running that often. Currently, we have a few things. Checking for how much ore is here, and one farther down, I want to say here, which is checking for... Where is it? There it is. This is looking for if we have enough metal and ore. And this condition specifically is... I guess to say it doesn't need to come down here. It's a weird condition now that I'm looking at it. Oh, we're less than 20k, so you're saying come down here. Perfect. That's fine. This condition is fine. We'll reuse this one for now. So we can just bring a red wire over to here, which I'm willing to bet we can't sneak across. We cannot. There is a long electric pulse. So let's put that over there. We'll bring our red wire over to here, over to here. I guess we need to connect this via green, right? No, we want them to be red, actually. We'll have to change the wiring. That's fine. So now, train stops will be able to read that symbol 1. So we'll switch this over to red as well, because we didn't set that one up yet. What do we want to check for this? We want to check our We also need to set up this too. I guess this could be its own little stop right here, thinking about it. Yeah, we'll certainly want to do that. We can make this a multi-purpose stop where it goes out and then it determines which direction it goes based on what it needs. So normally this stop is going down here and then reading over here. And this specifically is seeing the count of basic matter units if we have enough replication gel, which isn't going to work anymore. And then it's checking the steam, which also isn't going to work because it's not plugged in. So I'm going to just repurpose this one. Because with this setup, everything should always be topped off. This is specifically going to see, do we have enough of these? And if it does, then, or if it doesn't, won't output a symbol. If it does, we'll output basic matter unit 1. I'm going to put down a radar here, and then we're going to just have that red cable go here. And if it works how I think it does, this should output the symbol here. Hopefully. We also need to check it so that... Isn't there like a button to push? Enable, disable? Retrain counters? Ah, that's not necessary. This is fine. So I can enable, disable these specific stops. Oh, maybe we don't need interrupts at all, actually. Maybe. Well, we'll figure it out. Because if it's disabled, it might not go to it at all, which would be nice, which I think is how it worked, because we did that with the calcium car. We'll look for the symbol. This one would be matter unit. I want to say it's matter unit is equal to 1. Actually, I think it's the second one. It is just matter unit equal to 1. Cool. So never mind. So now this stop will only be active if it's getting 1 from here, which it is receiving 1 through a radar. This stop is currently active. This stop should be enable, disable, and we'll base it on, I want to say it was the refined ore symbol. Was it something else? Let's go and see what that symbol is. Oh, I guess I could have just put a radar down next to it. I didn't even think about that until the second one, but that makes sense. This is the icon for refined rare earth metals being equal to 1. We're going to reuse these a lot, I think, down the line. So refined rare earth metals is equal to 1. Now it's enabled. Cool. Let's disconnect this one. I guess if the steam is reading through green, this one should be fine. Enable, disable this based on the steam. So you're just reading the steam outright. I guess that's technically fine too. But this isn't an ideal solution right now. I will set it for the moment, but this one's basically always going to be on, which is a little annoying. The ideal will be instead, once we move this over, remake near steam train, we can have it read the contents of that instead. So once that gets low, it gets a better idea of when it should come over. It's not meaningfully different, but it's going to come over pretty frequently is the issue right now, because it's not going to make a meaningful buffer. It'll just put it at the 180k, get past that point, leave, and then come back. So it's not ideal right now, but it's fine enough. Why are you... Is the cube not right here? Where is it? Is it under the bell? Oh, it's a damaged cube. How did damaged cube get here? Oh, I see. Never mind. It's completely logical. I just absolutely goofed. Whoops. I mean, it's not going to leave either way, so it shouldn't matter. A solid oopsie, but a very easy one to fix, thankfully. Once that inserter goes down, the logic should be good, and now it should have spit out how it needs to. Granted, it might need more tar now because it's been a little bit. Okay, I've also apparently goofed these up too. Wow, I did really bad on these ones. There we go, that's better. Either way, this is fixed now. Cool. We can make the exact same rule over here with the gelatinous tar. So I'll put a radar over here as well. This could be potentially useful down the line as well. Oh, we've already done it. Fantastic. So now we can read our gelatinous tar content. And we can set enable, disable, gelatinous tar. And if it's under 180,000, turn it off. So now this one's entirely off. I really need to deal with the fact that this specific one empties so heckin' slow. I mean, there's a very, like, basic fix for it to start at least. I guess I'll just cascade them into the other one. I don't know why it's so lopsided. I thought they all went to the same boxes. Oh, it's just the other boxes are getting drained. It makes sense. Never mind. It's logical. Let's look at our other stops while that's getting all fixed up. So the tar stop makes sense. I get it. This is good. It's turned off now. Probably want to increase our wood production at some point, but it's fine for the moment. This stop makes sense. We want to remake that. I think the next thing we probably want to do too is get the bottom half of the base going. Because this is never ever going to run basically ever again. Like, it still functions here, kind of, other than the fact that we removed the thing that restores it. But thankfully, a lot of this is going to be just move it down. But for now, let's remake this as our next thing. We'll copy this design here. It feels so weird not having it on the belt anymore. I'm sure there's a lot of things that are just like off, but it's going to be worth it. It's going to be very much worth it. So we're going to want to do this instead. So we'll move this over a little bit, because the actual goal is going to be a little bit different. This is too tight on space. We'll load on this side. Should be no big deal. So now we have deeply condensed fuel. We have the belt of stuff required for it right here. It's super easy. It just goes like way past where it needs to. So we can deconstruct this. This is just part of the cube line. Basically all of the cube belt can be deconstructed, which is crazy to think about, but really useful in a situation like this one. So let's bring it up and we'll bring it around. You'll have it load, and we'll need to obviously bring the unstable matter, not gelatinous tar, around. Thankfully, again, that's not too far off. Most of our gases and I guess fluids is kind of the over-encumbering one, are very nearby each other. The cube is going to chill for a little bit here. I know. It's their crazy cube for sure, but it's fine. I forgot to put the cube on my thing today. Do I have it set up? Hold on. I can easily do that really quick. Alright, there we go. I forgot to bounce the cube on my head. What a blunder. Mondays, am I right? That's actually an enormous cube today, too. Dang. Okay, so let's deconstruct that other one so we can just reuse it really quick. Again, we can get rid of this entire line worth of belt. So we're getting some blue belts back, which is something too. Wonderful. This belt can also, I mean, that belt can actually stay. We should probably put a splitter there because it looks like we use it down the line a little bit. So a splitter over here, and then we'll just have it swing back around down here. Perfect. Easy peasy fix. Now that this is up here and our unstable gas is over here, we can plug it in and then we can just basically reconstruct what we did before. Difference being, I want to move these over here and I want to put a mausoleum in here so we can store way more of it. I think we have one mausoleum hanging around. It might be in our inventory right now, admittedly. That looks good. So we can get rid of those. Move this over here. And now we have, excuse me, now we have the steam engine where it needs to be. And we can just plug in the steam. as we've been doing. Does that reach? Does not quite reach. That's fine. We finished another science. It looks like tool belt extension 4, which means our inventory is now almost 1 extra line. They get a lot more expensive each time. I was wondering why they're taking so long. We also need to make our labs bigger, but that can wait. All right, let's throw down a substation here, and then we'll change the logic of the station as well. Hello again, T. Appreciate you swinging by. What time is it? It's still semi-early. I feel like I usually see you pop in later in the day. Appreciate you swinging by with the Miko love. Why have we not made any of those loaders? I expected a bunch of them by now. Alright, we're out of spectralite. Actually, I technically have some on me. I'm gonna get rid of my personal spectralite request and just have the bots go do stuff with it. Okay, so let us fix this last bit over here, which is to turn this over here and then have it so the cube is going to go out that side instead. I will go manually grab the cube because the bots really struggle to carry the cube. And then pick up the boiler as well. And then we're going to plug in our water. With the water all taken care of. That's the wrong spot. Kind of a blunder, admittedly, but look. Ultra Cube really melts the brain if you give it enough time to do so. Great. So now when it comes here, instead of making steam, it's going to make deeply condensed fuel. So it comes through here, it makes the deeply condensed fuel. After making the deeply condensed fuel, it will check 2 different conditions. I actually don't have a great way to load it. I guess I have a fine way to load it. Both the conditions will be based off of this, which will also go into the radar, I suppose. How many of these do we want? Well, it looks like one row is about 100. It's got a lot of rows. Let's say 1,000 of them. Maybe that's a little bit greedy, but let's see if 1,000 fit. It should, right? Should be 1,500 in the box. I think it was 150 slots. So we'll look for, I don't remember what it was called. Condensed fuel. And if it's under 1,000, it goes out this way. And if it's over 1,000, it goes in there. Should be that simple. Then it'll keep repeating. That way it'll show up, it'll make a metric butt ton of condensed fuel. Probably should have filtered that. Admittedly, that one was kind of on me to not filter it for the cube. There we go. So now it comes around, it loads a bunch of stuff. Takes a little bit of time to load the deep core powder, so it may be smarter for us just to use like a fast loader here. Either way, every single process makes 160 of them. So now we have like a real buffer, and these will be used up semi-quickly, but having a bunch of them in here is going to be good. So we will change the rules of this stop to be checking for our, what are those called? I guess we don't even need a radar for this, but it's probably good to have. Fuel, right? It's something fuel related. Condensed fuel, and we want it to only come here when there's less than 100 of them, not 10. This will turn back on when there's more than that. Great. Again, the deep core powder loads a little bit slow, but this should be fine in theory. Like, we're almost done. There's 1,000, so now this one's not going to turn on. This will go back on here, and then it'll go back on its merry way to its next relevant stop. Goodbye, train. I was going to watch you, but you're so heckin' quick. I mean, that's fine, but apparently the train got a bunch of fuel I didn't notice. Oh no. Something else we need to do is actually make it so the train will get fuel somewhere. So we should probably make a fuel stop too. How much do you rip through when you go quick? Really not that much. You barely used any. Why have you gone to sleep? Destination stop full. Is that because it's off? Surely not. What do you mean destination stop full? Okay, it's because it's off. I guess we will need to go over to interrupts maybe. I was really hoping it would just circumvent it. Dang, that's kind of annoying. Is there a better way for us to do that? I mean, I can turn that one specifically into an interrupt. No, it doesn't work. Unfortunate. Oh, right. This one breaks too, doesn't it? I feel like you haven't successfully done this yet. Right, because I never turned you. Heck. Manual. There we go. Alright, so we can see this in real time now. This should just kind of work now as well, hopefully. This is a very slow process, though. I like how the design came out quite a bit, so... Oh, a free rainbow pudding jam for me. You know, I was curious if it would work when I put the cube in my head. I'm glad it does. I really like it. It's really stuck up there, too. Okay, so I'm going to be honest with you. This works. But does it work good enough is the question. Maybe with better belt and loaders. Like, I kind of like it. It zooms out on the heart and everything looks cool. Like on the cube cam, right? But it takes a long time. But my thought process was if we have a bunch of these machines run, they'll buffer a good chunk of them. Like the brain slug from Futurama. I haven't thought about Futurama in years, but you're so right. Like some of them get stuck this far back. It's so interesting. I guess having like all of them offload on the same side of the belt is a real problem. I guess it's not that bad in practice. Not good enough. How do we make this good enough? Maybe better belts. Loading it better would be good too. I think that's our core problem is we unload it like really badly right now. Better belts will help. Heck. I was really hoping it was just gonna like work flawlessly. I mean, it's not like bad. Let's look at our production. Make a huge amount of it immediately and then it just falls off entirely. I'd rather not redesign it from the ground up, but it's definitely like unloading it's a problem. Because even if I like just sushied it around a few times based on, I mean, that should be easy too. I could have splitters based on like, if we have enough matter units to run again. I definitely need to fix the unloading. That's gonna be the next project we work on, I think. Also to figure out like, with these trains disabled, how we can have it so that the train won't try to go there, which I'm guessing will be probably completed with interrupts. We also want to get to the deep core mining drill at one point. Thankfully, there's still like some left. We also want to get it down here to make spectrally. I think what we'll do next is bring it down and around. Right, we're doing a lot of trains or pins this time. So we need a train here and we need a train here, question mark. I think we're gonna move the whole thing down, so probably not here actually. So we need 2 train stops here. One here, and then better unloading here. It's all because this part gets like super gunked up. What if I do this earlier on? Will that help? Probably not. I just realized this literally doesn't do anything on this side. Not that it matters, just one extra belt. How are we doing on belts in our logistics system? Oh, we have 1,000 ultra fast. Great. Maybe it's time to... I mean, that's going to be way more than 1,000, right? Surely this is going to be way more than 1,000. Plus, we're going to be gated by these loaders down here as well. Alright, let's use some logic here. If I have... We'll put it at its basis point. 2 belts on each of these, so 4 on each side, 16 outputs. I want to turn that into 8. Clearly, you divide it by 2, right? Simple, on the nose. And then those split into 4 down here. Let's go back to my original thought. So what I'm going to try to set up is we're going to try to replicate how these combine right here, except we're going to do it in this corner over here, ideally. Maybe the space won't allow for it, but if we can, I'd really like to. This kind of offloading can be made dramatically shorter, so I'm going to go ahead and place it off in the distance for now, since we can... Wow, I didn't think that was in place of Roboport. I guess it is. I think that that works, hopefully. Yeah, that other part's not necessary. Heck, I was really hoping we could fit in here. I think we still can. I think it'll be close, though. Alright, so that's probably not necessary over there. So if nothing else, we can bring it up slightly. Can also cut out these parts here. I also don't know about these splitters, to be honest. They're just kind of there to be there. Those can also probably go. But this is like a compact, like this is 4 lanes each, spits out 8 lanes. There's only 1 corner for it too. Maybe I should only spit out 2 from each of them and then coalesce them later on. Because 2 from each of these is still quite a bit. But man, they unload way quicker like this. I'm committing to it. Probably. Whoops, the issue becomes too, like, we need space to unload the other lines too. I could have these go somewhere else. Maybe 4 belts in storage and a few belts out of storage. That makes sense to me. Oh, we could do the storage is really close here too. You know what? That's actually way smarter. Very sorry, my lovely bots. I've changed my mind once more. I'm very fickle. But the storage directly on site I think is totally going to be good. We can use loaders for it as well. So I really wish these were 4x4s. I know it's not like that big of a deal. Here's just 2 mausoleums anyways. These are 60 versus a mausoleum's 150. I think I'm gonna just suck it up. Actually, just this would be fine. What am I thinking? Cool, so we can load her into mausoleums. We only have 1 express loader so far, which is unfortunate. We're probably out of fast loaders too, actually. Heck. Alright, we really need to set up that stop to get loaders created again. Let's do that in the meantime. I think the plan is going to be just to bring it out into the wilderness and then bring it around town here. a little bit further out, just a tiny bit more, so I don't intersect with that rail. Cool. And then we can have it go down here and it can bend different ways. This is the most Fulgora track of all time. Okay. We can cut off the end of it there. And we can just have a rail descender thing that I forgot the name of. Heck. There we go. So, rail ramp? That's what it is, rail ramp. Great, so we've got that down there. We are lacking currently for our supports, but I just want to get this set up currently. Maybe I should manually run the old Spectralite for a bit. No, it's fine. We need to commit now. This will be good. This will be good. It'll be worth it. Okay, cool. This will be built over time, slowly but surely. Rail ramp goes over here. Now the cube can show up and do these things. What else do we need down here is the question. Cerebral substrate and ethanol need to be piped down here. And then we need to bring down the... whatever the heck this stuff is. Maybe I should just do it over there for now, actually. Train got me again. The trains really come out of nowhere. It's when you least expect them. What am I going to do here? I think I want to remake this temporarily so we can get Ghost Crystal going again. That feels like the most logical decision. Because this is already, like, functional. We are out of Ghost Crystal by a lot. So, I'm going to go ahead and do a detour of this train. Second thought, I'm going to just steal the cube and manually feed it once or twice. Just for now, because we're not going to be able to make any more ramps, I don't think, without having that run a few times. I think it's north of us right now, so let's go sneak up there. Restructuring the whole base was really not on my bingo card today. In fact, even when I said I was going to like redo part of it, I was not planning on redoing the whole base. I guess we're not technically redoing the whole base, but we are changing like the core infrastructure, which is pretty significant, which is unfortunate. All right, let's get the cubes out of here. For now, let's just have this load onto those other belts like we had before. And a splitter. How goes the cube? It goes. It's certainly cubing, for sure. How are you today, Kaiser Justice? Hopefully well. Alright, at least it's unloading. Is it ideal? No. Does it function? Not really, but it might. We've also run out of matter replication gel. Alright, so there's a few things that we need to fix, and by a few things I mean literally everything. For now, let's go get some more loaders. Are we actually out of gel, or is it just disconnected? Oh no, we're like out of gel. I'm surprised we used so much of it, to be honest. I guess we just hadn't ever had it plugged in to refill, so we just burned through it after a few activations. Alright, let's have the cube refill, and then we'll manually grab the cube ourselves. Put the train onto manual for the moment. Allergy kick my ass, that sucks. I can't stand allergies this time of year. Pi is so intimidating. Like, I know that I have to get around to it eventually, but I don't know if I have the strength to do so. I think my plan is going to be do this, then hopefully by the time I finish this, C block will be 2.0 or 2.1 compatible. And then I can play that for about 400,000 hours. Thank goodness there's like a visual tell of where the cubes are. It's not compulsory. Oh, I've heard about Nellius recently too. It seems fun conceptually. It reminds me of a Minecraft mod I liked long ago. I beat C Block 1.0, just waiting on C Block 2.0. That's pretty cool. I will be Ultra Cube. Genuinely, I'm so daunted by... No, please, don't do it. Come on. Oh my god, we barely beat it. I just had to like pray that my mining speed was quick enough to pick it up before I went through again. You're on manual. That makes sense why that happened. All right, let's go quickly. By quickly, I mean slowly walk down and then get some Ghost Crystal in the base again, because that's like really necessary. We do need some concrete, which apparently we don't have enough on us. Hopefully we can get some more concrete. Let's just look for 200. Thank goodness. That was crazy. It must have been like really close. I didn't think I was going to catch him. Found that I love mods that are more kind of puzzle / building focused versus combat. I started playing a mod pack with my roommate because she's like really into Factorio and got me into it initially. I forget what it was called. Maybe it was Stellar Horizons, which is kind of ironic because of my name, but we started playing it with a Rampant Fixed, which I'm not against a challenge. Like we've been playing a Death World Marathon for a long time together too, but it lagged the game so badly to the point where it was like unplayable with a lot of our like build and stuff. So we had to turn off Rampant altogether. We haven't played the save basically since then, which is a shame. I'm not super big on Rampant in general, but I'm willing to give it a shot if like the person I'm playing with really wants to. I hope this still functions. Okay, perfect. So now we're getting Ghost Crystal. I will put this down so that the process can actually end eventually. But I'll start reclaiming these belts. Cool. So we're still gonna have to improve this, but this will put more of the spectralite in our system because we were completely out and it was really rough. So we'll also make it so that science will run again, for better or worse, really. I think after we run this a few times, I'm going to try to pick up the spectralite setup. What's limiting us from getting more of these down? Because clearly we're out of something for the rail supports. Rail support. There it is. Ah, right, the sophisticated matter units. But why would that be gated now? Just because we need 1,000,000 matter. We really need to redo this whole thing. Which is fine. We have plenty of time and space to do so. I'm going to just let it run its course. Get a bunch of these crystals. We were completely out. It'll be nice to stock up on them. And we'll change this over to the Phantom Cube Reconstitution. In the meantime, let's figure out what we're going to do here. So this is like a really core part of our base, and we're probably going to need even more of it. But it's clearly not getting enough of the material, and it gets stored like downwind from it even, so it's even worse. Having better storages higher up is a pretty logical solution to it. For now, I think I'm going to cut the base off, kind of. I really just want a boatload of these sophisticated matter units. They're so important. Okay. This way, everything should be feeding into those whenever that goes off, which is fine. Surprised the cubes are taking so long to get through the area. I remember this being quicker, but maybe that's why I wanted to redesign it. Would make sense if it takes way too long for me. Blue loaders probably helps, but I don't think we have a bunch of those on hand. The ghost fire is back up again. Cool. Now I have a bunch of spectralite, so at least we have some things for the mall. I don't remember exactly what needed it. It might have just been the... These belts, do they need them? No. Ah, right, the loaders. Perfect. Well, we certainly don't want more loaders, so we've already got 4 of them there. More loaders is good, because we need a bunch of loaders. Loaders are completely necessary now. And once we plug this into an area where the train can reach it, it's going to be so convenient. And again, I think we're going to just move everything down. So let me start preemptively. Cube is necessary for this fluid, which is a little bit annoying. That's the one thing kind of irking me about moving it down here right now. Like, I want more space for it, because clearly this doesn't run quick enough. On the other hand, like, I will need to move all of this stuff as well. Or not all of it, I suppose. But the anguish and stuff will need to go down there, which is a pain. Maybe I suck it up and bring the train up here. That feels like a better idea to me. At least for now. I know we want to redesign it too. For the moment, I think having the base run is somewhat more important than redesigning that. Just for the moment. I will consider redesigning it in the future, so certainly don't think I'm committing to the idea. But much of the things needed for the redesign are like kind of, I don't want to say locked behind spectralite, but the loaders themselves are just so important. It should be pretty easy to bring it up with a little bit of nuance, hopefully. Probably somewhere around here. And then just load it down here somehow. Even if it's not super close to loading, it should be fine. So once this finishes, I'm going to set up a temporary train stop over here. Each of these should have its own dedicated line if possible. Did it run through the system again? Oh, it is running through the system again. No wonder it wasn't finishing. I was like, this goes on forever. Why aren't they getting repaired? Because, or I guess sent down. Because they are doing their thing. They're getting repaired and being sent back through the system. I forgot to set that up. So that's fine. This has some design to it. It's not my favorite design, but it's some design, which is something. Where are we going to load it here, though? I mean, we can load it a little bit lower, perhaps. Clearly, this spot's not the most ideal. I was thinking we could maybe fit it in right here with a good underground. Looks like our best bet, so I'm going to go for it. It also appears that the cubes are beginning to go to the end of the system now and make some more. Do we even need ectoplasm? Not really. We don't use it super frequently. Cool. So hopefully we can just sneak it on in here. A little sneaky rail. VR secret. Boom. Up there. And now hopefully we can just barely eke out unloading it and loading it. I think we can. It looks promising to me. Oh, it's going to be very close. This is kind of cursed. I don't think it's going to be enough. Actually, I do. I think it's going to be enough by like 2 tiles. It's going to be very, very close though. And it is very cursed. I identify that for sure. Substation over here. Taylor Tech Industries. How about we do Cube and then Ghost Crystal? There's so much space. There is a tremendous amount of space for it to be dropped off and picked up. So wonderful. Granted, this is going to take a little bit to actually like get in the system, but it's fine. This is okay. This is a good temporary solution. So it'll offload here, it'll load back on here. Normally the offload is down here, so we will have it. I guess I removed this before, but we will. I should have left that there. Actually, it looks like I don't really need it, so I can move it. Cool. Offload there, and then bring it up, and it goes back into this spot right over here. Boom. And this one will simply load here. Again, all these old blue belts are just like cube belts, so they can absolutely be removed. And I have the logic here to repeat the process and stuff. Now I don't have the logic to go over and get us more joy and despair. There's a good chunk of it, but lacking the logic for that is bad. I could retrofit this, theoretically. Because this is checking if we have enough joy and despair. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to grab it, and then I'm going to just twist it over here. Should work for my nefarious deeds currently. Nefarious is a crazy word. I'm glad I got to say it today. So this is looking for heart. If heart is met, then it goes up here. Then it goes around here, and then it runs. Heart is only met when there's not enough fluid, right? Yes, they're less than 150k, so heart is met. So when it comes down here, it'll run. This is checking to see if we need ghost crystals or not. This one really shouldn't be super necessary anymore. I'm going to get rid of this logic because this is now old. It would be going back in the system, which we don't want. These logics are fine to stay. This one can just remove its logic altogether. What is this one being based on? We're simply going to change it so this is plugged in here. We're going to make it read for heart instead. Cool. Because it should check for heart before anything else, so it should be fine to do it this way. So if heart is not equal to 0, great. It'll go through and it'll go through the system. This is just making sure we have a satisfactory amount of joy and despair when we come down here. Now, if the heart is satisfactory, it looks like I have it backwards right now. No, I disconnected it, so heart doesn't read over here anymore. Whoops. Let us reconnect that. There we go. Now, if it doesn't need to go through there, it will instead just go straight into the system here. We don't need this right now. It's just very simple. Boom. Should be fixed. Easy peasy. Fingers crossed. Now we have some logic for it coming here. We also need some power for it as well. We'll put that over there really quick. And now in theory, we can have this get trained one way or another. Appears we have some cubes stuck. We've capped out in flasks again. Now this kicked on though, so I feel like I've failed this one more time. I'm gonna make it less than greater than 500. No, wait, my brain's breaking on this one. I guess I can make it equal to 0. I hate that that one keeps kicking on and filling up that belt. That's so annoying. There's gotta be a better way we can use the flasks. I mean, there are other recipes and stuff. Either way, that's something we need to fix later down the line. Getting everything automated for now is way more important. There we go. I should free up a little bit of our stuff. Alright, so this train stop exists. It's not going to be usable right now, but it exists. We're going to set up a radar here preemptively. What we really need is a boatload of, I think, concrete. It looks like concrete, at least. Which I think is gated by our lack of these cards. So let's go turn that on once these are done, which they should be very, very soon. Never mind, just keep sending them through over and over again. I almost wonder if it's a good idea to, like... I really wish I could justify sending the microcubes around to do other stuff. It'd be very interesting to pull off. They're filling this up because we've eaten through some. This is fine. It can run for now. Once those fill up again, we'll grab them, we'll manually bring them up to the top, and then hopefully get the rest of the rails up, and then make a rule for coming down here as well. We'll set up another train stop over here, and then work on this too. A lot of small things in the interim. We can take this train station back as well. Cool. Looks good. So now we have our logic where it gets repaired and then it either goes back to the train or it goes in. I don't know if this is reading properly. Let's see. It is in fact reading. Whether or not the thing actually reaches is a whole different beast. This is a little bit longer than the other train lines. It's fine. Kind of spitballing where that needs to go. Let's make a few more train stops and then toss those in a box. Oh wait, what? Those did end up there. They just are like on the map and not a pin. I see. Okay, cool. I'm glad it worked, I suppose. You're almost done filling up. I think the condition was 2 of these things is full, so they should be moving. There we go. Now they're moving out of there. They're going to go reconvene into the cube, and then we'll take the cube up there, and then hopefully with this new direction for the matter, it will make the rest of the things we need, and then with that, like, literally every major thing is going to be in the cubes route now. Not literally everything. There are things still, like the deep solution, that we definitely need to make elsewhere. But most of it is, which is important. Certainly running low on contemplative replication as well, but we can do that while they're like sub-cubed, so we'll probably set up that somewhere as well. That is the comforting hum of the Ultra Cube being brought back into existence. Now, let us bring it all the way to the north like we were doing before. And just manually load it. Again, once these trains are up, it'll be such a relief. Oh no, these are all downwind. Trying to ride the belts up because you're so heckin' slow. You know what I could actually do? Oh, I'm so smart, actually. Hold on. I could just place the cube really far away. If cube heavy and you don't want to carry cube, simply throw cube. Nukes have been researched. Have fun. Make sure to give the biters a warm welcome. Or pentapods. Can you do nukes on Gleba? Surely you can. Okay, so where is the train is the question of the day. There's the train. I didn't set up logic for this yet, right? That's where we're gated by because we're out of matter stuff. So let's set up our other station here as well. My thought process is, I don't know what's up with this. I guess it's a relic of how it was before. I think I'll have a mega base before leaving. Honestly, I respect that. I love looking at people's mega base designs that are like really cool, like grid-like designs that fit in really nicely. I don't have it in my body to successfully do that kind of design. I end up spaghettiing everything instead. Although some of my designs are uniform, but I definitely can't like mega base. You're built different. People that manage it. It's an impressive thing too. I'm not like saying built different in a bad way. I just can't heckin' do it myself. I'm jealous how heckin' cool all your mega bases are. Okay, we will bring it down. We were thinking about doing before. And then have a train stop here as well. It shouldn't matter what direction this is, but to keep it logical, we'll have it follow this loop over here. This one will be cube and then gel. Apparently our water is not outputting anywhere either. Oh no, it is. It's just these get full. So bizarre. I don't know how we did this before without constantly being full on water. Are we fully out of steam again? There's no chance. This isn't plugged into steam anymore. Oh yeah, no, that does not plug into steam literally at all. There we go, that's better. Must have been where the rail was. Mega Base 7 content with me in the game. Yeah, that's about my mindset as well. But I like to see all the cool stuff other people do. It's very impressive. Okay, so we have two things in this spot specifically. We have cerebral substrate being made passively while we make matter replication gel. Once it starts, it'll keep running, which is nice. We still need to actually load in matter somehow. I guess I can dedicate one of our matter lines to it. So we wanted to come here under specific conditions. Surprise, surprise. I have no more radars, and I must scream. But for now, I won't scream, and instead just complain about not having a radar. This will be the input. The output will be right here, actually, and easy. It loops right into itself. Basically already designed. This is currently reading the contents of this to see how much matter replicating gel we have in there. Once it's low enough, it'll skip that one and come down here and then load back on the train. Let us set up a station for this one. Again, I think we're gonna have to do interrupts. I'm not entirely sure. We'll figure it out. Time passed 5 seconds, and then item count cube. I never want you going anywhere without your cube. Remember that, train. Okay, so we want to get off the track too, because I don't think we're on the track, but I don't want to get hit again. It's not going to leave without the cube, actually. It's doing its job, but that frustrates me. I'm impressed by others too, but I admit I'm more for, say, printing an image of Rick Astley in red, green, blue circuits while the circuits play the obvious tune. That's good stuff right there, though. That's a respectable career to live by. Okay, so this is clearly messed up. Oh no, I put 233k in instead of, or 223k instead of 23k. Cool. Now we have matter replicating gel. I keep getting daunted by the offloading here. I could, oh, I didn't realize I was gunked in the corner. I could load differently too. Like the middle lanes are available for offloading, sure. But what if we dedicated the middle lanes for these, right? I'd have to move the U matter for sure. But like, for example, if I load her over here, I mean, I guess I can just like load her here, and then load her here. It does give us 4 dedicated belts for each one. So a lot of loaders and a lot of power needed for it. Still gonna give us the issue of a crazy amount of belts outputting, which is kind of what I'm trying to avoid. I do think loaders are the right idea though for unloading. That was my plan from the start though, so there should be no mystery there. I'm really like, this is my issue. I'm really limiting myself by these 4 belts right here. I keep thinking about how it's going to be so hard to get that set up. I should just keep it as simple as possible. Also, output priority rate would have been good here. So these are going to be 4 belts. Let's just turn these into 2. Let's keep it simple for now. We'll have 2 belts come out of every area. That's going to be our goal. That way we have at least something to work with here. We could theoretically put in the other belts at some point, but this should be good enough to start like loading them. Obviously getting loaders will be a pretty big improvement too. How many do we have in the logistics system? Have we made a bunch of them? 35? Holy guacamole, we have so many of them actually. It means we can get rid of some of these things too, which is nice. I should in theory be able to copy paste these around as well. Just have it work. I won't remove the other ones though. I guess I could just do it manually. That's unfortunate. It's really not that big of a deal, but if I'm going to remove these, then I may as well just do it by hand really quick. Doesn't take that long. Just being a little bit dramatic. Could have done a deconstruction planner for those, and that probably would have made it easier too. Oh, that's what I should have done. Deconstruction planner, all of the green inserters, and then just put down some loaders. Oh well, it's too late. I've committed. We're doing it live. Whoops. Not right there though. That's better. I think we have enough. It was pretty close, if not enough. I kind of forgot the number though. So this will double load each of the belts on their own. That looks good. I don't think I missed any. How are we doing on blue belts in the system? 7,000 red belts. My gosh, we have so many red belts. We have 2,000 ultra fast transport belts too. I wish I built this a little further down. Cutting these belts across here would have been way more convenient. We can cut some of them, but 1, 2, 3. There's only 3 like here to make it through easily. I could cut through the middle, which would be pretty convenient too. Right, I don't want to use these ones. We'll use reds for now. Then upgrade planner them later on. We're limited by the red offloaders anyways, technically, so it's not that big of a deal. I think what we'll do is, when the belts coalesce over here, these will all be purple. And then by having a bunch of them combined, it should be fine in theory. I hope. If not, I might be really upset. But we're going to assume it'll be fine. Okay, so that's not necessary. We'll just do 2 belts out. Make that go upward. Get rid of whatever this is, get rid of it. It's a relic of the past for gosh darn sure. It should create a pretty cool design aesthetically, I hope. It's just going to be a big swirl, effectively, like a whirlpool. Or it'll look like garbage, which will be cool too. Unfortunately, it loads like backwards. It'd look a lot cooler otherwise, but that's fine. Okay, so it comes over here. This goes up, this goes up. We can copy these and just start going up like this. Now we have 8 lanes, which makes sense. We're going to have 8 more. We need those to combine somewhere. I think what we're going to do is actually combine it up here due to the sake of space. So whatever the heck is going on there, get rid of it. It's not good enough. Oh, that's gotta go. This really needs to be fixed. This design is not like bad in theory, but it's really suffering. Oh, it's gonna look really cool when it's done. It's gonna be a cube and a cube and a cube even. Oh wait, this is brilliant. How did I not consider the cubosity before? The sheer cubeness of it. I wasn't thinking cube enough. I thought I was cubing, but I was incorrect. Incorrect? I don't really know how to turn incorrect into a cube pun. Okay, so I did them backwards, that's fine. So we'll grab our 8 lanes here, bring them along here. Oh, this is so extra. Heck, I also made it backwards. Thankfully that's easy enough to fix. This is so profoundly extra. But in my brain, it makes it so that the cube move quicker. And when cube move quick, good. Life good. Life happy when cube fast. When cube slow, life no happy. Life want happy. Cube must go. So hopefully cube will go, is really what I'm getting at here. Heck, it's still backwards. There we go. Okay, so we get rid of that. Bees join the fray. These also join the fray. And now we copy this design and apply it once more. Surely we're getting close to running out of belts. This is so many. Wait, what? I didn't copy part of it, that's fine. It's perfect. Oh no, they're the wrong direction. It's not perfect at all. I was wrong. Go back. No, no, no. There we go. Okay, we bring this down here. I really hope this is worth it. I'm starting to have doubts, which is awful because of how far this is in. I'm also a little surprised we didn't run out of belts, but I guess it goes to show you how far 7,000 of a belt can go. Okay, and now we have, what, our 16 belts? So now we can combine the belts after we store them. The question becomes, how do we want to store it in mausoleums? Because it's not perfectly symmetrical by 1. Really messed up by making it a 3x3. These just store so much less, and they're going to take way more to do that I don't really want to do them. I could do it like this. This makes sense to me. Assuming we can load from the side. We may need a little bit extra space for. And we bring it down each of them. Hopefully this will be fine to load like this. All right, I can't have these adjacent. That's a good point. Gonna need a substation as well. But I think it's gonna work, hopefully. Fingers crossed. And it should load really succinctly into here. Why does it look scuffed? I guess just because it's so close on that side. Everything else looks symmetrical. Great. Substation goes here and goes here. Then we can load out into these other lines if we want to. I guess we can also technically move it over a little bit, but this is probably fine where it is. For the sake of design, though, maybe I do move it down a little bit. Because, like, that makes the box more complete. I just line it up in the right way. Then we'll bring it down over here, plug it in, copy those. Honk honk, bring all those down as well. And then we can just outload like this and plug it back in. And hopefully this will be like okay for the dream. Hopefully. Certainly gonna need to get rid of some of these belts. But this will make it so that like our old infrastructure will be fine and we can hopefully offload dramatically quicker. Fingers crossed. All right, I don't really know how to do this without accidentally deconstructing rails. I'll just remake the rails afterwards. It's no big deal. Ooh, are we gonna be too tight on space right here, actually? Certainly are. Not too big of a deal. I'll just go over the rail. Kind of a massive hit to the design. This will only fit 0 more. I could technically move it up, but I'm gonna say it's probably worth it just so we have a big ol' progressively larger box building around our thing. Okay, so let's make a few of those mausoleums. We need rare earth metal. It looks like everything else is running, so that's good. We've gotten a stockpile of our stuff. How is our stuff going? I don't think we've actually made any more concrete, which is concerning. I think all of the sophisticated matter is getting requester chested. Probably want to turn off that chest for a little bit too. Great, there's our 4 mausoleums. What else are we missing? 6 loaders? I can probably make those, maybe. It doesn't look like I can. Oh, we were so close to having enough loaders too. What a shame. Okay, this should at least allow these things to offload for now. Even if I can't finish all of them yet, now they should be capable of making it through the system, hopefully. These aren't moving anywhere, are they? Heck. I was like, I'm really surprised this part hasn't moved yet. What happened? Well, it's not facing the right direction. There we go. Okay, so now the setup should be dramatically more streamlined, I guess. Hopefully to a reasonable degree. I'm still turning 4 into 2 on each of them. So I'll probably want to turn them into faster belts to compensate. That's a lot of heckin' belts. Looks like 3.6 thousand red belts. So we're going to need to get more of a buffer of our purple belts. So let me go make the buffer that bigger. Oh, it's already just like a full box. Never mind. So what's going on with the concrete again? I kind of forgot when we were working on that whole thing for so long. There's no mineral water. Why is there no mineral water? What happened? I guess we only produce it through deep core crystal, and we haven't used deep core crystal for a long time. Because we're fully backed up on science packs. You know what? That's actually a pretty easy fix and something I wanted to do for a little bit anyways. Which is to make a buffer for the science packs. So I'm going to do that really quickly. I'm not going to do one of the bigger boxes. Kind of a tight spot for it, huh? To put it on the side of the belt that I want. Trying to think of a way where it goes better. This is like such a basic thing. I mean, a loader would fix it fine. I'll set up a loader, I guess. Put a loader here, and then we'll have a box be fed right here. Just to give us a little bit of buffer on stuff. We might need to replace the loader after a little bit. That looks so silly having a big old loader for that tiny box. Okay, so I guess we can see it in practice now. It's almost like too big for the screen. Honestly, what a cool design. I mean, it's really just a lot of belts, but it looks really cool once it starts filling up. This is kind of hoping how I was hoping it would look when I set up initially, so I'm glad that it does look kind of cool. We want to probably set up a situation in which it gets loaded multiple times in a row, because as cool as this is, at the end of the day, we make a very specific amount of these units. Oh, look at our number went from like 2k to 20k per minute now. Crazy. What a market improvement. Still not like our peak, I don't think. Maybe it is our peak. That's much better. Oh, look at, they actually like start running out at the same pace too, so it looks really nice. Faster belts will make a nice difference, but I think this is good enough at the moment. Having their own dedicated belts was definitely the play. I was just overdue for it. Now, obviously, we need to get those other loaders. What's holding us back from loaders currently? Are we out of spectralite again, perhaps? I have to imagine it's spectralite. I can't imagine it's anything else. It's engine units. That makes sense. If we don't have several dedicated engine unit makers, we probably just had like a buff of it. They're not called engine units, they're motor units. Is it just this one box? All right, yeah, we have like a gorillion of them being made over here. They're not currently being used, so let's go ahead and nab some of those to make loaders a little bit quicker. I don't think the calcium car has been blown up in a long time. Let's check our kill ratio. We've only had 5 cars in the past 10 hours. Oh, look, there's me. Remember that time I got hit by a train? Good memories. I'm surprised it says car in spite of it being orange when I mouse over it. Oh, a car was hit at the same time as me? That's crazy. How iconic. The factory decided it was reclaiming everything. Okay, yeah, our matter production is now really, really nice compared to how it was before. Again, look at those belts. We do need to get a few more of those loaders as soon as possible. But it's going to flow back into the base now. There's going to be an okay storage of them. They function. It's good enough. We still have everything downwind, but now hopefully things can just run for the time being. Now, this train is currently on... Oh, I thought it was on manual. So hopefully we can go around and do a few stops in the meantime, now that this like works. Gotta fix those belts as well. Whoops, probably want to do that. Don't want to roller coaster tycoon that spot. Alright, let's also fix this. This was just like a temporary I was scared thing. So we'll make it so these all now go, whoops, back into the base normally. It's still not going to be a totally even distribution. I do want to work on this eventually. But the matter should be flowing again, which is a really big deal. Because holy cow, when I started this like 4 hours ago, I was like, this is going to be nice and easy. Real smooth transition moving this over here. It wasn't, but I'm glad that we did it anyways. It looks cool in the end. I think this is pretty good. Right, so I'm going to need to change the train up. It says we have enough steam, so it's not going to go there. I wish it would be able to like just like skip a stop if it's turned off. Surely interrupts will do that, maybe. I don't know. I was really hoping that just turning it off would be fine, though. Oh, whoops, I added the wrong one. That should be Ghost Crystal down there. Which is not accessible yet. Here, you know what? Go over there. Sure, we can use a little bit more metal. We don't use a crazy amount of it right now, but we will eventually. Looks like we made a few more of the, whatever the heck they're called, the rail supports. So I'm guessing that's looking better. Although we should really just have like several concrete makers, because clearly this is not like a satisfactory amount. Oh, right. No, never mind. It's matter units. So matter units are being restored. Everything is good. Everything is awesome is really what's going on right now. And there's not much more to it. Although it appears I didn't totally fix everything, even though I thought I did. That's a solid whoopsie moment for me. There we go. Okay, so that should be nice at least. It will take some time to run through, but now the cube works here. Yeah, I think you can do interrupts. One easy thing you do maybe is have it go to the stop unconditionally, and if it doesn't need to run, it gets put right back on the train before it runs the first time. It's a solid idea as well. It's very much the energy of the cube belt. Did we ever set up blue loaders? I believe we did, so I'm gonna get rid of that one. Metal priority, not necessary anymore. That was before we decided to move over to trains. Improve spectrally, gonna leave that one in there. Ghost Realm, also that one. Sludge eventually also is necessary. We have a really solid amount of 2, 3, 4 now, so it looks like sludge is going to be on the agenda pretty soon. We're getting low on 238, which makes sense since Covarex creates a negative of it, but I have all of these running to hopefully supplement our 238 in the meantime. I want to just leave Covarex running for the meantime. I don't see why we turn it off. It can't make it to its next destination, which is going to be the one that's not connected yet, which is fine. Why can't you make it back over there? Why is that inaccessible? You're double-headed, you go up around here. I understand why it's inaccessible, and I'm sorry for sassing you. That was my bad. I forgot that you can't work literal miracles or do sick tricks. That's what they should add. They should make it so trains have momentum, so you can have them like jump over something like in shapes. I would like that. Either way, my bad, train. Sorry for being rude. Look how quick it is. Very efficient. I can't believe it took me so long to do this setup. It's not even complex, but it works now at least. Renai Transportation makes them do that. That sounds amazing. I need to check it out for sure. I really like this design. It's really like concise. I'm gonna just watch it fill one more time. I'm wrapping up stream after this though. My brain is absolutely mush. This was way too much. Although we made good progress. All things aside, I didn't get any science progress or anything, but like the base I think is gonna be running dramatically better and dramatically faster as we go. But it's also starting to get like kinda late, so I should wrap up and see what's going on with other things. Very satisfying aesthetically, though. And it has a good message in the middle, too. Now, is this fast enough to really justify it? Honest to goodness, I think this is a fine speed. I think once we upgrade the belts in the middle especially, it's going to be a really dramatic improvement. Perfect. But we will wrap up here. Hopefully you had a lovely time. I know I did. We will be back for more Ultra Cube tomorrow and Wednesday. On Thursday, we'll probably do more Bat to the Heavens. Friday, Final Fantasy 2 for Final Fantasy Friday. Have a stellar day. Thanks for hanging around. Bye for now.